We have a very, very, very long way to go.
Get informed, get off the couch, take action.
Become a true global citizen.
The second goal we're focused on is investment in Africa.
I mean, we're ridiculously wealthy, but often you don't see us in control of it.
What is the first step that you think that men should take to help build a more gender equal world?
I'll start. To start speaking and saying the things that so many of us have been saying. And it's time for you to stand up and say something.
We're all supposed to be equal here. And so we have to take action.
We're trying to raise $600 million to support Education Cannot Wait so that every child in conflict and crisis zone does not miss out on a year of quality education.
I feel more hopeful than ever that our future will be one where everyone's basic needs are met, our planet is flourishing, and every person and country can prosper.
And day one was just the beginning.
Please welcome TV host, author, and UNDP Goodwill Ambassador, Padma Lakshmi, and GC Board Co-Chair and CBC Managing Partner, Chris Stadler.
Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of this year's Global Citizen Now. This year's gathering is focused on acting today to save tomorrow. And you just saw some of the key highlights and outcomes from yesterday's sessions, which brought together private sector leaders, artists, and heads of government to champion this essential message.
From ensuring that everyone's basic needs are fulfilled, to doing all we can to insist that every person and country can prosper and that our planet is flourishing. The urgency of the moment we are all experiencing together cannot be emphasized strongly enough.
As we heard yesterday, even though we're in a moment of exacerbated climate crises and global conflicts, a lot of progress has still been made, and there are reasons to be optimistic, but we can't be complacent.
For day 2 of Global Citizen Now, our sessions and conversations will focus on sustainable fashion, the role of strong leadership in economic prosperity on the African continent, and we'll focus on some key solutions to the global hunger crisis.
And Chris, we can't forget to tell them that Hugh Jackman will also be joining us, so there's that.
There you go. Absolutely.
But to kick us off with a conversation about the importance of voting in a historical global year in democracy, let's get day 2 started.
Thank you.
Please welcome actor, producer, and gamer, Jordan Fisher.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. There we are. Hi. Hi, everybody. Day 2, here we are. I hope you all had a second to check out these awesome art pieces out in the hallway. Yeah, these incredible voting posters are on display out here, and they were created by the Young Artist Collective right here, dedicated, is it right here, right? Yeah? Yeah, all you guys, man. I know about all of y'all. Oh my goodness, there's a couple out here that I'm gonna need to speak to a few of you in a bit. This Young Artist Collective, a dedicated group of college students, over 50 of you guys, yeah, across the country who work with Global Citizen to use their talents to support issues that they care about. Now, this collection drives awareness to an issue concerning 500 million people on our planet this year, voting. Across the 64 countries who are holding elections in 2024, first-time voters are emerging as a powerful new voice to be an engaged member of society in places where we are lucky enough to be a part of the process. Comes with the responsibility of democracy. We can't be angry about the outcome if we don't participate in the process, yes? And at so many times throughout history, the peaceful right to protest with art like this, right up here, I think this is where Some pieces should show up. If not, again, y'all go back out to the hallway and you'll take a look. Communicating our feelings is indicative of the health of that democracy. I'd encourage everyone here to spend time with these artists and their mentors, Judy Sue and Matt Ipcar, during the breaks and beyond. It is all of our responsibility to vote and to be able to support these young artists where we can. Thank you, guys.
Now, please welcome co-anchor of ABC News Nightline, Juju Chang, actor, producer, gamer, Jordan Fisher, filmmaker, actor, and co-founder of A Starting Point, Mark Casson, and the executive director of Headcount, Lucille Wenagema.
Thank you, Jordan, for that reminder that the arts and civic engagement are linked throughout history. Thank you so much for being here. Good morning, global citizen. Yes. Yes. We have an incredibly important, consequential election ahead of us, as we all know. By the time 2024 ends, voters in at least 64 countries, not just the United States, plus the European Union, are going to head to the polls. That's nearly half the world's population, 4 billion or so. So how could young voters impact those outcomes? That's the central question here. Here in the US, we vote in November, but not just for president, as we know, but up and down the ballot for state and local officials as well. We have a special panel here assembled. They're focused on getting young people engaged, registered, as Jordan said, making voter registration sexy. Let's get to it.
I didn't say that in this room. I said that in a different room. But it was said, and I said it.
I'm going to start with you, Lucille, at the end. Wenagema. Yes, Lucille, Wenagema.
Yes, you went in. You went brave.
Exactly. Thank you. I went in hard. You have been in political advocacy for quite some time. You recently joined an organization called Headcount, right? You said in part, quote, millennials and Gen Z can't be reached through traditional media buys and direct mail. We respond to authentic messages from trusted messengers. So tell us, who are those trusted messengers and how do you engage them?
Absolutely. There's no one magic person. And one thing about young people is they are very savvy. They know when they're being bought or when it's attempted for them to be bought. We cannot underestimate them. And sometimes I count myself as being young, sometimes not, depending on how you cut. Thank you! The skincare is working. But we know that they are savvy, right? And that's why we need these trusted messengers, and not the folks that have the polling, you know, the thing that's been tested, you know, in this way and in this way. Authenticity is the word that we hear all of the time. I want to know that someone actually cares about the thing that they're telling me. I want to know that when an artist comes on stage and says, yes, you should lend your voice to democracy, that that's something that they believe in. At the biggest levels, right, when we are bringing the biggest talent to the table, that's what we're really great at Headcount. But we're also having peer-to-peer conversations all across the country. So our staff and our network of over 60,000 volunteers, we activated over 1,500 events. Most of those are concerts and festivals, but also community events. We are having those conversations with young people every day. We are not coming to them with an agenda. We are not here to tell you how to vote. We're here to tell you that voting matters, and it should be part of your repertoire to engage civically and to make change. Because we know that young people care. They volunteer, they show up, they talk. Linking that to voting, linking the things they're already doing to voting is really where we bridge the gap.
And one of the celebrities you work with is Olivia Rodrigo, among others, and goes to concerts and talks to young people, going to where the young people are, literally, right? Mark Casson, let me bring you in. You're a filmmaker, actor, director. You've partnered with Chris Evans for quite some time in what I see as a very idealistic goal of talking across differences, which is incredibly important. So tell us about a starting point, because one of the core principles is the idea of communication and the vital need for that, and to create a safe place for people to say, especially young people, I don't get it. So how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, the idea in the beginning was to find a way that people could feel comfortable not knowing stuff, right? Like, people don't start, and to your point, young folks, which feels weird for me to say, but young folks want to be engaged, but they don't like being talked down to, they don't like being sold, and they don't necessarily feel, people don't usually feel like there's an entry point for them, and they don't see themselves, they don't see themselves in the folks that are the messengers of information. So what we try to do is find a way to take things that are both obtuse and opaque and make them a little more clear and a little less scary by way of making short sound bites that are directly from the representatives themselves. That's the first thing we did. The other thing we did is we really focused on how we communicated that information. So the reason we have an audience is because the people that want to hear that information aren't interested in hyperbolic, gotcha, nasty, point-winning conversations around things that matter to them. They want to hear the actual information, and that's the reason elected officials come to us, is because we have an audience that they want to talk to. And I believe, and maybe this is why you say it's a little, blue sky, it's a little, hopeful, but I believe that if you build it, they'll come. And that people go to these other places because that's where their audience is. But if you show them another way that it works to get their message out, then elected officials will come and talk to the folks that want to hear them. So we just try to create a place where people can feel comfortable being vulnerable enough to not know information, go and out and find more themselves, and empowered enough to then hopefully do things like vote.
And in terms of talking across differences, you have people who hold different viewpoints talking to each other, which is critical. Jordan, you have spoken to young people from the Broadway stage on Hamilton, and as the first African-American in Dear Evan Hansen. But you're also a father of a young 2-year-old, and I know that you look at the future in ways that make you very concerned about political activism. And so tell us about young voter activation. How have you been involved in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we want a planet for our kids to grow up and on. And I think that just like, to your point, the trusted messenger part of it, I think that's the genie in the bottle. The mountain, I think, that we have to get through, so much of it is just the fact that registration and the idea of, hey, are you registered to vote, is a daunting question for college students. Or high schoolers that are learning about their place in society and being able to vote and how that matters, why that matters, et cetera. I think that being able to be engaged on the topics that we want to hear about, that millennials, that Gen Z, that Gen Alpha, as they rear into these things, like figuring out what those topics are, because it is issues, that's what polls are saying anyway, it's issues that Gen Z really cares about. We want to hear about, yes, like student debt relief is great, but there's still mad loans that are insurmountable, and homeownership just in general is a non-starter for my son, and that to me it's just very frustrating as a dad that's just trying to figure out how to be a dad and know and see the the realm in which we're structuring this for our kids. And so, for me, as somebody that stays engaged in the gaming space and is, an artist and keeping my finger as much as I can on the pulse of what young people are saying and doing these days. Figuring out how to, like we were saying earlier, making voting sexy, making getting registered for voting sexy, making that a tangible thing for who we're trying to reach, and how in the world we make that authentic is my day-to-day. That's how I try to move the chains down the field as a producer.
It's an uphill battle. Lucille, cycle after cycle, we talk about young people are going to make the difference this year. Young people, and then the exit polls show that they don't often show up. So last year from this stage, John Legend made a pledge to break records, both in terms of voter organizations in registration and turnout. How are you doing on that goal?
Yeah, I want to start by sort of breaking down that lead, right? That election after election, young people don't show up. What I'm here to tell you is that in 2020, young people set a record for registration and turnout. That's the record that we're looking to break. So more young people than ever in the United States registered and voted in 2020. That is huge. I do not want us to keep moving past that. The premise is there. Young people are there. They are active. They are engaged. So in 2024, we accept that challenge excitedly, and we are moving not just on our own, but with really trusted partners. So I'm excited to announce here for the first time that we have adopted another organization, I'm a Voter, who you all might be familiar with. They are an extremely active organization that galvanizes brand and talent to reach young people, again, exactly where they are, in the things that they buy, the spaces that they spend time. And so we're really excited to be bringing them into our family and to be increasing our impact, because this is a historic year, and we say that every year, of course. But every year is a historic year. Every year is a year where you can change what happens in your community, change what happens in your state, change what happens nationally. And so we're excited to be bringing I'm a Voter on to leverage talent, not just in music, but sports and entertainment, content creators, gamers, folks who are activating in culture already in these monumentous ways to meet a monumentous challenge, and not just for this year, for an entire generation, so that we don't have to have panels where we talk about how we reach young people. It's a given, right? And changing that dynamic, not just for today, but for generations to come. We are already talking about Gen Alpha, thank you for that, right? Because they are also tuning into this as well. They are also consuming this content and hearing what it's like to live in a world where they do believe that they can have change, but they don't really connect that to voting. And so this partnership we're very excited about is to flatten that mountain you were talking about, Jordan, right? When somebody asks you, are you registered? We get to flatten that mountain. We get to say, this is not hard. This is not difficult. This is your avenue. This is your voice. And we have the exact way for you to plug in every single time. So we're very excited.
That's awesome. More records to break, for sure, Lucille. Jordan, you alluded to this a bit, but recent exit polls show that young people aren't necessarily engaged with the candidates, but with specific issues. So you talked about a couple of them. What are the issues that you think resonate most with young people?
Yeah, I think that the idea of homeownership is a really big one. I think mass transit, job opportunities. These are the things that I'm just seeing on social media. These are the amount of videos that I've seen of college grads with 2 degrees that cannot find their space here. I know is very much a burdening issue that kids want to hear about. What in the world are we supposed to do with all of the loans and then the degrees that we get and then have to pay it off with what job? I think that is so much.
And how do you go about engaging young people with those issues?
Well, then therein lies the question. Who is the trusted messenger? Is it us? Is it me? Is what I have to say on this one platform worth? Is it tangible enough for people to take an action with? Well, maybe for 5 people, but it might also, encourage another artist or another actor or another comedian or architect or visual artist or somebody along those lines to speak up and use their voice. And I think that ripple effect in general.
But that is what's good about this conference, right? Is
Absolutely.
You're getting a lot of different people to take their platforms, find commonalities, so you can also say, you don't have to, I recommend you come to startingpoint.com, but you don't have to. You can go to, there's a lot of places you can go. You can start with us or go somewhere else and find us. The point being is that you start somewhere and that you eventually engage.
Yeah, and Jordan, you mentioned a site called Jubilee on YouTube that does a lot of conversations in that score. But Mark, you have a special announcement for us, right? From your trusted messenger / partner.
Yeah, we brought a video from a good friend of ours who wanted to be here but couldn't. And so if you want to roll, Chris wanted to say a few words.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris Evans, co-founder of the civic engagement platform, A Starting Point. Over 40 million members of Gen Z will be eligible to vote in this year's presidential election. That's including 8.3 million young Americans who reached voting age since the midterms. All of us at A Starting Point have made voter engagement a key part of our mission to ensure every voter has the resources to get started. With thousands of local, state, and federal races this year, we're excited that ASP is teaming up with Global Citizen to help more Americans make a voting plan. Whether this is your first time voting or you're a more established voter, visit a starting point to get informed, prepare for the elections, and register to vote.
So that's terrific. Always love hearing from Captain America. So Mark, we just talked about Starting Point partnering with Global Citizen. Give us some of the fun details.
Well, if you want to get informed and learn about these issues in a way that we think, I don't know if I can say sexy, but fun and a great way to start, go to astartingpoint.com. If you want to learn how to register to vote or see if you are registered to vote, you can go to Headcount. And if you do both of those things, you can win 2 VIP tickets to the Global Citizens Festival in the fall, and you can follow them on X or Twitter, as it used to be known, formerly known as. And therefore register and go see that what will always be an incredible concert in the fall.
That's incredible. Thank you all so much for joining us and for all of your wisdom and for all that you do in this space. It's incredibly important. Lucille, Mark, Jordan, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
Enjoy
all.
the rest of your day.
Please take a moment to find your seats. Thank you. Please welcome CEO of Araya Media, journalist and author, Aisha Sasay.
Good morning, everyone. You can do better than that. Good morning. It is so good to see all of you here, so bright and early. Thank you for being with us. I am thrilled to be leading this conversation, such an important one. A stain on our collective conscience. That is just one description of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. 3 months of horror that resulted in the slaughter of over 1 million ethnic Tutsi. All of it occurring under the gaze of the international community, which largely watched and did nothing as the massacre unfolded. Today, Rwanda is largely recognized as a country on the rise, and the evolution can largely be credited to unity, reconciliation, the resilience of Rwandans themselves, and to decisive leadership. The path of Rwanda's President Paul Kagame can be traced back to the atrocities of 1994. As head of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, he helped end the massacre of so many of his countrymen, and has since stewarded his country towards prosperity. 30 years have gone by. 30 years on from those dark days. What does he see as the bright lights for his country and the continent as a whole? I'm pleased to say he joins me now via WebEx to discuss. Everybody, please welcome His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, Paul Kagame. Mr. President, welcome. It's good to see you.
Happy to see you. Aisha, how are you doing?
I've been very, very well. Thank you for asking. Last month, you participated in Kwibuka 30, which was the beginning of 100 days of remembrance of and ceremonies marking the genocide. The ceremonies were attended by a number of dignitaries, including former President Bill Clinton and the former President of France, Nicolas Sarkozy. All of them were there, and they have acknowledged that they failed Rwanda and failed to stop the genocide. Talk to us about this moment, this painful chapter in Rwanda's history. What are your reflections on that moment? And crucially, how it was viewed then versus now?
Well, thank you, Aisha. I'm very happy to be with you. Global Citizen is a very good partner to Rwanda and Africa. April 7th marked the 30th commemoration of the genocide, and the wounds are still very deep. Thank you for mentioning how the world came together with us on that day, and we are grateful to our friends and partners for their solidarity. Rwanda chose peace, unity, and reconciliation. Our tragic past does not define who we are as a people. Has the world learned any lessons? Unfortunately, I'm inclined to say no. To this day, perpetrators and their supporters are attempting to rewrite the facts about our history. With the social media, this trend is becoming even worse. On the global stage, we are seeing more and more radicalization and extremism. Many times, powerful countries deliberately choose to do nothing. Yet, there is a lot of lecturing about human rights and so many things. What happened to us can happen to anyone else. We shouldn't take for granted our responsibility to ensure never again is not an empty slogan. This is what I would wish to share with you on this particular question raised.
And we appreciate you saying those words and reminding everyone that the key here is to ensure that never again is not just an empty slogan. Over the 30 years that have gone by since the genocide, what would you say has been the single most important factor that has moved Rwanda from a state of crisis to this period of stability that the country is enjoying?
Well, first of all, we have to bear in mind what caused the genocide, and that it is the politics of division and tribalism. That's why we chose to stay together and put the interests of all Rwandans first. Unity is the best investment we have ever made. We also prioritized building strong institutions that are accountable to our people. For us, self-reliance is central to improving standards of living and delivering quality services for all Rwandans. Self-reliance is also about a general mindset of taking responsibility for our future. No one owes us a living. We have to fight for what is ours and put in the hard work. That is what makes our partnerships so productive and meaningful, both to ourselves and those we collaborate with. We are happy and even surprised by the results so far, so it is difficult from my perspective to know what we could have done better or differently. But our hope is that the leaders of tomorrow will do even more and better than us.
And I appreciate that moment of candor and talking about what you would have done differently, because, Mr. President, you and I both know that you're not without your critics. And so I must ask you, I'm going to push you on that.
Sure.
Is there anything you would have done differently on this path to stability?
Well, being where we are and seeing what we have achieved and what the country and the people are enjoying, I can only wait for other people to inform us through those criticisms what they thought people in our place could have done better. I have no quarrel with anybody criticizing us, but yeah, we are the ones trying to do our best for ourselves to overcome these extremely difficult circumstances.
Fair enough. Talk to me about the investments that you have made in Rwanda, in infrastructure, in technology, in bringing healthcare to all. Talk to me about why it has worked so well in Rwanda and how that has been the underpinning of your economic success. And can we replicate that across the continent?
Well, there is a correlation, a direct correlation, if you will, between human capital, economic growth, and stability. Our people come first. That is why we invest heavily in healthcare, education, and the basic infrastructure. When you overlook human capital, people begin to search for a better life elsewhere. That is the driver, by the way, of irregular migration. In the worst case scenario, you have coups and radicalization of young people. At the same time, we remain forward-looking by investing in technology and innovation. We have also put in place measures to attract the brightest African minds to come to Rwanda and test their digital solutions and startups and more.
A great deal has been done. I've seen it for myself. I was in Rwanda just before the pandemic, and it is truly remarkable to see the progress on the ground there. You continue to make strides. You're involved with Global Citizens Move Africa. That's the campaign to boost economic investment and job creation through a Pan-African music tour. We're seeing you on stage there, looking very cool, Mr. President, on stage, has to be said. Now, the idea here is that the creative economy has an estimated global value of 4.3 trillion and is poised to play a big role in Africa's future development. Rwanda stepped up and was inaugural host of the first Move Africa event. Can you tell me why it was important to you to be part of this? Because I remember when I saw the announcement, I thought to myself, interesting, when I look at all the investments you've made in Rwanda, why did you choose to get involved with Move Africa?
Well, let me start by saying Rwanda was very privileged to host the first ever Move Africa concert last December. We look forward to our collaboration with Global Citizen over the next 4 years. Move Africa is important for two reasons. For one, it is already building the professional workforce needed to support major concert tours. The lasting impact will be seen through greater African contributions to the creative industry that is worth billions of dollars. And this can transform Africa's economy and also how the rest of the world's young people perceive Africa. Secondly, the purpose of Move Africa is to advance a common cause. Last year's focus was building strong healthcare systems with a focus on community health workers, which in Rwanda we take very seriously. Music brings people together. This togetherness in our complex world is a strength we must build on.
President Kagame, we so appreciate your time today and sharing your thoughts and reflections as Rwanda continues its path towards stability and growth. We thank you for your time today. Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone in the room, please show your appreciation for the President of Rwanda, Excellency Paul Kagame.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thank you. And I just want to let everyone know that Mr. President will be staying with us to watch the next two panels. So again, we thank you for giving so much of your time to Global Citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, everyone.
Welcome back to Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Tony, what do you think?
Quincy, it's 2 a.m. You have school tomorrow. Get some rest.
See you tomorrow, Saquon.
You got it, Kwesi.
His name is Quincy. The crowd goes wild.
Hey, Quincy.
Quincy, your son's fantasies are going to destroy my house. Spin move. Quincy, take the snap. Hike. Here comes Fred Warner.
I'm open.
He's got Jefferson.
All right. Hit the gritty?
Nah, hit the Quincy.
Where is that boy going?
Nobody was little
Oh no!
Bring it, little man.
Cam Jordan.
I'll see you tomorrow, Kwesi.
Quincy's in trouble.
I got you.
He pitches into Saquon. No! My ball!
That's on you, bro. Besides, I'm not even real.
Is this your ball? What's your name?
Quincy.
Kwesi. I'm OC. I know that look. I know that dream. I had the same one. See, Kwesi, doesn't have to be a dream anymore. Doesn't matter where you're born, as long as you're born to play.
Just making sure you were real.
Please welcome the message architect, author, and African voice with global impact, Temi Nkedeming, founder, executive director, and innovator of Her Initiative and Panda Digital, and 2024 Global Citizen Prize recipient, Lydia Charles Moyo, and two-time Super Bowl champion, NFL ambassador, Osi Yamanyora.
Well, a very good morning. We just witnessed the powerful Super Bowl ad that showed off the NFL's commitment to the economic empowerment of Africa's youth. It encapsulates how in recent years the narrative about Africa's youngest demographic has shifted from disadvantaged really, to one of economic opportunity. Today, more than 60% of Africa's population are under 25 years old. I won't give away my age, you'll have to guess. The continent is teeming with youthful energy and untapped potential. I want to talk about harnessing the full potential of Africa's youth to drive long-term, sustainable economic growth and prosperity. So let's dive right into it. It was so cool watching that ad and seeing you and that advert as well, OC. We know that American football is very ingrained, you know, in the American culture, and it's difficult to take it to the global stages, but we really need to do that, especially for Africa. Why do you think it's so important to get it into these markets?
Good question. I think, first of all, I understood what the game could do for African people, but conversely, what African people could do for the game. those two things have to work together, right? So essentially what is going on is you have this incredible amount of talent in Africa, right? But they don't have the opportunities. All these opportunities have been denied to them. And so the conversion process from capital into revenue is what's missing in Africa. And so the NFL has decided what we're going to do is we're going to give these people opportunities. And as we give them opportunities, the game is going to grow in all these different African markets.
Yeah. It's so good to see that you're real. I'll come to you, Lydia. I mean, if you were here last night, it was incredible to watch her win one of the prizes. Yes, give her a round of applause. I think the work that she does is absolutely, absolutely incredible. Your work focuses on unleashing the power of young people in Africa throughout innovation. And often when we look at innovation, a lot of people think robots and spaceships and all those kind of things, but it can be really the simple things that make it effective. Now, you founded 2 digital platforms for young female entrepreneurs, including, and I want to get this right, the first Swahili hybrid e-learning platform for women in Tanzania, providing access to skills, resources, and social justice through a website platform, and an AI-powered SMS technology. What are the main challenges and opportunities you're faced with as a young entrepreneur?
Thank you so much. It's really overwhelming to be here again. I think one is being authentic. It's really hard to be you and to do what you really believe is right, because the world has already figured out how things are working. So if you go to a person and say, this is what I want to do, they'll tell you, no, that doesn't work. So it's really hard to stay authentic, especially if you're looking for opportunities. And you might find your way like you're moving around in the wrong direction. So that's really, really hard. Even for us, when we were starting Panda Digital, everyone was like, you need to put this in English. And then I was like, no, there's a language barrier in Tanzania. I'm going to make this in Swahili, you know? And they said, you need to charge this. I was like, no, there are rural girls who cannot pay this. So let me look for people who can put money in it. So it's really difficult to be authentic, and that's one of the biggest challenges. But another thing is around resourcing. It's really difficult to get financing for your innovation in Africa. You need to be already successful for someone to put their money. Despite all the talks that we do on all these platforms, like investing young people, but really the money is not really streaming down to young people. The money is ending somewhere, so there's a miss somewhere. Like really, there's a miss somewhere. We are not really putting, or I would say investors are not putting their money where their words are. They talk about it, but they're not putting money. But it's really difficult to actually scale an innovation if you don't resource it. And the third thing I would like to emphasize is around our policies. It's hard to do a business or to run an organization in Africa. I mean, if you've been in Africa, you know that. The environment to actually allow you to launch, it's difficult. You find a lot of taxes, a lot of no's, so it's really difficult to actually move. So if we don't really have better policies and enabled environment that actually allows you to launch something new, it's hard. And considering we have very tough infrastructures, we know the potential of digitization and technology, but internet access, even in the city, is hard. Data is expensive. So things like that are really putting limitations on what we can do as innovators in Tanzania and in Africa at large.
You're touching on really key words that I love, words and language and linguistics. I'm known as a message architect, and I think if we can't break down things in understanding, then we can't really move humanity forward. But one universal language, around the world is obviously music. And we have in the audience today Shane Shapiro, who's the founder and executive director for the Center for Music Ecosystems. Now, Shane, you're in the audience. There we go.
Hey,
so you recently wrote a report on music as a tool for addressing global poverty and fostering economic growth. Can you tell us more about it? I believe you've actually launched it today, so it's available to the audience today.
Yeah, so music is our universal language. I always say, has anyone here been to a wedding or a funeral without music? Who exercises without music? But unfortunately, while music is a social good, it's a cultural good, in many countries, including many countries in Africa, it's not an economic good, because we lack the foundations and the framework for music to be treated and seen as an economy. For music to function as an economy, for people to get paid, we need copyright infrastructure, we need education, we need physical infrastructure, we need policies that all governments understand how music works, why it matters, and how we can invest in it and how we can use it as a tool to eradicate global poverty. So Together with Global Citizen and Universal Music Group and partners of the United Nations, we are launching a vision today, available on our website, centerformusicecosystems.com, to see how music can be a tool to eradicate global poverty. And we're doing that because this is an incredibly powerful tool. Like sport, music brings us all together. Music is everywhere. It's in every single country. It's in every single community. But it suffers from what I call the ignorance of ubiquity. Because it's all around us all the time, because my phone is a music library, and all our phones are music libraries, we kind of forget that music, from an economic perspective, is not global. And I think that in order to promote economic diversification and fight global poverty, what an incredible opportunity we all have to treat music that way. So I hope all of you can join me in that, and thank you so much to Global Citizen for having me and you guys.
So I'm going to come back to you, OC. I'm going to embarrass you a little bit, just in case the audience didn't know. You're a two-time champion when it comes to American football.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pinnacle achievement in the American football space, but now you're running an uprising development program across the continent. What are some of the lessons you've learned and that you can share with us?
I think the most important lesson I've learned is talent is global, opportunity isn't. And for me, understanding that and understanding the opportunities that needed to be presented to people to actually allow them to thrive in this world, in this environment that we have. One of my all-time favorite books is a book called The Mystery of Capital by Hernando de Soto. I don't know if any of you guys have read that book, but if you haven't, check it out. Because the author posits that a lot of these developing countries or third world countries, they have tremendous capital. But what is missing is the conversion process into revenue. And I keep on bringing that up because in Africa, we have, bar none, the most incredible athletes in the world. But they're just there languishing. They're just there surviving. And we have to find a way to give them opportunities to turn that capital into revenue. And that's exactly what NFL Africa is doing.
A round of applause, please, for that. We know, obviously, every idea needs somewhat of an investment for it to go forward. And I think you're quite well suited, Lydia, to say, what can governments do? What can investors do? How can they help us achieve these goals through investments?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And I think I asked you back then, how authentic can I be
I said
at answering this question? I think it's actually to be true to our words. Let's not say things that we cannot keep or we cannot implement. If we're not really investing in young people, in women or girls, or we're not being intentional in innovation, let's just be real. Because it's really discouraging having young people trying out there, doing so much, and when they knock doors are shutters. So it's really important for investors, philanthropists, to actually put their money where their words are, to be intentional with their words, to be committed to the words that they're doing. But also, I think we need to think about bottom up and not top down. You know? Yeah. Let's work by reflecting the actual needs of the communities we want to serve. You can come to me today and tell me, I want you to do something around climate justice, blah, 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 blah. It's cool, but I will only do that if my people tell me it's a problem. Not because you tell me it's a problem. So the top down needs to go to bottom up. But also we need to evolve. I know we have systems, we have a way that things are working, but we are missing a lot of good innovation from young people. Right. Simply because we think we have figured out. Young people are really trying to do a lot of things that are different. So how about we evolve our models to meet them where they are? Meet us where we are. Meet us somewhere there, and then all the other things will work out. We're willing to learn, we're willing to collaborate, and we're willing to make it work. And I've seen presidents here, prime ministers, Okay, I'm going back to Africa. So I wanted to say we need to reform our policies, our laws. They need to be really friendly because, like I said, it's really hard to launch nonprofits and companies and even businesses if we don't really have friendly policies. And I know we can do it, especially policies that are really discriminatory. Policies like child marriages. We don't really need to get girls married before age because once you're married, you're not even able to go to school and even unleash your potential. And we put the trust in the leaders that we're voted to. So it's time to actually live up the words that we talking about, but also to make meaningful change that really would make a lot of sense to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've only got a minute left. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. You have to keep it to 30 seconds. In 2030, what direct impact do you think youth will have in your industry? 30 seconds.
Innovation and technology.
Forget 30 seconds. There we go. And over to you, OC.
I'll take the rest of her time.
Okay, good.
I don't like to think in 2030. That's right around the corner.
Yep.
2040, 2050.
Yep.
I like to project far into the future, right? They say great people are the people who plant trees that they'll never see the shade from. And this is the way you have to think in Africa. It's going to take us a long time to do all these things. Stay the course, have the intestinal fortitude to stay the course and do what we're supposed to do, and everybody's going to win.
Thank you so much, OC and Lydia. It's clear that this demographic represents an unprecedented opportunity for the continent's development and most importantly, its prosperity. With the right investment in education, technology, and entrepreneurship, the potential of Africa's youth to drive economic development and a transformative change is boundless. Please, a round of applause for Shane, OC, Lydia.
Please welcome Chief Content Officer Forbes, Randall Lane, President of Botswana, President Mokwetsi Masisi, and Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis.
We having a good morning? Yeah, great morning so far. All right, this is GC Now, so it's not enough to have one head of state. We have panels with two heads of state. That's how we roll here. Listen, there's a lot of conflict in the world, obviously, but we're going to spend a little time talking about some positive stuff. There's a lot of great partnerships, collaborations. You know, if you think about some of the greats in world history of US-UK, the special relationship, as Churchill called it. You have, I know we have a lot of Aussies here, you know, Australia and New Zealand, ANZAC, let's do it. And there's a new one, Botswana, landlocked country of Africa, and the Bahamas, a group of islands in the North Atlantic. And yet here, you know, why are these two together? Because you guys are, what's going on? There is a partnership, a looming partnership. In fact, last time you know, and President Masisi, you know, we were talking to each other about 2 months ago, and I said, I'd like to come down and see you, and you're like, I can't, because Prime Minister Davis is with me for a few days, and you know, this is a, you know, and you've been to each other's countries. What's going on? Tell us about this partnership.
Well, thank you, Randall. My dear friend next to me, Prime Minister Davis of the Bahamas, invited me for a visit. And when you invite by a friend, you honor the invitation, right? So I went over to Bahamas, and boy, was I blown away. Not only by the pristine beauty of the Bahamas and the warmth of the people, but the genuine interest of the leadership of the Bahamas and Prime Minister Davis to improve the lot for the people of the Bahamas. And his bravery, you know, his name is bravery, in his desire to confront the existential problems his people faces. Hurricanes, a lot of it due to climate change. And so I learned a lot about the Bahamas, and we decided to partner because we're both small states. We don't make the earth shatter or anybody move when we say anything, but when we're together with others through multilateral fora, we do make some impact. And so it's a pleasure to be with him, always. And I returned the invitation, and he came. He can tell us.
Thank you very much. It is indeed a pleasure being here at this forum. And the The one thing that, having assumed the office of Prime Minister of my country in the last 2 years, that really came home to me, and that is no one country can do it. The world has a common destiny for its people, and each country and the leaders of each country, the political directorate, is charged with the responsibility of uplifting the lot of its people. And we cannot do that in a bubble in yourself. No, as I said, no man is an island, no one country could do it. And I believe together, working together, we are stronger. And the existential threats that face the world today, and humanity in particular, requires collaboration between countries. Africa is close to us. We are descendants of those persons who came through that Middle Passage. We survived all the horrors that afflicted us at that time, and we survived. And reconnecting, and despite reconnecting with Africa, which is the richest continent in the world, everything that the world needs is in Africa. And what I'm recognizing, and have come to recognize, is that it is what I call an extractee continent. The extractors of the global north has been extracting with no added value to Africa. And we have to find a way to assist them, and they to assist me. And so we have been working together. I enjoyed Botswana, Interdelta. I say to you all, try and visit it. Well, as you know, he said he enjoyed the Bahamas, and we were saying that it is always better in the Bahamas. And those of you who have been there would know that. And in fact, if you want a clue to that, just check with the astronaut Kelly. He said when he's circling the Earth, the most beautiful spot in the world is the Bahamas. Just check it.
While we're on this commercial break, my daughter got back from her senior trip to the Bahamas and was blown away. And I am going tomorrow, as President Masisi knows, I'm going to Botswana for the 4th time. They're both incredible countries. What can we expect? So again, clearly the relation, the partnership is real. What tangible outcomes could you foresee in the next few years from this collaboration?
Well, we started off by entering into what I call a bilateral arrangement for political consultation in an effort for us to address the common challenges that we face. For example, food security, transforming to the digital age in this world of advanced technological issues. We have a robust tourism industry. They have a robust tourism industry, but we can learn from each other. And from that memorandum of understanding, we have, for example, entered into 2 of our agricultural schools have now entered into an arrangement where we can have exchange for technological research in food security and agricultural matters. We are about to enter into other arrangements in the financial services industry because we do have a robust financial services industry. In fact, we are leading the world in the digital currency space, being the first country to have a digital currency in what they call a central bank currency, the CBDC currencies, and a robust regulatory regime in respect to that space. And we are sharing that information, and we're dealing in those matters.
Well, you bring up a great point, Prime Minister, in that Bahamas has become a leader for crypto, for blockchain. And President Masisi, I'm going to Botswana because Forbes is we're having our 3rd annual Forbes Under 37 Africa, where we're bringing 1,000 young entrepreneurs. And part of the reason we're in Botswana is, again, a lot because of you, because there's an environment, democracy, the rule of law, the kind of things that you need to build businesses. And so what are the policies that you're putting into place, just like, Prime Minister Davis is, leaning into finance, crypto, blockchain, in terms of spurring entrepreneurship?
Well, thanks a lot. And I'm glad you're going to Botswana tomorrow. I wish you all would go to Botswana tomorrow. Just log on. You're welcome. We are bringing about the new age policies to include many more young people in response to our demographic realities. We have a very youthful population, as many developing countries do, and particularly in Africa, where close to 60% of persons are young. It is the youngest continent. We're a young country. It is the fastest growing continent. We're a pretty fast growing country. We want to take advantage and optimize on our comparative advantages, one of which is what we've zeroed in on. We're laser focused on digitizing our economy because we want to use that as a lever to extrapolate or to evacuate ourselves out of the realities of being landlocked in the fastest, best way possible. And we're linking up with some leading global companies, institutions, organizations, as we seek friends. One of them is a country of the Bahamas. They are global leaders, the Prime Minister said, in the financial service sector. They have a digital currency managed by the central bank. We, on the other hand, have stopped check payments, and they want to learn from that. So our central banks have gotten together. They're learning from each other. Small countries, but we want to shake the world. And one of the advantages of also these two countries getting together, small as they might be, is that it's easiest to move the needle. We're pretty well-governed countries. When things work in the Bahamas, things work in Botswana. So as we tessellate, we hope for global impact in the example that we set. And we both have a recent past where we were blacklisted by those who blacklist countries. And we've resolved, the two of us, never to get back to that. And so we exchange notes through our regulatory institutions, through our financial sector and our ministries in making sure that we never regress and rather set the example for everybody else. So the Prime Minister has shared in the MOU those areas we want to collaborate on. And besides, we're both nations committed to peace. And so we expand this peace dividend and want to show this example to the world.
I think it's a great case study, and it couldn't be more true. That, obviously, like, if we want to defeat extreme poverty, the most important country in the world is Nigeria. But to get there, it's the small countries that can offer a roadmap. It's a lot easier to prove things and to try things and see what works. And you're both doing a great job. What are you doing each, maybe quickly, because I want to get to a few more things, about climate change, in that you both have, it's obviously an issue for both countries, but, President Sisi, you have a country that, climate change could make it even more arid. And meanwhile, Prime Minister Davis, you're surrounded by water. So how do you, same problem, different problems?
Yeah, well, in respect to the climate change issue, it's a serious threat to me. And I've been advocating for this last several years. I became Prime Minister to wake up the global North as to its responsibility to what we're experiencing. If you consider that more than 40% of my national debt is directly attributed to recovery and restoring after a catastrophic event. If you consider that the last devastating hurricane to hit our shores was called Dorian, cost our economy in loss and damage $3.4 billion. When my annual revenue is less than $3 billion, you see the devastating effect of that. I'm an ocean state, spread over 100,000 square miles of pristine, clear, tranquil waters. And as that ocean state, more than 85% of our landmass is less than 3 meters above sea level. with rising seas, and recognizing as well that my landmass is porous limestone. With rising seas, warming waters, it's not just coming over us, it's seeping up to us. Warming waters cause loss of marine lives. Our biodiversity in coral reefs and mangroves are being threatened. If nothing happens, right, I'm doomed to become, my people are doomed to be climate refugees or to a watery grave. So it's an urgent challenge for me to wake up the North and allow them to stop talking. But we're doing some things, but I'm not despairing. But we are doing some things which I'll talk about at another time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. You did say, Randall, that tomorrow you're going to Botswana. The capital of Botswana is Gaborone. And you're going to meet some of the funkiest, smartest, geekiest young people in Botswana. He's organizing a meeting of 1,000 of some of the brightest in the tech space as part of the Forbes Under 30. And there's a third time we do it. And each time it gets better and better and better. And so one of the things that we're committed to doing with the Bahamas, and there's no way I respond to Prime Minister and his clear waters, we are committed to bringing our young people together in solidarity as citizens of the two countries, but also citizens of the world, to solve some of our most fundamental questions of climate change. So the citizens of Botswana, young, need to see the threats that climate change poses to the Bahamas and resolve to make sure that the Bahamas does not disappear from the face of the earth. The young people of the Bahamas are being enrolled to find out about the pristine beauty there is in Botswana, to do with water too. Landlocked we might be, semi-arid we are, but we are home to the largest inland delta in the world. And not only is it the largest, let me give you a bit of trivia. A whooping 11.3 billion cubic liters of the freshest water man could make flows down from the highlands of Angola in peace, in quest of a home. And where do they go? They go to Botswana. And guess what? I thought the Prime Minister took me to a beautiful island, the Bahamas, and I had to respond. I took him to the Delta. And boy, was he impressed. He told me a story where, we get very tired doing our jobs, and he said he took a book, a pretty thick book for him to read. He's an avid reader, very smart man. And he sat down to read. He couldn't finish a page, he fell asleep. It was so tranquil. But we are mobilizing our people to connect with one another because that delta too is threatened by the challenges of climate change. If we have no inflow, the delta, a good part of it, is home to the world's largest population of elephants in the wild in the world. More than 130,000 gigantic species. And that's our contribution and gift to the world. We protect them. We've given them and others, other residents of natural, occurrence in nature, a whooping 40% of our country. We protect them for that. And so this sacrifice we make is not just for humanity. It's for the young people of Botswana, the young people of the Bahamas, and young people of the world to inherit and cherish.
We're at time, but I will say, again, part of what made this so interesting is it shows us what can happen when two leaders actually talk to each other and like each other, and great things will happen. You guys even dress alike now? I mean, did you call each other this morning?
We're great,
You didn't call me. I'm a little left out here. But we appreciate, just like you went to each other's countries, we appreciate you both coming to our country. We actually, now, Prime Minister Davis, we heard you're a baseball fan. Is that true?
I am a big one.
Who's your favorite? What's your favorite team?
Well, I'm a Marlins now, Miami Marlins, because there's a Bahamian
sure they're close.
There's a Bahamian who plays for the team.
President
Jazz
Musi,
Chisholm, if you want to know.
You went to school. You went to college in the U.S. Were you a baseball fan when you were here?
No, I followed the Seminoles. I went to Florida State.
Okay. So if two.
Seminole.
Well, we're not in Florida. We're in New York. So we did bring. We wanted you to come with some parting gifts.
Whoa.
Who's the Mets and who's the Yankees here? Bigger country will go with the Yankees.
I'll take the Mets.
And the Mets, Port St. Lucie's real close to the Bahamas. That's the Mets' home. So there you go.
Well,
thank you again. Thank you for coming. A little New York to take back. And again, I've been to both these countries. I combined about 10 times. They're beautiful. They're free. They're the kind of countries that we need to help get behind. So thank you both for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now, a message from the UK's Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron on global development priorities that will transform millions of lives.
Co-chairing the committee that helped design the Sustainable Development Goals was one of my proudest achievements. Those goals promised prosperity for all, action by all, yet today we're off track. After decades in which we lifted unprecedented numbers out of poverty, progress is now stalling, even reversing, and we have huge funding shortfalls. So here are the three priorities. First, securing the largest IDA replenishment ever, the most important global fund for tackling poverty. We know the value for money the World Bank represents. $1 from a donor means up to $4 for low-income countries. Britain will play its part, and we want other donors to step up too. Second, making sure the multilateral development banks do all they can. We know it's hard today to get countries to give more in aid. COVID and other events have hit public finances hard. So we want these multilateral development banks to stretch their own balance sheets, forging partnerships with private investors. The banks are close to achieving up to $400 billion more that they say they can unlock, but we believe they could go even further. Finally, too often money is stolen from poor countries and hidden in rich ones. More action needs to be taken, and we need registers of beneficial ownership so we can see who owns what. We want others to join our global call for action. This is about fulfilling our promise and doing what is right, morally right, helping those in need, and strategically right, unleashing potential in communities across the world.
Please welcome Global Citizen co-founder and Chief Policy, Impact, and Government Affairs Officer Michael Sheldrick, 22nd Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Stephen J. Harper, former Prime Minister of Norway and Global Citizen Global Board Member Erna Solberg, and the Executive Vice President of Programs for the Rockefeller Foundation, Elizabeth Yee.
Well, thank you, everyone, and I want to thank everyone for joining us for day 2 of Global Citizen Now. You know, we live in a world where division threatens to overshadow compassion, and poverty remains enduring, as we just heard from the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, for far too many millions of people around the world. We are at a crossroads, and that's why we must all do our part to step up. We must help struggling nations and unlock potential for everyone, including through increased development assistance. And so the questions we will grapple with today with this incredible panel, and I'm honored to be moderating, is how do we make sure everyone's basic needs are fulfilled? How do we keep our planet flourishing and ensure every person and country can prosper? And we're here today to identify the ideas, the roadmaps, but also to address how do we actually implement them to impact real lives. And so with that, Elizabeth, I want to turn to you for the first question. You know, yesterday we announced Power Our Planet, and we announced the bold ambition to support the world to increase its resources to lift 300 million people, provide them with electricity, access to healthcare by 2030. What does that mean to you, and why is that a priority for the Rockefeller Foundation?
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me here. I am so thrilled to both be with you and honored to be with two incredible prime ministers, but even more excited that you actually are moving forward on this important agenda on powering our planet. Like, energy poverty is poverty. We're all sitting in this room, it's air conditioned. That's not the case in so many places around the world. And so with that mission, I'm so glad you're focused on changing it. The foundation for the past 15 years has been actually working on this issue around the world in emerging markets. And we've every year probably helped about 50 to 100 million people gain access to electricity. But as you said, the challenge is actually much more than that. There are about 700 million people who live in this world, that's 2 times the population of the United States, who don't have access to reliable, clean energy. And so that was why at COP26, in partnership with the Bezos Earth Fund and the IKEA Foundation, we created something called the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet to make sure that we ended up providing and creating access and transition for those communities around the world, because if we don't, the 81 countries that are energy poor right now could constitute 75% of global emissions by 2050 if fossil fuel is the answer. And by the way, they're going to electrify because they want the same opportunities as everyone else here in this room. And so I'm proud to say that in the work that we've done so far, we've helped create mini-grids around Africa. We've been able to help support smallholder farmers in Ethiopia gain access to clean irrigation. And as a result, students are able to read at night, women and girls are able to walk home safely, and families have access to opportunity that they didn't have before. So I'm so glad you've made this commitment. We're very excited to continue to work with you on it.
So look out for that Power Planet. You'll be hearing more about that later today. But now I want to switch to healthcare. And Mr. Harper, Prime Minister Harper, this was one of your biggest legacies, in my view. In 2010, when you held the presidency of the G8, the then G8, the wealthiest nations in the world, you launched your Muskoka initiative, and you put child and maternal health at the core. And in doing so, your administration, together with the money that Canadian aid dollars put in, helped save millions of lives. And I want to throw to a very special friend, a fellow Canadian, Jennifer Jones, first female president of Rotary International. Let's give her a warm welcome to make a comment.
Thank you, Mick. And I would like to direct this, Mr. Prime Minister, to you, and to acknowledge that in 2013, under your leadership, the Canadian government pledged $250 million for polio eradication, and that was a jump in our country of 41%. That enabled us at that point in time in history to take the endemic cases of polio from 8 countries to 2. One of the most notable that that funding included was Nigeria, which, once it was removed, included the entire African nation being polio-free, as well as India just a year later after that, where we just celebrated 10 years of them not having any cases. However, they do still remain in the world in 2 countries, in Pakistan and Afghanistan. And in this global, complex world that we live in, we need champions like you. So on behalf of the 1.4 million members of Rotary and our polio partners, thank you. Thank you for your leadership then and your continued leadership now. Thank you.
So, Prime Minister, why was this so important to you? And how do we encourage leaders to step up, not just on polio, but global health across the board?
Well, first of all, thanks, both Mick and Jennifer. Thanks for having me, for the kind words, and thanks to everybody at Global Citizen for what you do. Why did we do this? I led a center-right conservative government. My experience with the kind of people that I led is that they can be really mobilized on these kinds of issues if you can identify what you're going to accomplish, real concrete progress. And here was an opportunity, particularly talking about the polio initiative, I mean, an opportunity to do something truly transformative for humanity, to eliminate polio as a disease, which was once debilitating for people all over the world, including in our society. So when you can point people to something like that, it really does energize them. And I would just say to Jennifer, you know, the other part of it, don't underestimate the importance of what you did, what Rotary did. You know, it's a lot harder for politicians to persuade people to do things they aren't thinking about doing than it is to persuade people to do things they're demanding you do anyway. And, you know, so when you have an organization like Rotary, broad-based, well-connected, particularly in my constituency, well-connected in small business community across the country, when it is out there doing it itself, then that just makes it so much easier for a government to engage and to use taxpayers' dollars. So look, I say it's really important, but look, it is transformative, it was transformative, it is, and the goal is still there, and we really should achieve that. Let's eliminate polio for good.
So talking about value for money, Prime Minister Solberg, we've got many representatives from Brazil here in the room. And one thing I've been told is actually Norway, and people may not know this, is one of the biggest funders of addressing deforestation in the Amazon, right? Supporting 250 indigenous groups and communities to stand up. Why was this such a hallmark of your leadership? And why is it important for countries to step up and contribute?
Well, it started before I became Prime Minister of Norway, I have to admit that. But it was a compromise in Parliament where the opposition demanded that we put money off for that when we were doing a large climate compromise. And we said that we put up a sum of money at that time, 3 billion Norwegian kroners every year for rainforest. And it's not just the Amazonas. We are doing it in Africa. We are doing it in Indonesia. And we are only paying if we see the results. And the money we are paying is going to local communities. And after we started this, we have got Germany and Britain on board, more people coming on. We had lousy results for some years in Brazil during the last president. It's back on track again with Lula. It's in very good hand. But we do it all over. And then we do monitoring. We have this, since we are close to the North Pole, Norway, we do have this satellite communication system, which is quite large. And we are doing a UN-sponsored monitoring of what happens with the rainforest, so that you can go directly down and see what happens in the most remote rainforests in the world, because we are following it by satellites. So so governments cannot say they do results, because we see what they do, and we give all of this data to the government so that they can follow up on local governments and regional governments. So we try to make sure that we really get the results that we do. Why do we do it? Well, first of all, because it's the most efficient way of dealing with climate change. It's much more expensive to do other things and much more difficult to do other things than making sure that the lungs of this earth, in fact, are kept and are functioning. So it's important to say that in Norway, we also think, I usually say we have to have a bit self-interest. It's the self-interest in this is, we can do a lot very expensive thing in Norway to cut our emissions, but if the rainforest falls apart, nothing of this counts. We have results saying that by each year, there are 3 times more CO2 emission swallowed by the rainforest than what Norway has. So in a way, we do other things too, but it's important. Yeah.
So I want to go a bit deeper, and you alluded to it, and I know there might be some in the audience who might be a little bit skeptical. They might say, okay, well, yes, sat here, you're one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and you've also made your money from oil production, right? And so some people out there might say, you know, is this a form of greenwashing, right? Those comments have been said. So how do you reconcile those tensions, and what's your response to those cynics out there?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't call it greenwashing, because it's actually, it's action happening. It really does function. So it's not dressing up. Is it a dilemma that we are an oil and gas producing country? Yes. But we do still need oil and gas in this world. We are in a transformative energy situation. We will need, I mean, we have pushed up gas production the last years on the request from Europe, meaning that we are producing more than the time frame that we would think. We are pushing it forward because the conflict in Ukraine, we're not buying, Europe is not buying Russian gas, but all countries need stabilizers in their energy security part. So you can say we should not do that, we should not, but we are in a transformative way. The batteries aren't good enough yet. We don't have the solutions on a lot of other things. And then we invest in a couple of things. I usually say the oil and gas sector has been a growth engine for the Norwegian economy for a long time. And we are probably the country that does most on technology to undermine our own growth. Because we did a large tax scheme for electrical cars. If you go back to 2015, every third electrical car in the world was sold in a country with 5.5 million people. We do, when everybody else stopped doing CCS, we have the largest scheme on carbon capture and storage now, where we are doing the first concrete factory in the world with Heidelberger, the world's largest, who are now collecting their CO2 emission, and we are reinstalling it down to the North Sea in safe deposits. And now the European Union is turning around and saying, this is an efficient way, we know how to do it, and then it's a much more bigger movement. So we are trying to do our best, but it's a dilemma, yes. But we do need energy security too. And I think you have to understand that we cannot switch off over the night.
Elizabeth, anything you want to add to the Prime Minister's comments on there? I know this is a question you get at the Rockefeller Foundation a lot as well.
It's a great one, and I thought your wisdom was brilliant. The foundation was created by John D. Rockefeller, so if there's any challenge in terms of where we came from, it is the fact that we were created from Standard Oil money. But that said, what we're trying to do is recognize that we have both a moral obligation and a strategic one to use the $100 million that he committed in 1913 to make sure that we do good in the world, to actually build a brighter future for everyone. And so that was why at UNGA last year, the foundation announced its first ever all-of-foundation strategy in 111 years to focus on climate change, because it is impacting the most people on the front line, and it also has the potential to really drive and create some of these new markets that I think you're talking about. It could be an economic driver for changing development and the way we do it in the world. And so over the next 5 years, we've committed $1 billion. We're looking to work with partners to be able to deliver and change outcomes for people around the planet. Our endowment has also made a net zero pledge to make sure that we're walking the talk and make sure that we're investing in places that need us. Thank you. Thank you so much. It has been a lot of work for us, but we're committed to it, and our operations have also made a net zero commitment as well to try to figure out how we do this as a community. And so that's what we want to work together with others on.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Elizabeth. Prime Minister Harper, last question to you. You talk a lot about the importance of emphasizing accountability, results, transparency, and you talk about that as being crucial to build and support for aid. But right around the world, we have to be honest, we see political parties, we see candidates actually questioning aid. We see them saying, well, we should be scaling back. Based on your experiences, and you've done this, you've increased support, how do we turn back and actually boost support for development assistance around the world and ultimately save more lives?
Well, look, accountability is a critical part of this, and let's be clear why. You cannot mandate global action because we don't have global sovereignty, we have national sovereignty. So it depends on collective action. Collective action ultimately depends on trust, and trust doesn't occur unless there is accountability, especially, I say, with the kind of people I represented. I began my political career back in kind of late 80s, early 90s, when the big issues in Canada were fiscal difficulties, budgetary reform, frankly, a lot of cutting. And so over the years, from that point on, I did a lot of assessments of public support for various forms of government programming. And development assistance is a fascinating one, because what we found repeatedly was that in the abstract, a lot of it because of the accountability problems, corruption, incompetence, bad economic development policies. in the abstract, we found that with a lot of voters, development assistance was extremely low in their priority set. But if you could bring in accountability and be very concrete about what it is you were trying to spend the money on and what it is you were trying to achieve, that would change dramatically. And that really is the key. If you keep it in the abstract, especially in the kind of challenging economic times you see in most donor countries with, inflation eroding standards of living, the kind of abstract development, very hard to sell. But if you can sell real progress on defined issues that make differences in people's lives in ways that make them feel good and see progress, you could change that overnight.
I really want to thank you guys for all of your wise words and wisdoms. I think we can all agree the panel have given us a compelling case why we need to support and boost aid for meeting basic needs around the world, meeting energy security, boosting economic development, and action on nature as well. Please join me. And by the way, if you're free tonight, we do have an excellent session and reception with support from the Amazon. Get behind it, come. Get behind our panelists. Get behind Power Our Planet. And we'll see you later today. Thank you all. And I'll leave you with a message from our friend, Hilbert Hongbo, His Excellency, the Director General of the International Labour Organization. Thank you.
My name is Gilbert Fosun Humbo, and I am the Director General of the International Labour Organization. My dear friends, the need to end poverty is more urgent than ever, and we can only do so if we face the root causes of poverty heads-on. And that root cause is the absence of social justice. Social justice is the key to human rights and equal opportunities for all, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, or abilities. Without social justice, there can be no decent work. There can be no just climate transition, and there can be no sustainable economies. Social justice is a prerequisite to achieving everything that we are all working so hard to achieve. The ILO leads a global coalition for social justice. We bring partners and actors from across the spectrum: government, workers' organizations, employers' organizations, NGOs, academics, and foundations, to name just a few. I am so pleased that Global Citizen has joined the global coalition. And we want you all to join us too. Only by working together and by enshrining social justice into the work that we all do will we have a chance to end poverty for good. Thank you so much.
Global Citizen Now will take a quick break. Please head to the 5th floor for refreshments, courtesy of Shake Shack and City.
C'est chaud, c'est chaud, c'est chaud. Si je fais le tour de la terre, je vais jamais trouver comme toi. Et quand ça sonne sur mon tête, je suis content seulement si c'est toi. Moi je suis dans ta tête de midi à midi, c'est Mimi. Oh, y'a plein de meufs veulent mais n'ont pas le même dos que toi. Je t'ai aperçu dans mes potes. Et si c'est pas moi c'est personne. À nous deux c'est le trône. Laisse les autres en abonner. Laisse les autres en abonner. J'aime ton côté timide et fort. Tu les as. Et si tu veux je vais t'entendre chanter tout le monde. 3, 2, 1. T'es dans mon début pour te faire la fête. Je te dirai, je te dis seulement si c'est toi. C'est toi mon bébé, c'est toi ma belle, c'est toi que je veux et je fais rien sans toi. C'est toi mon bébé, c'est toi ma belle, c'est toi que je veux et je fais rien sans toi. Est-ce que vous êtes toujours chaud? Ok. Je vois tout le monde le mettre là, le mettre.
Tired now, lie down. I'll be waiting to give you the good news. It might take patience, and when you wake up, it won't be over. So don't you give up. We've got the time to take the world and make it better than it ever was. That's what they'll say about us. If I say a cliche, it's 'cause I mean it. We can't walk away. We gotta get in between it. And when you wake up, we'll grow together. So don't you give up. We've got the time to take the world and make it better than it ever was. That's what they'll say about us. Never said it would be easy. Never giving up, believe me. I used to think that the pain would fade, but it never does. You're tired now, lie down. I'll be waiting to give you the good news. It might take patience, and if you don't wake up, well, I know you tried to. I wish you could see him, 'cause he looks just like you. Merci.
I don't feel that I'm going to be as eloquent as any of these speakers here today, but I just want to thank you so much for showing up in this very important place. I'm very proud to be with you all. I just want to say, fear of climate change, talking about climate change is not enough. We need action so that the people impacted the most get the funding they deserve. Thank you all so much.
How do you know if you've done anything right. Is it the love you have at hand, or the cash you kiss at night? How do you know if it was worth it in the end? Did every second really count? Were there some you should have spent on anything but anyone you love? Was this the life that you were dreaming of? A movie night, a yellow light, just slowing down and days are adding up. So don't waste the time you have waiting for time to pass. It's only a lifetime, it's only a while. It's not worth the anger you felt as a child. Don't waste the time you have waiting for time to pass. It's only a lifetime, it's not long enough. You're not gonna like it without any love, so don't waste it. I'm unimpressed by people preaching pain for the sake of some small gain, in the sake of someone's name. And I'm unprepared for my loved ones to be gone. I call them way too often now. I worry way too much about mom. Don't waste the time you have waiting for time to pass. It's only a lifetime, it's only a while. It's not worth the anger you felt as a child. Don't waste the time you have waiting for time to pass. It's only a lifetime, not long enough. You're not gonna like it without any love, so don't waste it. It's family, friends, and that's the truth. The fountain doesn't bring you back your youth. It's staying up too late at night, laughing under kitchen lights so hard you start to cry. Don't waste the time you have waiting for time to pass. It's only a lifetime, it's not long enough. You're not gonna like it without any love, so don't waste it. Thank you so much.
name is her. All you wanna do is guess how we end up in the backseat, just trying to get to the bag. We on the same page, you the same way. Only keep the fam around me, so let me know what it's gonna be. I don't plan on getting no sleep, no. While we going out late, moving too fast. Candy paint with the windows all black, seats creme brulee. What they gon' say? With the top down, screaming money ain't a thing. We up till 6 in the morning. When the sunrise, we'll be on it. Ooh, I got 5, know it's all live. Tell me when to go, baby, where we gon' slide? Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. Hey, let me see you just slide. Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. Hey, let me see you just slide. Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. Hey, let me see you just slide. Slide. Just slide. Yeah. Paris, make some noise. Listen. Nothing matters when we one-on-one. Looking at us 'cause we going dumb. On the same wave, you the same way. You know I'll be down if this with you. Where we going, baby, what's the move? We should take a trip up to the moon. Get a room while we're doing our thing. Moving too fast. Candy paint with the windows all black, seats creme brulee. What they gon' say? With the top down, screaming. And we up till 6 in the morning. When the sunrise, we'll be on it. Ooh, I got 5, know it's all live. Tell me when to go, baby, where we gon' slide? Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. Hey, let me see you just slide. Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. Hey, let me see you just slide. Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. Hey, let me see you just slide. Baby, where we gon' slide? Just slide. To that brand new ride. Bonjour, Paris. How y'all feeling tonight? Oh my gosh, I feel so happy to be here sharing the stage with all of these amazing climate activists. Thank you guys so much for everything you're doing. Y'all feeling good? I'm feeling great. We're in front of the Eiffel Tower. We're having an amazing time. We're here for an important cause, and my heart is so full. Thank you for the love. Thank you, Global Citizen. I love you too, Paris. So like I said, tonight is very important. You know, it's all about change and using our voices, and it starts with you. It starts with all of us. I'm so happy to be here, to be able to use my gift and be a vessel and just be somebody who, you know, you have doubts and you feel like you're just one person, but really you're not. And I realize that today, being here with you all, I feel like very powerful in my own voice and very confident now because of you. So thank you so much for being here. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and I'm just, I'm just so happy. All the times I thought you'd never make it through, felt just like the world just turned its back on you. Didn't stop you. All the times you could have given in and given up, times you didn't know if you were strong enough. Still you got through. Somehow it's all part of the plan. The journey, the journey, the journey. It's a journey. It's the getting there to where you're going to. Go through hell, but still you're gonna make it through. It's the fire Je t'aime, Paris. Y'all still with me? You having a good time? Do you love music? Here we go. Sing. So put another dime in the jukebox, baby. I love rock and roll. So come on, take your time and dance with me. Say, I love rock and roll. So put another dime in the jukebox, baby. I love rock and roll. So come on, take your time and dance with me. What are you born making big noise, playing in the streets? Gonna be a big man someday. Got blood on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing. We will rock you. We will rock you. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the power. When we get it, where do we go? Always need a little more glory. Everybody fighting for it. Everybody wants the power. When we get it, where do we go? Always need a little more. Paris! Amazing. Everybody following famous. We do anything to replace them. Take it all. So I'm chasing, working every angle for the spotlight. I just wanna know what it feels like to be the one. Yeah, yeah. Glory, to. All those nights, hoping that we find it, looking at the sky like thank God that you're running red lights, following the signs. It's been a long ride, and I just can't believe. We made it, celebrate it for the one time. No matter what the song goes, I'ma always be on my lines. And I know I always have you, yeah, cause I did what I had to. The moment it was past due, it ain't magic, it ain't. They said I would come up with the family, cop a couple Grammys, all they said that can't be revenge, tastes just like candy. And now we eating up in Paris with a view. Who you know I always wanted you. Who you know I always wanted to. Wanted you. All those nights, hoping that we find it. Thank God that you're with me. You're with me. It's been a long ride, and I just can't believe. Oh, I can't believe. Paris, can I play my guitar? Thank you so much, Paris. Thank you so much. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. I love you very much. And everyone, this is my brother Phineas. He performed earlier. And I'm doing one more and then I'm going. So, sorry. a choice, but I love you. There's so many incredible artists here tonight, and I will see you soon, I'm sure, but I love you very much, and thank you for having me and supporting this and being here and all that stuff, so let's do it. When I'm away from you, I'm happier than ever. Wish I could explain it better. I wish it wasn't true. Give me a day or two to think of something clever, to write myself a letter, to tell me what to do. Do you read my interviews, or do you skip my avenue when you said you were passing through? Was I even on your way? I knew when I asked you to be cool about what I was telling you. You do the opposite of what you said you'd do, and I'd end up more afraid. Don't say it isn't fair. You clearly weren't aware that you made me miserable. So if you really wanna know when I'm away from you, I'm happier than ever. Wish I could explain it better. I wish it wasn't true. You call me again, drunk in your Benz, driving home under the influence. You scared me to death, but I'm wasting my breath, 'cause you only listen to your fucking. I don't relate to you. I don't relate to you, no, 'cause I'd never treat me this shitty. Say! And I don't talk shit about you on the internet. Never told anyone anything bad, 'cause that shit's embarrassing. You were my everything, and all that you did was make me fucking sad. So don't waste the time I don't have, and don't try to make me feel bad. I could talk about every time that you showed up on time, but I'd have an empty line, 'cause you never did. Never paid any mind to my mother or friends, so I shut them all out for you, 'cause I was a kid. You ruined everything good. Always said you were misunderstood. You made all my moments your own. Just fucking leave me alone.
don't come hanging round my door. I don't wanna see your face no more. I got more important things to do than spend my time going on with you. Now, woman, stay away. American woman, listen what I say. American woman, get away from me. American woman, mama let me be. Don't come knocking round my door. I don't wanna see your shadow no more. Could the lights get hypnotized? Sparkle someone else's eyes. Now, woman, get away. American woman, listen what I say. American woman, I said get away. American woman, listen what I say. Don't come hanging round my door. Don't wanna see your face no more. I don't need your war machine. I don't need your ghetto scene. Could it not get hypnotized? Sparkle someone else's eyes. Now, woman, get away. American woman, listen what I say. American woman, stay away from me. American woman, mama let me be. I gotta go. I gotta get away. Baby, I gotta go. I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly. I fly above the trees, over the seas, in all degrees, to anywhere I please. Oh, I want to get away. I wanna fly away.
really wanna know is, and I got to
Welcome, Global Citizen CEO and co-founder Hugh Evans and Global Citizen Ambassador Hugh Jackman.
Morning. It's morning, right? It's morning.
It's
yes.
still morning. Well, this is something I'm really excited about because, as many of you know, Hugh Jackman was involved with Global Citizen since day zero and was truly one of the first people to ever embrace the mission of building an unstoppable movement, even before there was anyone involved. In fact, some of the first events happened in Hugh's living room before Global Citizen existed, and his passion to see the eradication of extreme poverty goes to the heart of who he is. And he's hosted the Global Citizen Festival in New York more than 6 times now and has supported countless campaigns and initiatives dating back to when we first launched our first ideas called Live Below the Line and helping us launch Power Our Planet campaign last year that led to breakthrough policy changes. You can see some footage up here of Hugh on stage. He's a truly great advocate. Yeah, that was a moment. Yes.
I still have a bad back from that.
Oh my goodness. And he's also a great friend. So firstly, Hugh, thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. And by the way, when Hugh says day zero, what he means is the day he was born, because he's that young, right? No.
I don't know how to react to that.
I'm kidding.
And so we tried something new this year, which I'm really happy because we asked people online to submit questions from all around the world. And I thought we'd get a few questions. Our entire page blew up. We got hundreds of questions from all over the world. Everyone sent, all Hugh's fans sending questions from all around the world. And so today in this panel, I'm going to allow most of the questions to come exactly from people who submitted their questions online. And I want to give them a chance to speak. So my first question today is coming, I'm going to share that with you. I've got it right here with me. It's from Nikki115.
Oh, Nikki115.
Nikki115.
Awesome. Yes.
Not 116, 115.
Yeah, no, I know her well, yeah.
And Nikki asks you, she says, "Hi, Hugh."
Hi, Nikki115.
Global Citizen has achieved so much over the past years. Do you have a favorite Global Citizen moment that made you think, I'm proud to be a Global Citizen?
I would say most of my favorite moments are in Central Park. It's incredible, but in particular, 2015 was the launching of the Sustainable Development Goals on stage, and it's such an epic moment, I think, historically, and to be there with world leaders and 60,000 people in Central Park in New York City, that was an unforgettable moment. But also, I go back, Nikki115, to dinner at our place when you first came to New York, and we had, I don't know how many people were there, maybe 30?
That's right.
Around 30 people, and Hugh, a very nervous Hugh, in the afternoon rehearsing. Sorry to out you like that.
I was nervous.
Yeah, fair enough. You were 13 years old, so it was... But, you know, there were a lot of heavy hitters in the room, and to watch their faces go, oh, this is the future, this is a real movement, that's another great moment.
Thanks, brother. Well, the next question we have is from Anna Burke, who is keen to know, how can I personally make a difference on a daily basis? What changes can I make to empower more people in my country to make an impact?
Anna, this is what I love about Global Citizen. Anybody can make an impact. It doesn't matter how old you are, where you are in the world, what country you live in, how much money you have, or even how much time you have. Just get the Global Citizen app, get the GC app, and on there it makes it so easy to take action. I think all of us can get a little daunted of where do I start, what do I do? Some of the actions can take a minute, some take 20 seconds, some might take a few hours, some might mean going for a day somewhere. It doesn't matter. Whatever you connect to, whatever issue you're connected to, it's possible. And I would say just go to the app. So whatever country you're in, but Anna from, is it Ireland?
She's from Ireland, yes.
Ireland. Oh, I love Ireland. Oh, thanks, Anna. So yeah, Ireland. That's the best way to get started.
So, and in fact, the next question is also from Ireland, from Suzanne.
Did you really take questions from all over the world? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering
Ireland,
here.
you're
I
coming in
love
hot.
Ireland and all, but...
Okay, so Suzanne O'Connor said, has being a global citizen changed the way you see the world now?
Sure. Thanks, Susanna. I've always been passionate about it. I was brought up in a family where not just giving back, but finding a way to leave the planet a better place was part of the ethos. My father worked, and even after he retired, did a lot of volunteer work in developing countries and spent a lot of his career in developing countries. And so, you know, we were brought up in that environment. So I always had a passion for it. I found it particularly in eradicating extreme poverty, but it can be daunting. I think when I met Hugh and when this movement came into being, what it made me realize is there is hope, there is possibility. And in fact, the statistics bear that out. Things are getting a lot better in so many areas. But what I loved about it wasn't just one area, health or, you know, access to finance. It was a total sort of look at it and looking at all the different spokes that need to be handled together. And that's what, for me, Global Citizen made possible, made easy, and this idea that we don't necessarily have to go to 6 million charity fundraisers. We have to create a movement of people that will hold businesses and government leaders accountable. And then that's where I felt the hope, and that's where I feel the future and the vision, I think, of Global Citizen changed my opinion of how I see the world.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, let's give him a round of applause. You're a good man. Jade Hardiker wanted to know, during your time as a Global Citizen Ambassador, what project have you been part of that touched your heart the most? And are there any future projects that you're excited about working on with Global Citizen?
Jay, well, I presume it's from Ireland because you didn't say anything, but...
this one's not from Ireland.
You know, I'll give you a really great example, actually, that really touched my heart. Because this time last year, we had a similar conference. And we announced the Power Our Planet program. And here we are 12 months later. That particular program is actually in operation now. And so billions of dollars for countries. It's maybe 42 countries are eligible for this, for debt or pausing debt repayments, has been instigated. And this was mentioned, brought forward 12 months ago. It was ratified in front of the Eiffel Tower. What date was that?
That's right. Actually, around June last year.
Around June last year.
Yeah.
And here we are now where it's actually happening, and billions of dollars for countries that cannot afford those billions of dollars have been saved. And I just love that. In 12 months, with action from this movement, billions of dollars have been saved. So that really, I think, proves the power of the movement, and it really did touch my heart. And I hope it does for everybody here, because many of you were involved with that. And I'm always excited about the festival. I'm going to be there September 28th. September 28th. Get your tickets, Ireland. September 28th. Come to Central Park. Do your actions now. Earn your ticket now.
So you're breaking the news that you're hosting this year's festival?
I'm hosting this year's festival. Yo.
Well, I can tell you it's going to be an amazing lineup that you're hosting.
But I'm standing on top of Stephen Colbert's shoulders this year.
Role reversal.
There's a certain age where it's anyway, no, I'm not going to go there.
We'll ask Stephen. Okay, and then, well, this has been great. And the final question we have, which is not from Ireland, it's a gentleman by the name of Nick, all the way from Sydney. He wanted to know how you and I first met. Do you want to take this one?
I'll take this one. It's an embarrassing story for me, because I
and
probably...
for me.
It's, yes, embarrassing for you too, but... so thanks for bringing it up, Nick. I like to think of myself as a fairly down-to-earth kind of guy, but this story doesn't bear that out at all, because we were at a conference that was hosted by our Prime Minister. It was 2008, I think, the conference, and it was called 2020. What will Australia look like in 2020? So 1,000 people from all parts of Australia were brought together, and on the first night there was a cocktail party. 1,000 people, right? Parliament House, we're down there, and right by the bar was a guy wearing black pants and a white shirt, standing right next to the bar. And I was talking, I kind of did one of those like that, and he goes like that, and I said, like, I'd love a drink kind of thing. And he waved back, and I was like, yeah, Hugh, as in this Hugh, don't be that guy. So I walked over, and as I walked over, he shook my hand. I was like, oh, wow, we're all this is great. Yeah, everybody. He said, Hugh, oh, my name's Hugh too. And I'm like, a bit of small talk, but I'd really just love a drink. And of course, I found out he had been Young Australian of the Year and was like best friends with our Prime Minister. And why were you at the bar? Just doing shots at the bar?
I have no idea.
So I then chatted with Hugh. I ignored everybody else for about 2 hours, and that for me was the highlight, because I was like, oh, forget what Australia looks like 2020. Here's someone who's going to change the world by 2020, which he has. So yeah, that's the ending of the story. You going red?
It's hilarious.
Was I ruder than it? Was I rude?
No, it was... No,
I've never seen you speechless before.
That was, no, sorry. The way you just said it then, it was exactly right. So I have one final question for you myself, because when I was getting started, you provided enormous encouragement for me in my journey. And frankly, I never forget those that are there with you in the early stages, because I think the early stages, I always use the analogy, it's like eating glass. It's, as an entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur trying to get something off the ground, it's terribly hard. And I know that there are so many people here today, and so many people who are watching online who have their own dreams to change the world, right? And they have this passion, but they sometimes need that encouragement. What words of encouragement or advice or counsel would you give to those that are just getting started?
Sleep on people's couches like you slept on mine. Be prepared, I guess, to tell your story 1,000,000 times. Because it might only be one person who goes, hang on, that's a great story. By the way, I say this to actors too. You might have to audition 1,000,000 times. Believe in yourself. Believe in your vision. Your youth or inexperience is also a great weapon, because you're full of hope and possibility and enthusiasm, and you don't necessarily see obstacles that others who've been there might see. And someone, and I was not the only one, by the way, there were many people, will hear something in what you're saying. It may not be fully formed, it may not be fully polished out, it may not be perfect, but if there is something within that is essentially true and powerful, people will pick it up. So keep telling your story at a bus stop, at a cocktail party, wherever it is. If you believe in it, it will land. Just sow the seed, eventually someone will water it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hugh Jackman.
Please give a big round of applause for magician and mentalist Ryan Oakes.
Hello there. I'm Ryan Oakes. I'm a magician and a mentalist. Embedded in the very core of the Global Citizen mission is this. They are ensuring that everyone's basic needs are fulfilled. Now, one of those most basic needs is ensuring nutritious foods, both physically and financially. Now, in the next session, we're going to be hearing from leaders from two organizations, Citi and World Food Program, and learning about how their partnership, their public and private partnership, has worked with farmers to support farmers, and also they've financed the global food systems. Now, we are all here today to educate ourselves, to make connections, and to find pathways to those types of partnerships. Private and private, public and public, private and public. Right now, I'm going to try and connect two people in this audience and forge a partnership, if you will. Can I ask you to do that with me? Good. I'm going to need your help. We're going to need two people. I've found one of them already, and she's over here on this side of the room. Her name is Coco. I met her just before the session began. Coco, could you please stand up? There we go. Everybody say hello, Coco. We're all a big family. Coco, I'm going to ask you to verify what I'm going to tell all the rest of these folks. Just before the event began, I pulled her to the side of the room and I said, Coco, here is today's front page of the Wall Street Journal. It was 1, 2, 3, 4 pages, a big broadsheet. And I said, Coco, I'm going to turn my back. I want you to look through the paper, and I want you to find any word you'll remember for about 45 minutes. My back was turned. I let her look anywhere she wanted in the paper. Is that true so far, Coco?
Yes, that's
yes.
true.
I did not influence you to look at any article in specific, any word specifically. Is that correct?
Correct.
Good. You had a free choice of any word on that paper.
Correct.
Fantastic. I then asked you to fold that piece of newspaper up in half, and in half again, and in half, and then put it inside an envelope, which I believe you've had on your person the entire time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, I promised you, Coco, you would not come on stage, and I will maintain that promise. But I did tell you that we're going to try and find that word. We're going to do it as a group. Are you confident, though, first, that nobody in this room, including myself, the staff, no one here knows the word but you? Is that correct?
Correct.
And then finally, the most important question, do you still remember the word you picked?
I do remember.
That is fantastic news, Coco. I'm going to come down to you. Yeah, round of applause for that. It's been a little while. Coco, I'm going to grab this newspaper for you. I'm going to ask you to keep that word in your mind for just a little bit longer, and we all now together are going to try and find this word. Now, I will need some help. Let's see. This one right here in front. Hello there. How are you? I see your lovely sweater there with the triangles. How are you doing today? I'm going to ask you to just make a simple choice. We have the Wall Street Journal, the front page, today's paper. It's actually 4 sheets, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to rip it right down the middle. Boom. We now have 2 sheets. Are we going to the top or are we going to the bottom? Bottom. That's not very optimistic. Bottom up. Okay, fine. The bottom is the one you've chosen. Shall we keep this one or discard it? Discard it as you wish. Let's keep it going. Let's see, woman here with the white jacket on her shoulders. Hi, how are you? Are we going up or are we going down? Up? That's the optimism I was looking for. Are we keeping this one or discarding it? Keeping it. Good, let's keep it going, keep it going. Let's see, woman right here leaning forward with the white shirt. Hi. Are we going north or south? We're going north. Keeping it or discarding it? Discard this one as you wish. Finally, sir, if you would, right here. Hello. Uptown or downtown? We're going downtown. Keeping it or discarding it? Let's keep it. Keep it? As you wish. If you would, sir, I'm going to need you now to join me downtown, which means on stage. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. Come on now, right here, the set of stairs right here. Please, right here. Hello there, sir. Your name?
I'm John.
John, I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you, John. Please join me right over here. I'm going to ask you, John, right now to help me find a word on this sheet of paper that we've eliminated all the other pieces down to. If you would, though, first, John, I want you to point your finger up there towards the top corner of the room, just like that. Good, good, good. Then bring that finger, John, and point it towards the bottom left-hand corner of the stage. Good. John, bring that finger back up there towards the top right corner of the room. Then slowly bring it down towards the bottom left corner. Now let's put a little hip in it. And down. And up and down. And double time, John. Give John a big round of applause. You had no idea you'd be dancing here today.
No.
John, we're going to have the real thing now. If you would, please your finger up like this. Good. Point your finger now down towards your towards the floor. Good. I'm going to say, ready, set, go. When I say go, John, I'm going to ask you to drop that finger from about here to about waist height. You're going to drop it right onto the sheet of paper. So if you would, just point it towards the floor like that. Good. You'll drop it. When I say go, just drop it like it's hot. Okay. That's not a dance move. That's just drop it down, okay? John, here we go. Ready, set, go. Shh, boom, good. That was very good. Great. If you would now, don't say anything. But John, I'm going to bring the paper up towards your face. Okay. And I'd like you to remember the word that's directly above your finger. Do you see that word, don't say it? Directly above your finger, you see that? Good. Don't say it yet. John, very important. I need you to write that word down. There's the pad of paper. Here is a big pen. I'm going to ask you to write that word as big as you possibly can. And as they say in school, use the space. Art school, they say use the space, right? Yes. So nice and big right there. I don't want to see it, and certainly don't let Coco see it. Coco, it has been almost an hour since I dragged you to the side of the room and had you look through the entire front page section of the Wall Street Journal. It now comes down to one moment. John, have you written down a word? Don't show anybody yet. I'm going to take the pen back. If you would, keep that with you for a second. Don't let her see it. If you would, Coco, in a loud, clear voice, please tell us all for the first time, what is the word you're thinking?
Okay. Portfolio.
Portfolio? John, how did we do?
I think we did it.
Let's see. Hey! Portfolio! John, up high. You are phenomenal. Please, round of applause for John and Coco. Thank you all. I'm Ryan Oakes.
That was good.
Striving to reach the ultimate goal of zero poverty takes more than everyone's hopes and dreams. At Citi, it takes a financial commitment to companies who empower people to lift themselves up. It takes funding and building on our know-how to help communities grow. That's how Citi's helping create a better future, by committing $1 trillion in sustainable finance by 2030. Because it takes everything to reach zero poverty.
Please put your hands together for the Vice Chair of Client and Banking at Citi, Leon Calveria.
Hello, everyone. We are here on a very, very important mission, and I'm proud to be here as a representative of both Citi and Global Citizen. This is an important partnership for us. It's our 12th year, and one of the shared missions we've had around the world is something that is within all of our reach, and that is ending food insecurity worldwide. The numbers are stunning. Since the pandemic, the long-standing challenge, unfortunately, has only become more dire, with 160 million people around the world on the brink of starvation. In total, we are talking about as many as 780 million people who don't know where their next meal is coming from. Stunning. That's more than the entire population of the US, Brazil, Germany, and Japan combined, to give it an order of magnitude. Addressing this issue will be something that only a public and private partnership can continue to do by joining forces and taking urgent action. Right now, in 2024, as we sit here, there are over 300 million people facing acute levels of food insecurity, something stunning for people in this room. We have the resources, though, sitting all around us right now to bring down all of those numbers now and to address this issue in a meaningful and sustainable fashion. At Citi, we're committed to doing our part, whether it's through support of institutions on the ground who are confronting hunger, our support of micro farmers, and many other areas that we do, including, importantly, the efficiency of supply chains. Getting the food to the right places when there's abundancy is important, and obviously our partnership with the World Food Program that you'll hear more about. So really, if we all dedicate ourselves, we can ensure that no one goes hungry ever again. It is possible. When you look at all the problems around the world, this is one that is solvable. So let's all figure out how to make it a reality. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the panelists.
Please welcome chef, host, and best-selling author Eric Ajapong, the Global Head of Public Sector Banking for Citi, Julie Monaco, and the Director of World Food Program New York, Paul Skochilas.
I wish I had a magic trick to follow up. As we heard from Leon, action cannot wait another day. Our global food systems are under threat, and millions of people are at emergency or worse levels of hunger. To our solution to hunger crisis, I want to welcome both Julia Monaco and Paul Skochilas. Everyone, please. Julie, I'll start with you. How does Citi use its business capabilities to address hunger crisis amid the ever-changing global landscape?
So at Citi, we are the largest global bank with the largest footprint, and we are in 95 countries as a local bank and operating across a network of over 150 countries where we do business. And we are providing advice and financial services to governments, to corporates, to NGOs, to the World Food Program, who's been our relationship for 30 years. We've been helping them execute their missions in some of the most dire places in the world. And so it is natural for Citi to be very engaged on this topic because it has become such an important issue for the world, and we're well aware of it from our relationship with the World Food Program. But over the last 2 years, we saw that we had an opportunity to really bring the stakeholders together across the entire ecosystem because they're all our clients, and we had to bring them together to try to come up with solutions. In addition, we also spend a lot of time thinking about how do we evolve the way this aid is given for, how do we solve for food hunger on the ground operationally. And we worked with the food program to have our global payments engine work with a product that they created, this Plug Pay product, and allowing us to actually send payments directly into electronic wallets and banking accounts of refugees so that we could drive financial inclusion and increase and empower them. So that's just one small example.
Paul, I'll toss this to you. Through the Citi's Foundation Global Initiative Challenge last year, the World Food Program received a $500,000 grant, which is absolutely incredible. Your focus is on smallholder farmers, and because they produce over 70% of the world's food, supporting and investing in smallholder farmers is key to feeding our planet. Tell us a little bit more about the program that this grant is enabling.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Julie. It's an incredible honor to be here today and talking about food security and our partnership. And I want to thank Citi for making food security, whether they're working with us or other organizations, just to be in that space as a priority. We really thank you for that. So we received an innovation grant from Citi. We're really excited to get this, and it's focusing on smallholder farmers in Zambia. And as you might know, Zambia is a country in southern Africa. It's completely landlocked, and you've been reading about in the media El Nino effect. And the El Nino is really wreaking havoc in southern Africa. Zambia is one of the countries that is most impacted. And so right now, El Nino is producing a drought condition. They're saying it's the worst drought in 40 years. And so by focusing on the smallholder farmers, in many ways, these are the people who are on the front lines. And so if we can get it right with them, they're the linchpin, because they're the ones who are producing food for themselves, for their communities, and for their country. And so this grant lets us focus on them with a package of support. So we're not just giving food assistance, we're not just giving cash assistance to these farmers, we're giving a package of support. It has three main elements. The first is we're working on financial literacy and education. We're connecting them to more information about weather, about agriculture, climate-smart agriculture techniques. And the second part is we have an app called Mono. And this app connects smallholder farmers to buyers of food. And so normally smallholder farmers would be selling their goods maybe on the side of the road, maybe in a local farmer's market. Now they have an app that they can use that connects them directly to buyers across the country. So they can look at the price, they can look at the quantity and make decisions and get more value out of their crops. And the third thing we're working on is microfinance and insurance. And this helps farmers plan their future and mitigate risks. And if we can, with this grant, help them navigate through this El Nino and come out as a stronger contributor to their local food systems, that's a big win. And we really thank City for that partnership.
Julie, I'll toss this back to you. Let's address how City has been able to step in and help when there are disruptions to the global food system, like we're seeing right now in Ukraine.
So Ukraine is an example, is one very severe example of how we operate everywhere. So Citi is the only U.S. bank operating on the ground in Ukraine. We've been there for over 25 years. We are the major bank. And we're very proud of the fact that we have been able to operate completely undisrupted since the day the war has started. And so we're very important to the overall local financial system there. We bank all of the large ag companies that are in Ukraine, as well as the large local Ukrainian companies. So what we were able to do during the war was we provided them with credit holidays, extension on lending portfolio, preferred credit terms, all the things that were going to help them get through the initial part of the crisis while they were readjusting. And the Ukraine economy has readjusted. 2/3 of this economy is functioning fine. Most people don't realize that, and they've done an amazing job. If anybody saw this morning that they, basically took over being able to control their own destiny in terms of the Black Sea and getting their grain out. And last month, for the first time, exports in Ukraine is at the pre-war levels, which we're all very excited about. But one of the things we had to do was help our companies on the ground adopt their logistics. As they were adopting logistics and export operations, we had to help them by opening up accounts in different jurisdictions, help them with foreign exchange, help them with all the changes they were making to have to adjust to this war, and we had to do that real time. Very similar, we also had to help a lot of NGOs around the world that had never operated in Europe before. They were used to operating with Citi on the ground in Africa, but all of a sudden they said, everybody all of a sudden called us overnight and said, we don't have accounts in Europe. We don't do business in Europe. So those are the ways that we've been supporting, and Ukraine, I think, is just one example.
That is absolutely incredible. One more time, a round of applause for that. Sure. Paul, we have a few minutes left. I want to toss this to you now. In emergencies caused by natural disasters or conflict, how does the World Food Program work to provide aid immediately? How can we use technology to reach those facing hunger and conflict?
Thank you, Eric. The World Food Program is really the first responder on food. So when you see a disaster on TV, whether it's a refugee crisis or a war, displacement, climate disaster, natural disaster, we're there to provide food. And we take great risks to do that because people have to eat. And that's a life-saving intervention. So anything we can do to innovate, use technology, use new ideas and data to be there to deliver quickly is really a life-saving endeavor. And so that's something we take very seriously. I'll just give 2 examples of some of the ways that we're doing this. And really, I look forward to maybe talking with some of you after and hearing other ideas about how we might innovate further. One is that 10 years ago, WFP was mostly delivering food, so parcels of food to people. Today, more than 30% of what we're delivering is cash, and it's mostly electronic cash assistance. So mobile money, e-cards, credit, different forms of transfers, electronic transfers to people. And if you think about that, that's a transition from basically an analog intervention of giving food to a digital one. And once you go digital, you have access to data, and you have access to many opportunities. If you can sort of bank people who are marginalized and poor through a humanitarian intervention, later on you can do developmental work on training, education, and other interventions. And so this has really opened up a lot of opportunities, and it really lets us work with Citi, not just as a bank provider to us, but as someone who can help us innovate in digital payments. And so that's opened up new partnership opportunities, new data, new ways of working. I'll give a quick example on that. I was on the front lines when the Syria crisis was breaking out and people were crossing the border to Jordan and to Lebanon. And instead of giving them food, we gave them a cash card. And that was a fast intervention, but it's also very empowering. You've just left everything in Syria, you're crossing the border to a new country, and it's always great to get food, but in this case, getting cash card lets people make their own decisions with the aid that they're given, and it lets them contribute to the local economy and sort of acclimate more. And so that was an example of something that we could do much faster because of this digital transformation. The second one I'll just mention briefly is we're working with AI. And I know that many of you are working AI in your companies, maybe you lead AI. And for us, the one that we're working on is our global supply chain. So we're making big purchases on a commercial basis, but also micro purchases from smallholder farmers. And then we have to deliver in war zones and disaster zones. So you can imagine our supply chain is part sort of like a Walmart and part like, WFP delivering at the last mile. And so it's very complicated. So we use AI. We don't automate this through AI yet, but we do get lots of insights on where our efficiencies could be made, how to sort of anticipate what might be coming, and kind of look at our global supply chain. So that's been a big win for us. All told, some of these innovations in the past 2 years have saved us more than $150 million. And we also think that it's a bigger value to give cash or give some of these modalities in ways that are more, smarter and a little bit more nuanced using these new technologies. So it's a win for cost savings, but also a win for serving the people we serve in a better way.
I agree. I think it's a win for self-sufficiency as well. I think when you have issues like global hunger, right, allowing the people to kind of have the power back in their hands and giving them that cash card is just a brilliant move, and I definitely want to commend that. We have one more question, I'm sad to say. Julie, before we go, we've got a lot of your peers here in the room and obviously are watching all over parts of this world. What would be the message to you, what would be your message to other companies to how to be more impactful in the global hunger crisis?
So I think that we know that the global issue of food insecurity is not going to be solved by one approach or by one institution. It really is about public-private partnerships, and it's about us convening together across industry groups to look at the entire supply chain, the entire ecosystem, from food production all the way through logistics of getting food to where it needs to go, the technology innovation, not just the technology innovation around what we talked about today around payments, but ag tech, which is an industry segment that we cover as well. All of those companies have a role to play. And I would say what the last 2 years have taught us, because there has been sort of a enhanced focus on bringing together the stakeholders over the last 2 years, because we had such a jolt to the food supply when the war started with Ukraine. And I think that what we learned from it was that we had a unique role that Citi could play by bringing all of our clients together. And we did it with the World Food Program a few months after the war started in Washington, with an event together with all of the governments that were in Washington for the World Bank meetings, together with the NGOs and all of the ag tech companies, to say, how do we start innovating and solving problems? We know our role is to bring capital and payment solutions and all sorts of financial solutions, but every company has a role to play. But it's really understanding that we got to cross barriers and start talking to people that you wouldn't normally be talking to.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I have a follow-up actually. So we're talking about companies, but individuals, how can we as global citizens make change?
Well, Everyone here watching can head to the Global Citizen app and join City and the World Food Program on our 2-day Help End World Hunger journey, where global citizens can learn about the challenges of the food security, join the community in fighting against hunger. Today, the World Food Program and City announced our strategic partnership. We're going to be using the power of City's brand to really help amplify what the World Food Program is doing and what we can all do to help them.
Awesome. Julie, Paul, I want to say thank you once more for this amazing panel and information that you guys shared. Can't wait to hear a little bit more after the panel. We definitely want to speak. But thank you to everyone here, and definitely looking forward to a lot more conversation. Cheers, guys.
Great.
There are more than 5 billion trees that are cut down every single year to make innocuous things like T-shirts and pizza boxes. With support from the Cisco Foundation, directly funding Canopy's work to catalyze commercial production of next-generation solutions, the goal of producing low-carbon alternative fibers, avoiding greenhouse gas emissions and diverting waste, is us thinking outside the box.
This is our moment to have our voices heard meaningfully.
This award, it isn't about me. It's about a generation of young people who have come together to create long-lasting, sustainable change.
Girls should not be limited to dream. The bigger the dream, the bigger the chance.
I strongly believe that to many youthful change makers, this is a symbol of possibility for them.
I think we have a lot to do, and I think it's really exciting, and I think we can drastically change the world.
Cisco and Global Citizen challenged ourselves to come up with an idea that would positively impact the world. That idea turned into the Cisco Youth Leadership Award.
It's truly a privilege to stand before you today as the recipient of the Cisco Youth Leadership Award.
We must initiate radical change today in order to save our future.
I cannot wait to see what the future holds in store for all 6 of these incredible, amazing humans.
Please give a big hand for Sarah, Duchess of York.
Last night at the Global Citizen Prize, I had the opportunity to spend time with incredible activists and entrepreneurs who make up the 2024 cohort of Citizen Award winners, and the Cisco Youth Leader Award winner who took home $250,000 to scale. I know, it's good, eh? I mean, that's huge, exactly. To scale their work. You'll hear from him in just a minute. At times it feels like we are enveloped in crises, from climate inaction to food insecurity and health inequity to widening gender disparity rooted in learning gaps. It's easy to feel overwhelmed and totally ineffective. We know that. And left with the question, what on earth can any of us do when the problems are so great? But the courageous and the innovative leadership of those celebrated, they were so celebrated last night for their work, should give us all massive hope. Something that so many of us take for granted is the access to clean water. It's an issue that this year's Cisco Youth Leader Award winner, Ricardo Alba Torres, has made his passion. A passion for which we were thrilled to see him rewarded for last night. He's an environmental engineer and the co-founder of the social enterprise eco-group H20+. It's incredible, and he's joining us now with Cisco's Chief Social Impact Officer, Brian Tibbins, to tell us about the incredible impact he has had in communities across Colombia and the LATAM region. So please, all of you, please welcome Brian and Ricardo. Yay!
Good afternoon, global citizen. Thank you for that warm welcome. What an honor to be here. I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to this amazing conversation. I'm so happy to live in a world where, despite a myriad of challenges confronting all of us, there are leaders driving change in the spirit of innovation, compassion, and resilience. And that's why I'm so honored to place the spotlight on Ricardo, this year's Cisco Youth Leadership Award winner, and the amazing work he's doing to reshape our approach to global water access challenges around the world. Were any of you in the room last night to see him awarded? It was so amazing to see all those great winners. I think among us, they are the true superheroes, right? And every superhero has an origin story. So I'm gonna ask you, Ricardo, to tell us a little about your origin story. What brought you to the work that you're doing? What led you to found EcoH2O and create this great product?
Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you everything for being here. I'm very proud. I'm super exciting. Our project was born like a science project in the high school. After that, we believe in this project, and we convert a science project in a company, in a foundation, with more than 50,000 beneficiaries right now in Colombia, Peru, and in Mexico. This was born for a necessity to make something about the plastic problem in our schools, and after that, we can see that these solutions could be a powerful solutions if we keep harvesting water in this kind of tanks, and we provide the solution for poor people and for poor communities around Bogota in the first stage, and after that in all the Colombia region. So super interesting, and we started with my family that actually is here because they are our co-founders. So I want an applause for them because I love it.
You have to ask your family to stand. Let's properly address them. Can you ask them to stand? Is your parents in the room?
Oh yeah.
Can we have them stand and take applause?
Yeah, my father, my mom.
Where are they?
My sister.
Okay, good. Good. You talked about necessity. They say necessity is often the mother of invention, so I'm glad you addressed that. You talked a little bit, or we saw in the video reel last night, a little bit of the technology in action. I think everyone in the room wants to know how it works. In fact, I think we've got a demo product that we can bring out for you to do a little bit of explanation. If you can do a bit of an explainer.
Yes, for sure.
In layman's terms, we're not engineers in the room, but if you could just talk us through.
Yes, for sure. Well, here is the demo of the Ecomuro system. The Ecomuro system is a vertical tank that we built with this kind of bucket, plastic buckets, reuse it. You know, we can do it with plastic bottles too. We can do it with plastic pipes. And the idea is that we can harvest the rainwater through this system. Obviously, there is a model. The real system is the capacity to harvest in 250 liters in each module. It's just like a tank, but the very transformative, innovative thing is that it's not occupies a lot of space in your home, in your company, in your foundation. It's just like a wall. For that reason, we call it Ecomuro or Eco Wall, and we cover after that with another wall in order to protect them of the sun and different things. It's just a tank, and after that we work with a reverse osmosis filter that provides drinkable water to poor communities through a dispenser. So yes, it's super interesting. This is the model that you can see. It's very easy to develop. For that reason, the idea is that the people around the world can develop their technology with the raw materials in their context. That's the most interesting thing. And one thing that I want to say is our first pilot project that was built with PET bottles, it's free for all the people around the world. We have a step-by-step manual in our web page and in our social media in order that all the people can download the step-by-step digital manual and develop their technology in their communities.
So you're not just doing the implementation in Latin America, you're making the technology available to others who want to do it in their communities. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm glad that your family's here. I'm glad you were able to shout out your family. You come from a family of creatives, right? An architect and a science teacher. What were the influences of your parents on your journey of entrepreneurialism?
When I was a child, like 13 years old, my mom, like a biologist, she's a teacher of science in a public school in Colombia, and my father, like an architect, working in green projects in Bogota. You know, teach me about the importance of climate change, the importance of our source of water scarcity around the world, and for that reason, I'm starting studying environmental engineering in order to improve our our science project in the university. In my university, we empower the solution, and the thesis of my university, the Distrital University in Bogota, a public university too, was how we're going to develop the business model in order to sell the product. No, what's gonna be the best business model, because it's a new product, you know. It's like, okay, who's gonna be to buy that one? So was very interesting process. Actually we are working in a B2B2C business model. We sell this kind of tanks to multinational companies that work through CSR programs. And the idea is that with these kind of companies, we can provide the solutions to the poor communities around the world. We started with Colombia. We have, like I told you, 350 systems installing in different schools, communities. But the idea is how we're going to spread that impact to all the regions, starting for Peru and for Mexico. That's our goal.
So you've made an incredible amount of progress in a short amount of time.
Thank you so much.
Which is commendable. And through this work, you're providing clean water to 85,000 plus across Latin America. What's next for your company?
Well, we have, with this award, we have 3 topics, very important topics. The first one is we're going to start developing our business model in these 2 countries, Peru and Mexico. We have actually stakeholders that can help to us to increase their impact in that context. The second one is how we're going to introduce this product in retail store, like, for example, the Home Depot, Home Center in Colombia, etc. And you, like an individual, can go to the store and buy your own tank and install your own tank in your house. Why? Because the water scarcity right now in the world is a reality. So you need to install this kind of harvesting tanks in your houses in order to have, you know, a reserve of water for the future. That's our idea. The third topic is it's super interesting that Cisco provide us with this knowledge and expertise. It's about how we're going to install IoT, Internet of Things, in each ecomuro in order to have you know, live data about how much water we are harvesting in each tank, and to know in real time the impact that actually we have with our technology in different installations. So I think that is the 3 topics that actually we want to do in order to obviously provide more water to poor communities. Our goal for 2030 is provide water to 1 million people in Latin America.
So just a final 30-second question, because we have a lot of folks in the audience who are aspiring social entrepreneurs, people who are watching here virtually. What's your one piece of advice you give to the young engineer, the young entrepreneur who's looking to do something similar, to do something of impact?
I think that the most important advice for me is believe in yourself, believe in your product, believe in your project, because you, like young people, we can change the world. We have all energy. We're going to empower all the communities. We can transform lives, and I think that is the message that I want to say to all the young people, all the students actually in our public schools. I was in a public school, and I believe in myself, I believe in my family, and now we are, yes, a good company that provides solutions and transforming lives around Latin America. So I think that is the answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that excellent advice, and I hope we all feel just as inspired as Ricardo to advocate and do our part in ensuring basic needs and providing a prosperous future for all of us. So please, let's give another round of applause for the 2024 Cisco Youth Leader of the Year recipient, Ricardo. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome child marriage survivor, advocate, and 2022 prize recipient, Faizi Mahmoud.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. Before we get started today with our discussion, I'd like everyone here in New York and those of us who are watching around the world to do something with me. I want you to join me right now in a quick count to 10. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In the time that it took us to count to 10, 3 girls under the age of 18 were married somewhere in our world. That's nearly one every 3 seconds. And this is according to the United Nations, which estimates that a staggering 12 million girls are married before the age of 18 every year. In 2004, I became one of those girls. At the age of 16, I was coerced into marrying a man twice my age. And eventually, I did escape my marriage, but the same cannot be said for my sister, Banaz. She was also a child bride, and although she managed to leave her abusive marriage at some point, she was later murdered in a so-called honor killing. My father, uncle, and also 3 other men were arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment for my sister's murder. But true justice for my sister and the countless other women and girls around the world will only come when we have effectively ended child marriage altogether and the threat of it. Nearly half of all child marriages are happening in South Asia. But this isn't just a problem somewhere else in the world. As unbelievable as it sounds, only 12 states right here in the US have banned child marriage without exception. In California, for example, there is no minimum age to marry. And as long as the child's parents and the parents consent, it's happening. That child is getting married and ripped off their future. But here's the positive thing. Together, we can change these numbers, and we can put an end to child marriage globally. So joining us today, we have Toby Retta. She's Director of International Programs for the Girls' Opportunity Alliance at the Obama Foundation. Dr. Kekenya Nataya, a founder of Kekenya's Dream, a nonprofit that empowers girls in rural Kenya through education. And Frady Rees, who's founder and executive director of Unchained at Last, which focuses on ending child marriage right here in the United States. So I'm going to start with you, Toby. Thank you so much for joining us. The UNICEF defines child marriage as any formal or informal union between a child under the age of 18 and an adult or another child. Speak to us, please, about the threat of this that presents to our children worldwide.
Yes, thank you so much, Paisley. It's wonderful to be here and to share space with such incredible women. So let me just back up a little bit. As First Lady, Mrs. Obama launched an initiative in the White House called Let Girls Learn. And that initiative was focused on increasing access to education for adolescent girls around the world. And as her associate policy director, I spent a lot of time meeting with stakeholders, with grassroots leaders, with young women themselves, about the barriers that hold girls back and the barriers that keep them from accessing an education. And we heard time and time again about barriers like child marriage, like gender-based violence. And we also heard about the importance of supporting grassroots organizations and community-based leaders that are doing the hard work of supporting girls. And as you mentioned, last year, Mrs. Obama penned an op-ed with Melinda French Gates and Amal Clooney about the importance of ending child marriage and advancing girls' rights. And they also recently traveled to Malawi and South Africa to meet with incredible leaders across the African continent who are doing the work of supporting girls. And across our respective organizations, we've launched a partnership with organizations like Girls Not Brides and Girls First Fund, who are doing important work to accelerate efforts and end child marriage. Look, the threat that child marriage presents for girls is dire, and not just for girls themselves, but for all of us. We know that when girls get married at a really young age, sometimes as early as 5 years old, they're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely to experience violence. They're more likely to experience early pregnancies. And they're also more likely to struggle to earn an income. And today, there are more than 100 million girls who are not in school, and child marriage is a really huge driver of that. And so when we think about the issue, the challenge that this presents, we're really missing out on the talent and the potential of all these amazing girls. I mean, we're here spending time talking about how we tackle the pressing challenges that are facing us across the world, yet we're continuing to fail to invest in the very girls who may hold the solutions to a lot of these problems. And so at the Obama Foundation, we're on a mission. We're on a mission to unlock the power and potential of these girls, not just so that they have the agency to choose whom and when to marry, but so that they have the opportunities and the resources that they need to fulfill their full potential and just become who they're meant to be in the world.
Thank you, Toby. You spoke to the devastating... You spoke so powerfully to the devastating impact that child marriage has on girls' lives. So Frady, I want to come to you. As a survivor of child marriage, you were forced into a marriage with a stranger as part of New York's ultra-Orthodox Jewish community. And you eventually did escape, and right here in New York is where you were married yourself, where child marriage is now illegal without exception. But this is the case in only 12 states here in the US. Would you walk us through, if you're comfortable, your experience, and for those who may not be that knowledgeable, what does this look like right here in the US?
Yeah, thank you, Paisley. A lot of people just don't realize that forced and child marriage remain legal and the norm in many parts of the United States. So for me, as you said, I was forced to marry a stranger when I was 19, right here in New York City, an abusive marriage from the first week. And a forced marriage is not just rape on your wedding night, it's a lifetime of rape. I was forced to have unprotected sex with my husband on a monthly basis, forced to have 2 children without my consent. And after 15 years of being trapped in this abusive forced marriage, when I finally managed to escape on my own with my 2 daughters, my family and community retaliated by shunning me. They still consider me dead. And that's why I founded Unchained at Last. At first, our mission was to support individuals right here in the US who are escaping forced marriage. So at first, we were focused on direct services, providing the really crucial, comprehensive, wraparound, often life-saving services that people need when they are escaping an impending or existing forced marriage. And we're almost always able to help the adults who reach out to us. But more and more girls under 18 started reaching out to ask for the same help, and we realized there's almost nothing we can do for a girl who's not yet 18 right here in the US to escape a forced marriage. A minor typically is not allowed to leave home. They can't get into a domestic violence shelter. They can't retain an attorney. In many cases, they're not even allowed to file for divorce because they can't bring a legal action. We're talking about kids in many cases who are not even old enough to consent to sex. In many cases, this is covering up human trafficking of children. We realized the only way that we could support these girls under 18 is to change the laws. We started in 2015. At that time, child marriage was legal in all 50 US states. And for years, we couldn't get any state to care about this and to do anything. And in a moment of frustration, in fact, all of us on the Unchained at Last team promised that when the first US state finally ended child marriage, we would all get tattoos to commemorate the victory. And here's my tattoo. Thank you. It's a broken chain because in 2018, Delaware became the first US state to ban child marriage. To date, we have helped to achieve that same legislative victory in 12 states. And I'm happy to report that just today, just this morning, as we were sitting backstage, New Hampshire voted to end child marriage. The governor... Thank you.
That's incredible.
Only 37 states to go.
That's really, really empowering to hear about. Incredible work, Frady. Thank you. Dr. Nateh, if I can come to you, you've also used your own lived experience as a survivor of female genital mutilation and having narrowly escaped child marriage yourself in Kenya. You were engaged at the age of 5. Can you share with us also some of your story and how child marriage is viewed in Kenyan society?
Thank you. I grew up in a small village in southwestern Kenya, predominantly the Maasais. So if you've gone to Kenya, we are like the tourist destination. And growing up, I learned that I had a husband, I tell people 5 years old, but as long as I knew that there was a husband that was waiting for me. this husband would pass by, and I'm constantly reminded that your husband just passed by. Everything I did, and it was a good thing because I was marriageable and because my mother was hardworking, so the other family booked me. And it was really like, that's the best thing that a girl. So growing up as a Maasai girl, the thing that you're told to be is to be able to get married, have a family, and take care of your own. And you get married as soon as you go through a rite of passage at the age of 12, 13, and it's called female genital cutting. And I went to school. When I was in school, I saw female teachers from other communities, and I thought that I also wanted to become a teacher, and I got inspired by them. And it was not just easy because I had a husband already waiting for me. So when it was time for me to go through, my best friend got married in 6th grade. When it was time for me to go through to female genital cutting to get married, I told my dad that I would only go through female genital cutting if he allows me to go back to school. If I stay uncut and run away, nobody would marry me. But also this traditional stuff, I used it to allow me to go to school. So yes, I went through female genital cutting, but then I went back to school, and that has changed the course of who I am. I was able to continue with high school, got to college, and now changing the lives of so many girls in my community.
Thank you. There's so much power in the work that you're doing and in your lived experience, using that to make a positive change. Frady, I just want to come back to you for a moment and talk a little bit about the work that you've been doing with Global Citizen to tackle this issue. So you actually recently worked on a campaign in California where there is no minimum age to marry. Shocking. Unfortunately, though, we've had a setback. Last week, the bill was pulled before a scheduled legislative hearing by the committee's chairman. And we're just going to put this on record. The name of the chairman is Ash Kalra. So this is a huge step back. What can we do? What can we collectively do to push this forward?
Yeah, that was a devastating blow to have one legislator pull a bill, even though it has strong bipartisan support. We have enough votes to get it passed, but Assemblymember Ash Kalra is refusing to give it a hearing unless we agree to gut the bill and make the marriage age 16 instead. We're not willing to compromise on the lives of girls. And we're so grateful. Thank you. And we're so grateful to our allies like Global Citizen for standing with us in California, where, by the way, we've been trying since 2017 to end child marriage in California and have had no success yet. More than 8,000 minors in California are entered into marriage every year. Like across the United States, there are almost always girls married to adult men. And in California, as you said, Paisy, the marriage age is 0. I urge all of you to join us in pushing Assemblymember Ash Kalra to do the right thing, schedule the bill for a hearing. He can vote no if he wants, and let him answer to his constituents, but the bill deserves a hearing. Girls deserve at least that much. Thank you. Please go to Unchained. If you go to unchained@last.org, you can see where there's a way that you can submit an email, a pre-written email to Assemblymember Kalra to tell him it's time to schedule the bill for a hearing. We will not stop until you schedule that bill.
So that's an action for all of you. We're going to get to that at the end as well, because you can all be part of this incredible movement and do something. We're going to just get to the final question now, and if you could please answer shortly. As part of the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN has called for the elimination of child marriage by the end of 2030. That's very soon, only 6 years, in both the US and globally. So we have a lot of work to do. What is the #1 thing that can be done to reach this goal? So Dr. Nataya, I'll come to you first, and then Toby, please.
Thank you. I believe so much in the education of girls because that is the one thing that will ensure that girls avoid child marriage. I believe that education is not just sitting in a classroom, but it's education that is holistic, that teaches girls about their rights, that teaches girls of life skills, that teaches girls about speaking up for themselves. I think there's so much potential that is out there that we need to unleash in so many girls. I mean, we talked about 23 girls every minute getting married. Can you believe we could turn those girls to be our champions? So as we look for change, it has to be sustainable, it has to be long-term. We have to stay there. No more 3 years programs. Social change requires long-term commitment. Thank you.
So it's so hard to just pick one thing, but I'm going to first echo Kekenya. I think it's so important to support grassroots and community-based organizations that are on the front lines of supporting girls. And again, through the Obama Foundation's Girls Opportunity Alliance, we've supported more than 100 organizations and are building a community of more than thousands of leaders that are deeply committed to girls. But the second thing I'll say, and that I want to leave this room with, is that if we want to advance girls' rights and truly end child marriage at the scale and pace in which we need to see change, we need to invest in really strategic and coordinated cross-sector collaboration. One sector cannot do this alone. One organization cannot do it alone. And so we need corporations, we need brands, we need champions, we need everyday individuals, we need girls themselves, we need NGOs. And so there is a role and responsibility for everybody in this room to work on this issue. And so we hope that you'll join us.
And some last words from yourself, Frady. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And Tubi, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's so great that Michelle Obama is fighting child marriage overseas. Please, can she help us in the United States?
Yes, on that, we are actually expanding our work into the US. So we started overseas because we know that the need is so vast. I mean, again, 100 million girls out of school, but we've always known that there is a need for girls in the US. And so we've been really proud over the last year to begin to support girls in the US, beginning at home in Chicago, where we're building the Obama Presidential Center and Library. And over the next couple of years, we'll be really excited to expand that work across the US. So thank you, Frady.
Thank you so much for listening. I'm sure we could continue this conversation for hours, such an important conversation, but let's continue this outside of here. I just want to wrap up by saying thank you so much to Tobi Retta from the Obama Foundation's Girls Opportunity Alliance, Frady Rees from Unchained at Last, and Dr. Kekenya from Kekenya's Dream. It will take all of us, as you've heard, all the different things that we can do to ensure that child marriage is a thing of the past. It will take all of us to collectively ensure that it's finished. You can take action, and here's an action for you all. If you go onto the Global Citizen app or the website, you can send Ash Kala an urgent message to put the bill to ban child marriage in California back on the table. This must happen, so we're asking for your help, please.
No one sees the world quite like an airline, but the world we see below us is changing fast. That's why Delta is committed to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. It's why we're getting rid of 4.9 million pounds of single-use plastics annually. And it's why we're accelerating our push to source sustainable aviation fuel. Because we know a thing or two about getting where we need to be. And it's time we all got going, together.
Please put your hands together for Grammy winner and Verve Records recording artist Aruj Aftab, accompanied by Gyan Riley, performing her single, Dia Hey.
Who
Please welcome from NBC's Today Show, Nightly News with Lester Holt, and NBCNews.com, Chloe Melas. Senior VP and Chief Communications Officer of Delta Airlines, Tim Mapes. Media personality and global citizen advocate, Burla Mundi. And Vice President, Disaster Programs at American Red Cross, Jennifer Pippa.
Hi, everyone. That was beautiful, wasn't it? I was mesmerized. So in this conversation today, we are going to talk about how consumers can drive global change. Now, this excites me because I'm a journalist, and we're often faced with so much negativity, so much bad news. So it's very important to know that each of us can do something, no matter how big or small. And I am pleased to be joined by leaders from the private sector, nonprofit, and broadcast. And in keeping with our theme here at Global Citizen, now we're going to be focused on action, not just talk, okay? Tim. I won't say it more than once, but I'm a big Delta fan, okay? Because I'm from Atlanta, so I grew up only flying Delta. But I promise you, my questions are not biased. So talk to me about how Delta is leading with purpose. And we were talking a little bit before we took the stage about how Delta really is at the forefront of jumping into the middle of crisis, but it's very behind the scenes work. We don't really see that on social media or out there at all, but you guys are doing a lot of incredible things. Talk to me about that mission.
Well, thank you, and if I could amplify your comments, what a stunning performance. What an absolute privilege to get to be here to hear that, and also to reflect on the power and the poignant messages we've all had over the last couple of days. Chloe backstage said, I don't actually associate Delta with crisis, and I said, that's kind of by design, hopefully, although we partner with Jennifer and the Red Cross. But to that point, we're big believers at Delta Airlines. And by the way, what a privilege to be here with each of you and to partner with Global Citizen and all of you in this important dialogue and the great work. We believe that no one better connects the world. There's a lot of people, we heard Hans yesterday, who likes to connect the world as well in a different way. But we believe air travel allows you to not just get between A and B, but to get into the shoes of other people in other countries. And we've talked about a lot in these 2 days, the limitations of government, candidly. And I think as a global enterprise, and particularly as a global airline, we're able to fly over the borders that constrain governments and connect the world in ways, whether it was Nelson Mandela or Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King in the United States, who, because of their experiences outside the United States, had greater empathy for different communities within the United States. And so we focus on giving 1% of net income back to the communities we serve. I shared with Jennifer one of the examples of that, and to me that's really authentic for us, is when there was an earthquake in Syria and in Turkey in 2023, we gave the International Red Crescent Society a major grant. We don't serve Turkey and we don't serve Syria. It wasn't a commercial intent. So while we don't like to be associated with catastrophic situations, we nonetheless see human suffering and want to act and do something about it.
And there's a beautiful partnership that you all have with the American Red Cross. Jennifer, I know that you lead partnerships and you work with companies like Delta. Talk to us about that partnership and how do you all execute it? What type of a sounding board are you for companies like Delta, and how do you decide how to drive impact?
I think a lot of times people think, well, Delta just donates to the American Red Cross and we accept a check and off we go to do the good work and deliver the mission. But it's so much deeper than that. There's a deep, healthy relationship between our two organizations. You know, Delta takes what the American Red Cross does and elevates it. They are our largest corporate blood donor sponsor in the US. We're responsible for almost 40% of the nation's blood supply, and Delta is our largest corporate donor. During COVID, when we had to, think about how we collect blood, Delta stood right next to us. They said, let us help you figure this out. Let's figure out the best way we can do this to ensure that that nation's blood supply isn't disruptive. And so it's not just about kind of this one-to-one relationship. It's about mutually benefiting and learning from each other. And I know sometimes you think, well, we don't want disasters and airlines to ever be associated with each other, right? To Tim's point. But at the same time, there's learnings that each one of us brings to the table that enhances the relationship. It makes both organizations stronger because we have those kinds of conversations and work together.
When we're looking at the world globally, not just driving impact on a corporate level, it's also the individuals in our communities who are making a difference. And one of those incredible individuals is here with us today, and it's Burla. And Burla is doing some wonderful things in Ghana to empower young women in your home country. Talk to us about what exactly you're doing for the young women of Ghana.
Thank you so much, and greetings to everyone. In my country, I speak Ghan, so I say Minganya Fan. That means greetings to you all. But thank you again. And, well, my name is Berla Mundi. I'm a broadcast journalist. I work with Media General in Ghana. It's the #1 broadcast station in the country. And I've done this for 12 years. Now, along the line, I realized that a lot of young women were inspired by what I do. And they'd always come to me and say, Berla, I want to become like you. I want to be a broadcast journalist. And I'd ask them a very simple question. Why do you want to become a broadcast journalist? And most of them just didn't have an answer. Most of them will say that, well, I mean, you look nice on TV. You always have nice hair, nice makeup. You wear some of the coolest clothes. And so I think I could try that. And I'd look at them and tell them, well, that's just 2% of the actual work. There's a lot more that goes into becoming a journalist in the first place. You have to do a lot of research. You have to go to school. You have to sacrifice so much. Are you ready to do that? And they're like, well, if you can just put me in front of the camera, I think that would be fine. So over time, I realized that there was some disconnection. Yes, I was on there, I was inspiring, but how was I inspiring these young women? Was it for them to become a second-rated version of me? Or did I have to find a way to help them to discover their true potential and their talent so they can become the first-rated version of themselves? So I started the Be You by Berla Mundi Foundation. I say thanks to God for that. I woke up one morning and it just dropped in my spirit, and I wrote it down and I started. And what I decided to do was take along with me some professionals who have done really well in various fields of endeavor to, visit the campuses, have conversations, deep conversations with these young girls and boys as well, to let them understand that if you really want to become successful in life, you first of all have to identify what your purpose is on earth and walk in that purpose. So you don't have to be a Berla Mundi at all costs just because you think it's nice and glamorous to be on TV, but you can become the best version of yourself if you have to be a doctor, if you have to be a designer, or whatever it is that you have to be. And I've run this project for 5 years. I've discovered quite a number of young women. In fact, the team I work with all came from my project. I met them on the campuses. I have producers on board. I have just incredible young women who are working with me. And we've discovered quite a number of people. We've had some support from various industries as well. And I must say that so far, so good. I've got so many people who have come to me and say that because of this project, I think I've discovered what I really want to become, and I'm pursuing that relentlessly. And that's what gives me fulfillment.
Wow. I love when people say, oh, your job is so glamorous. I'm like, I don't own any of these clothes. And I was at a courthouse all day yesterday from 5 a.m. to 7 and doing my best to try to be there for my kids. We're all just trying to do the best job we can. It's like the iceberg metaphor. People only see the tip, right? They don't see all the hard work that gets you to that point. Tim, obviously, though, Delta can drive impact, and you can work with wonderful organizations like the Red Cross, but a company is only as good as their team. And you have to have diverse viewpoints. And we're living in a polarizing time. We also need to see more women at the top. We need to see people from all different backgrounds and LGBTQ community as well. Talk to me about what is Delta doing to have a commitment to diversity? And I know that that is at the forefront of also what you're thinking of. Sure, and thank you. I mentioned connecting the world earlier. You cannot connect the world well if you don't reflect the world, if you don't respect the world first. And we're huge fans of what Berla has done in Ghana. And I'll just stay with women. It's not lost on any of you that women represent 50% of the world's population. They represent less than 5% of Delta pilots. And that's true across the industry. And it's even fewer still when you get into diverse populations within women who want to get into aviation. And among the programs, and we have many, many, but I'll highlight one because for a number of years now, we do something called WING. We love acronyms in aviation. If you guys fly, y'all know there's a lot of acronyms in aviation. WING stands for Women Inspiring the Next Generation. And among the things we do is take, most recently, 134 girls between the ages of 11 and 18, most of them African American or from marginalized communities, and we invite them down to the Kennedy Space Center on a flight that is operated 100% by women. And that's not just 2 pilots that are women, that's just not flight attendants, that's the flight dispatchers, the ramp workers, the gate agents. All these girls see is women operating a flight. And this sounds trite, but you can't be it if you don't see it. And I was so struck today by OC's comments earlier that talent is global, but opportunity is not. And so these women and these young girls have this opportunity to interact. And I wish I could show you a picture
of these girls looking up. You're talking 11 to 18-year-old little girls who are looking at an African-American female captain. A plane at Delta Airlines costs on average $250 million. That captain is responsible and in command of every aspect of that flight. And it just gives me chills sitting here thinking about the looks on some of these little girls' faces, because they're looking up at a woman who is in complete command of that entire flight that is operated by everyone else. Still to this day, fewer than 5%, but that is an example of how we're working to bring interest into that whole idea of there's talent, there's potential, there's not opportunity. And we do that across any range of different demographics and areas of geography, because again, we can't best serve the world if we don't first reflect the world and have that empathy and that understanding.
Jennifer, when we think of the Red Cross, we think about disaster relief, and you all are doing so many things that we only see certain things on the news or certain things on social media. But if you could briefly tell us about a recent experience that you were a part of with the American Red Cross, and tell us how you all handled that.
Absolutely. So I'm going to reflect back to a recent one that was in the news, which was the tragic wildfires that occurred in Maui. And for a lot of folks I know, we saw that on the news initially, and as the general population does, we've moved on, right? And we're focused on other things. There's still just under 2,000 people that we're sheltering in Maui at this moment in time. We started out with more than 8,000. That's what we see in disaster nowadays, is the lack of affordable, available, safe housing. When you're in a Red Cross shelter, you are not there because it's your first choice. You are there because it's your only choice. And so we know that folks who continue to stay in our care for these really long, exacerbated periods of time, they need all kinds of additional help. But that's the value that our volunteers bring. They show up every day. They're out there still taking care of folks who can't return home. And what they say is, I see you. I haven't forgotten about you. We value what you're going through, and we will continue to walk along that path with you. And Hawaii is just one very small example of what we're challenged as an organization to deliver in terms of mission across the U.S.
You know, our family, we lost our home in a fire in 2020, and I partnered with the Red Cross afterwards and did something called the Sound the Alarm campaign, so that everybody has battery-operated smoke detectors in their home. But when we talk about big and small change, like I said at the beginning, I can't tell you what an impact I had, and it changed my life, how strangers just showed up to my in-laws' home and just brought a coat or a hug. And you know, change can also just start with the smallest of things. I do want to give you guys each a moment, because we are running out of time. I could talk to them all day. But a rapid fire sentence to this question is that what's the greatest power that consumers have and should lean into to drive change in the world? Berla, we were talking about that earlier.
Yes, we were, and I was just telling you, and this is just a few minutes, but I'll try and summarize it. So for me, as a brand ambassador as well, because that's also one of the jobs that I do, I realized that a lot of the brands that come to me because I appeal to a certain audience and the needs of that particular audience. And so what I want to tell consumers is you have the power of choice. And that's for you to decide. So if a brand does not necessarily speak to your interests, your values, how you intend for them to support society, and in my case, support young people, then you have that choice to skip and move on to the next one. And that's the way these brands would learn to do things the right way. And so as a consumer, always remember that you have that power of choice. And that's what I also do, which is why the brands come to me, because I appeal to younger people. Young people require support. And Africa has the youngest population. In the next couple of years, we're all going to be looking to Africa for human resource, because we have it all. So as a consumer and as an audience, you always have to remember that if this is the direction that young people intend to go, you also have to tailor your brand and your services to suit that if you still want your brand to stay afloat. Thank you.
So I would tell you your philanthropic relationship can be transactional or it can be transformational. I challenge you to explore the second. When you support a nonprofit or even a corporation, you bring value, you bring experience, you bring perspective. That relationship is so much richer when it is a two-way conversation. So really look for that transformational relationship when you're giving, because you will both mutually benefit from that.
I would simply add both of those are great answers. I mean, customers are the people with the money, right? As a service business, we're beholden upon listening, responding to what it is our customers are telling us, and then listening again, did we get it right? And when you as customers express to us your interest in sustainability or your interest in diversity or your interest in youth education, we listen. We really genuinely listen, because it's beholden upon us in order to appeal to the 200 million people we have the privilege of serving in 60 countries around the world, that we in fact act on what we have heard. And I want you to know that when you choose to fly Delta, and thank you to those who do, you are supporting the American Red Cross. You are supporting Berla's efforts, because we do give back into these communities. And it's a bit small, even at $60 million, but it is everything that we can do with our own employees' efforts, with money, with support. But the consumer changes that are going on right now are transforming business. It is the youth of tomorrow that are the frequent business travelers of us today, and that we need to be paying particular attention to.
Well, I'm going to ride this Delta train to the end here because, like I said, I'm a frequent Delta flyer, and I'll admit that one of the reasons, beyond the fact that I can watch the Global Citizen Festival in flight, y'all, is... Whoa, oh, you just wait for this one. Is those little cookies you serve. They're so good. Where can I get them when I'm not on a Delta flight, Tim?
Well, today we have a bit of good news, and I heard some great stories on, these are called Biscoff cookies. They're these little gingerbread things. How many people have flown Delta, and how many people like Biscoffs? Okay, I'm very happy to hear you say that, because taped beneath each of your chairs is a Biscoff cookie. You guys want to look?
Wait, and you get a cookie, and you get a cookie, and you get a cookie.
Berla is trying to look under her chair.
I'm trying.
Oh,
no.
Now, one of you has a particular seat that's got something beyond just a Biscoff cookie. Did anybody find an envelope under their chair? Okay. So will you please stand up? So, in addition to getting a yummy Biscoff cookie, you have just won 2 Delta tickets to the Global Citizen Festival here in New York, as well as 2 VIP passes to the entire festival. So thank you very much.
All right, well, listen, thank you all so much for your time today, and enjoy your snack. Thank you.
At P&G, our success is defined by the and. We make people's everyday lives a little better. While our commitment to better has never changed, the standard we need to deliver on has. For more and more consumers, better for them without better for the planet is no longer better. We share that conviction. Improving lives now and for generations to come means providing irresistible superiority that is sustainable. Our future begins with the and. Growth and good. Better for them and for planet. Our brands and the people we serve. Together in partnership, we can build a better future for all. After all, it's our home. And our window is now.
Welcome to the stage, Paul O'Callaghan, CEO and founder of Blue Tech Research and executive producer of Our Blue World, a water odyssey.
Thank you very much, and please enjoy those cookies while I'm talking. I don't want to hold you back. I'm here to talk about something that's in this bottle. It's something that fascinated Leonardo da Vinci 500 years ago, one of the greatest polymaths the world has ever known. He was absolutely fascinated with the paradox of water. It can be soft, it can be hard, it can be bitter, it can be sweet. It can give life and it can take life. With time and with water, everything changes. And I often wonder, what would a mind like that have made looking at the water crisis that we face today? because they're truly paradoxical in nature. Like, we've got too much water, and we also have too little water. We know it's our most precious resource. Despite that, we willfully squander it. It's purified in nature and polluted by our actions. And although it's essential for life, 1 billion people still lack access to safe water. So the water crisis does really, truly affect us all. It also unites and connects us all. We're all connected through water. We're all hydrosapiens. And our new film, presented by Blue Tech Research and Brave Blue World Studios, Our Blue World Water Odyssey, explores that deep human relationship that we have with water, how by relearning wisdom and knowledge of our ancestors can actually show us new ways to positively have an effect on water. And that gives us agency and power to change, and actually connects us to the climate and gives us the potential to quote Paul Hawken, to hydrate the land, make rain, and cool the planet. So with that, I'd like you to take a look at the film. Thank you.
We're going to go to the upper Mississippi River now, where rising water is leading to evacuations.
Flood warnings up from St. Paul to north of
Greenville not getting much of a break from this rain this week.
This is the levee, a great infrastructure that protects cities, towns, people, and places from high water events that we often have on the Mississippi River Basin. This is the one. This is how high the water got. On April 21st, 1927, 65.4 feet high. The water got up all the way up to this point. And you can only imagine that downtown Greenville was completely inundated with water. Water was everywhere. 1927 flood displaced 600,000 Americans. And so we don't want to repeat that again. This puts it in perspective. You can see how high the river got in 1927 at 65.4 feet. In 2011, it was at 64 feet high. When we have high water events, we're scrambling. Our police, our fire, first responders, we're watching the water go up day by day by day. If the levee wasn't here for downtown, it would cover all of the city of Greenville. Homes, businesses, people, animals, all destroyed.
In years of heavy flooding, not even the levees are enough to keep the water out.
Water can do more damage than you would think. It's a silent thing, and it's just messing up your home and everything that it comes in contact with.
My name is Josephine Parker, and I'm married to Mr. Roosevelt Parker.
Mississippi born.
We have 10 children together. We've been here ever since 1979. And when we got in, we didn't know it was a flooded area.
Every time it get a little rain, then that's when the flood waters come. The water get up to my waist, just right out there in the yard. One year it got up so high, I discovered I had fish out there. I got a net and I caught about 15 gaspagoos. Well, this piece of furniture, I didn't want to throw it away. What I did, I put rollers on so I could roll it around. Get it out of the room or move it to another location in the room by myself when the water comes. We move them around all the time.
No matter where you go, you can't run and you can't hide. Water always wins.
If you say that you want to compete with the mighty Mississippi River, my friend, I would say you will lose. There's no way you can win with that. Since 2005, Our communities have sustained over 230 billion in disaster losses. And with those disaster losses, we're seeing that rivers are staying higher longer and they're staying lower longer.
Eric Simmons and the town of Greenville have joined a radical new scheme that aims to find a way to live in harmony with the massive river. Instead of concrete and levees, an organization of more than 100 mayors representing communities all along the river have joined forces to solve the crisis.
From Memphis to Greenville, we're going to deploy about 66,000 acres of floodplains, marshes, and wetlands. Those infrastructures that can somewhat absorb water when there is a high flood event and release it to equalize the river, to stop water going into homes or going into businesses. Most of my problems here in Greenville, Mississippi occur when something happens in Iowa or Illinois or Missouri and the water comes down. And so it's that understanding that what happens upstream happens downstream and what happens downstream happens upstream. And I would have never talked to a Republican mayor in Iowa or a Republican mayor in Louisiana, but for this group. When disaster strikes, it sees no color, it sees no party line, it sees no religion. You have to work in harmony with nature. If you don't work in harmony with nature, you will die.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed that brief clip. We premiered this film in New York actually on Earth Day last week. So I've been back to where I'm from in Ireland and back to New York again. It's my home from home now. We love sharing the messages of the film with people. It's why we made it. We feel that water is a deeply personal story and something that connects us all. Look, it defines our sense of place. If you're from New York, the Hudson River is fundamentally a part of who you are and where you come from. And the same is true the world over. It runs through all of our major belief systems as a sign of purification, of rebirth, the passage to the next world. And we feel a sense of peace when we're near water. One of the really amazing things, though, is through our relationship and our connection, we can all make a difference through changes in our lives and how we manage it. We journeyed and we looked at stories from the Yamunas in the Andes Mountains, where by relearning pre-Incan systems, we can hydrate the land. In China, in sponge cities, we see examples where you can reimagine urban environments to be beautiful and to absorb water and hold it like a sponge and release it. And that's a really positive message. The images you're seeing are perhaps not what one would think about when you think of an urban landscape, but that's happening right here in New York. They're daylighting rivers, embracing this type of infrastructure, and that's a really empowering message of the changes we can make. And when we do this, it actually cools down the land. It creates local weather systems, it can make rain, and it can hydrate the planet. And that's the really interesting relationship that we discovered during the making of the film. You always hope that you learn something on a journey, and that's one of the things we learned, as well as that what we saw in Peru was independent of what was happening in China, or in New Zealand, or in Southeast Asia, or along the banks of the mighty Mississippi, where mayors are coming together all along that river, from the Great Lakes down to New Orleans, because they know that by working together, they can achieve more. And even at the level of our own homes and our own lives, there are really positive things that we can do to reimagine that. One of the things I'm excited about is an initiative called the 50-liter home, where you'll see images where scientists from companies like Procter & Gamble and others, IKEA, Electrolux, are completely reimagining how we use water. Subtle changes, innovations in technology, in science, in the products that we use can drastically reduce the amount of water we need from 200 liters per person per day to 50. We can still wash our dishes, clean our clothes, have the showers, but we can do it in new ways, and that is a 4-fold reduction in the amount of water we need, or it allows 4 times more water to stay in the Hudson River or any other river in the world. Look, that revolution may not be being televised, but it is happening all over the world, and that's what we're after discovering. So what can you do? How can you make a change? I'll give you 3 things. Number 1, just make subtle changes in your own lifestyle in your own home. Every time you do that, you become a participant. Now you're part of something that connects us all. And that's, as I say, subtle changes in the simplest products that can use less water. The second thing is, look to corporations who are showing leadership with the lighthouse projects, leading the way to become water positive. And that means they allow more water to stay in nature than they take from nature. Recognize those that do, and encourage others to follow suit. The third thing is just to have that drive to encourage your elected officials to make changes, to embrace the type of images you saw there of blue-green infrastructure, or just get rid of lost water, all that water that's wasted, it being a precious resource. So I began by opening with the water crisis affects us all. And I think in closing, the note I would end on is that we all, as citizens, have the ability to make subtle changes to reverse that, regenerate our water systems. Thank you very much for your time.
Please welcome to the stage EVP, Head of Marketing at Aeropostale, Michael DeLellis, and VP Global Marketing at Global Citizen, Prisca Sanchez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so excited to be on the Global Citizen Now stage. At last year's GC Now, we announced a Take Action collaboration with our partner, Authentic Brands Group. This initiative embodies Global Citizen's core principle. Everyone, everywhere, has the power to change the world through everyday actions.
I'm still wearing the sneakers from last year's Take Action campaign. My Reeboks are on.
And today we're showing you guys a new way to take action. So through this collection, we hope to reach people, particularly the next generation, exactly where they are.
That's right. This collection brings together fashion, activism, and technology, including QR codes on each piece that people can scan.
The 13-piece collection features a QR code on the tags that consumers can scan. It drives them to the Global Citizen app, and there, they can deepen their understanding of pivotal issues and master their art of action-taking, like pledging to use their voice for change or writing a message to world leaders on why they should listen to the voice of young people. Completing these 2 actions gets them rewards like the chance to win an Aeropostale gift card. So, are you ready to take a look at the entire collection?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's bring out the models. Okay, we have some really fun looks making their way down. I love the Get Out and Take Action top, which I'm actually wearing right now. Michael, Gen Z is a growing group of customers who seek out brands with a purpose. They prioritize ethics when it comes to fashion choices. So my question to you is, how do you think we can use fashion as a vehicle to drive change?
It's really important for brands nowadays to give youth and Gen Z a platform for self-expression, and it's really what we were radically focused on at Aeropostale.
So I am a parent. A lot of people in the room and watching online are as well. What do you say to people who want the kids in their life to be more socially conscious?
I also am a parent. I have a 13-year-old daughter who challenges me each and every day about being a better parent and being good for the environment. And it's really important to let these children have a choice to make the world a better place.
Absolutely. Well, these outfits are incredible, and most importantly, they are a powerful tool for the next generation of change makers. Before you leave today, check out the entire collection on the 5th floor. And to everyone out there, take action by scanning this QR code. It all makes a difference. Thank you, Michael. Thank you to our Aeropostale models, and enjoy lunch.
Thanks.
It's time for lunch. Feel free to grab some refreshments courtesy of Shake Shack and make a new friend. Global Citizen Now will resume at 2:10 p.m.
Did you know that by the age of 12, most kids have already spent an entire year of their lives online, in a flood of social media, advertising, and fake news? And their only defense is to turn off the screens. But that's like building a fence around a swimming pool. Shouldn't we teach them how to swim? Media Stamped is a new series that helps kids dive into the latest research on pressing questions, like, is social media making us feel bad? Could photo filters change who we respect? How can we tell if the news is biased? And why are we so addicted to our phones? In just 10 years, today's kids will be voting on important issues. It's time to activate their critical thinking skills, so instead of getting influenced, they're getting empowered. I'm Nicole Stamp, and here comes a high-impact opportunity for social change. Media Stamped.
some noise for my sis Maggie. We all fighting there with you, sis. Trust me on that. They're gonna hear our voice. See, they told me I was dirty, told me I was worthless, told me football or crime could be my only purpose. I wasn't encouraged, I was treated like a burden, but my mother's wisdom kept the fire inside burning. And when I look back now, it was all worth it. Cause when you can break the cycle, life becomes perfect. Does this look familiar? Is this story known? All the pain held in a place we called home. I had to make a way out of a path I wasn't shown, just to leave a mark that I can't call my own. Cause this is bigger than me, and when it's all said and done, the whole world will remember we are warriors. See it to be it, I put that on my chest. Dreaming and reach it, I excel at every test. Stacking achievements, put a price on my head, but I went to hell to put my demons to rest. Yeah, I need to carry next to Jean-Michel. Yeah, I need my family out them prison cells. Yeah, my culture not the one to sell. Always heads still sitting on an empty shelf. Yeah, no more running from the sirens. Judge me by my peers, call me Gordon Siren. Death of the poor black, moment of silence. I can never fall, I'm on the shoulders of giants. When
justice out on the sacred ground. Ancient empires now ruled by a crown. We conquer these heights when they pushed us down. Fear me now,
warrior.
When the dust clears out on the sacred ground. Ancient empires now ruled by a crown. We conquer these heights when they pushed us down. Fear me now, warrior.
All right, you woofers out there?
Everything's gonna be alright. Cause everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Cause everything's gonna be alright.
Hello. How we feeling tonight? We feeling good? Oh yeah. I'm with my brothers on stage. Okay, yeah, I've seen better days. Just trying to extend a resume. Now that the money you make, more like the price you pay. Second guessing everything like 50 times a day. Every destination always 50 miles away. One step forward and two steps back. Dancing with the devil, why you think my 2 steps back? Oblivion and back, I was done with living in fact. Death around the corner, I ain't really ready for that. So to the ones who were there for me, really care for me, listen carefully. I still live and I still got a lot to give. Until you love, I thought I lost my wings. And you got me flying. And the world is us below. And that's rising to a place I've never known. Hiding, shining, a light inside, yeah, taking me higher. And I'm flying, flying now.
Your smile is the only light I need, and I'll be needing you more than you be needing me. Spending the time by your side is the only time I feel free. I see the future in your eyes, it really warms my heart. And if you're ever feeling down, there's no one still the stars. So I can light your path and pull you out the dark. Swear to God, you're the women if my wings racing. Black Queens got me feeling like a king. Watching UFC with Lola or drawing with Liv. I gotta thank your mother for this beautiful gift. Yeah, I felt heaven when you came into our world. My greatest achievement in life, that's my little girl.
And the world is lost below, and I keep rising to a place I've never known. Hiding, shining, a light inside me, taking me higher. And I'm flying, flying now. 'Cause everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Alright. Alright, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Alright, alright, and everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Alright, alright, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Alright, alright, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Alright, alright.
Thank you.
Just like the sea, I don't know where to go. Through dirt and shadows I grow. I'm reaching light through the darkness. And just like the sea, I'm chasing the wonder. I unravel myself all in slow motion.
come so far. Old enough to know who you are. Wise enough to carry the scars without any blame. There's no one to blame. It's easy to forget what you learned. Waiting for the thrill to return. Feeling your desire burn when you're drawn to the flame. And you'll say when worlds collide. Whenever I'm by your side. Just from a distant sun will shower over everyone. Just from a distant sun will shower over everyone. I'm lying on a table, washed out in the flood, like a Christian fearing vengeance from above. I don't pretend to know what you want, but I am the blood. Whenever I'm by your side, just from a distant sun will shower over everyone. Yeah. Where your man goes, anywhere he wants. Where your man goes, everywhere he wants. Thank you very much. Feels pretty good to be playing music on a stage again. It's been a while. Special occasion. How you going, Liam?
Fantastic, thank you very much. This is the place of my birth and I can feel it in my loins.
Yeah. And they're well exposed tonight.
That's probably why I can feel it. It's a bit of a breeze outside.
Yeah. Actually, Elroy also, it's your place of birth?
Yeah, I can't feel it currently in my loins, but it is.
Yeah.
But
Royal
it means
Women's
a lot,
Hospital.
Peter.
Was it Royal Women's? Yeah.
Carlton.
Nick, you were born nearby.
Benalla, Neil. It's not really nearby.
Victoria.
Yeah, Victoria, but Benalla.
Well, it's in the grand state of Victoria. We won't quibble about the details. Headmaster's son. It's quite a burden being the headmaster's son.
He wasn't a headmaster when we were in Benalla.
Oh.
His first headmastorial position was in Corryong.
Oh. Anybody here from Corryong? One solitary person in the... Although I suspect they would have cheered no matter where you'd said you were from.
Bless you.
All right. I'm moving in them all moving inside you go. I'll be waiting when you call. And whenever I fall at your feet, you let your tears rain down on me. Whenever I touch your slow tiny pain, finger of blame has turned upon itself, and I'm more than willing to offer myself. Do you want my presence or need my help? Who knows where that might lead? I whenever I fall at your feet, you let your tears let it rain down on me. Whenever I fall, whenever I fall. I've got a feeling I wrote this next song just down the road in St Kilda when we were house sitting. May have debuted it at the Palais Theatre actually as well, but so it's a comeback of sorts. All right. And when you come across the sea, me like a beacon guiding you to safety. The sooner the better now. And when you come, the hills will breathe like a baby, pulled up even from the bottom of the ocean. The sooner the better now. And when you come to cover me with your kisses, fresh like a daisy, chained up in a lion's den, the sooner the better now. I'll know you by the thunderclap pouring like a rain of blood to my emotions. And that is why I stumble to my knees and underneath the heavens with the stars burning and exploding. Will I know why I could never lay you down when you come? When you come like an iceberg, float in darkness, smashing my hull, send me to the bottom of the sea. I should know you better now. And when you come, your majesty, to entrap me, Prince of Light receded. The sooner the better now. And when you come to cover me with your kisses, hard like armor, the sooner the better now. I'll know stumble to my knees. And way underneath the heavens, with the stars burning and exploding, well, I know I could never lay you down when you come. She came out of the water into my horizon like a cumulonimbus coming in from a distance. She was burning and exploding, burning and exploding like a slow volcano. When you come, cover the ground, cover the ground with ashes, with ashes. Baby, when you come, when you Man, they do it good at Royal Women's Hospital. Actually, Sharon, I should really give some credit to Sharon right there. Nothing to do with the hospital.
I came out like Superman, apparently.
Yeah, he did. And it was on grand final day, and our specialist baby deliverer said, whatever you do, don't go into labor on grand final day. Sure enough, turned up at 5, drunk, and said, you'll be hours yet, Sharon. 2 hours later. Yeah.
Who was playing that particular grand final, Neil?
Hawthorn versus Essendon, I think. Two of the great matchups of the
Hawks and the Bombers.
Yeah. This is always going to be a terrible introduction to the next song, the things that we talk about. So
Going deep.
No exception tonight. About the weather. Promise of love is hard to ignore. You said the chance wasn't getting any better. The labor of love is ours to enjoy. The highest branch on the apple tree was my favorite place to be. I could hear them breaking free, but they could not see me. I will run for shelter, endless summer, live the curse. It feels like nothing matters in our private universe. I have all I want, is that simple enough? There's a whole lot more I'm thinking of. Every night about 6 o'clock, the birds come back to the palms to talk. They talk to me, birds talk to me. If I go down on my knees, I will run for shelter, endless summer, live the curse. Feels like nothing matters in our private universe. Feels like nothing matters in our private universe. And it's a pleasure I have known. Oh, and it's a treasure I have gained. Oh, and it's a pleasure that I have known. Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty inspired knowing that there's a lot of young people in the house that are involved and advocating and working and inspiring people to do amazing things. And so it's an honor to be in your presence and to play for you. And I hope as you go back to where you came from, every good piece of goodwill will flower and good things will emerge, because we believe in you. Yeah, go forth.
There's a battle ahead. Many battles are lost, but you'll never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come. Feel the war between us. We know that they won't win. Now I'm towing my car. There's a hole in the roof. My possessions are causing me suspicion. There's no proof. In the paper today, tales of war and of waste, but you turn right over to the TV page. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come. Feel the war between us. We know that they won't win. Now I'm walking again to the beat of a drum, and I'm counting the steps to the door of your heart. Only shadows ahead, barely clearing the roof. Get to know the feeling of liberation and release. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come. Build a wall between us. We know that they won't win. me? Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, lay on, the war between us, no they won't win. You better believe it. Yeah. I can feel it. Thank you. Love can make you weak, can make you run for cover. Roots that spread so deep, bring life to frozen ground. Something so strong could carry us away. Something so strong could carry us today. Turning in my sleep, love can leave you cold. Taste of jealousy is like a lust for gold. Something so strong could carry us away. Something so strong could carry us today. I've been framing. I see what this thing is happening to us all. Something so strong could carry us away. Something so strong could carry us today. Something so strong. Something so strong. Yeah. Something so strong. 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 Something so Something so strong.
Thank you very much. Nice to hear you singing. God, it's so good. And I used to pick up those kind of requests a little bit easier before I lost all my top end. I've got a shelf from 4K to 8K that just goes.
He's still got really good bottom end.
Yeah, pretty good bottom end. No loss whatsoever in the bottom end, yeah.
That's all I hear.
Makes it harder to answer your question, your heckling. I do welcome your heckling, however. I understand. Woo! That's easy. Play something we all know. I like it. I like your style. I love it. Well, I don't know any Taylor Swift songs, I'm sorry. I'm not... I will. I'll learn some next time, I promise. It's coming. It's coming. Anyway, we're going to sing a song now that's a Melbourne song. Much as Auckland would like to disagree. And as we smelt the breeze coming off Port Phillip Bay tonight, and the briny smell of the water, and the clouds coming in, and the chop on the water, we're reminded of the cool change that comes in every now and again, and those clouds that hang over the domain. Four seasons in one day, lying in the depths of your imagination, worlds above and worlds below. Sun shines on the black clouds hanging over the domain. Even when you're feeling warm, the temperature could drop away. Like four seasons in one day. Smiling as the shit comes down, you can tell a man from what he has to say. Everything gets turned around, and I will risk my neck again. You can take me where you will, up the creek and through the mill, like all the things you can't explain. Four seasons in one day. Blood dries up like rain, fills my cup like four seasons in one day. Predictions, sleeping on an unmade bed, finding out wherever there is comfort, there is pain. Only one step away, like four seasons in one day. Blood dries up like rain. Fills my cup like four seasons in one day.
Esteemed guests and concerned citizens of our planet, today we stand at a precipice, on the brink of a health crisis unlike anything we've faced before.
The climate change crisis is not merely a distant threat, melting ices, prolonged drought, and rising tides. It's a palpable reality: extreme heat, rising temperature, deteriorating mental health and the well-being.
In the face of rising temperatures, it is crucial that we recognize extreme heat is not merely uncomfortable, it is lethal, and not only for the most vulnerable. Even young, healthy people are falling ill from working in lethal humidity at temperatures that are no more than 90 degrees.
The climate change crisis is a daily present reality, felt most accurately by those who have contributed the least to its cause. From the heat causing kidney failure in agriculture workers and outdoor laborers to crop flaring and flooded streets of vulnerable community, the impacts are clear and devastating. We are living it today.
But there is hope. We need bold, decisive action from world leaders, from policymakers, from each and every one of you. Together, we can forge a new path forward for our health and for our planet.
Through a global solidarity and cross-sector collaboration, we can ensure that clean air, clean water, sustainable food, electricity, and economic empowerment will all be at the center of critical decision-making for the climate crisis. We demand a change.
Healthcare workers like myself are working every day on the front lines to address the health impacts stemming from our new climate realities. My fellow climate doctor, Bar Chakuri, and these medical students from around the world are wearing the same coats we put on every day, except with one exception. They are painted to illustrate the extreme effects of climate change, reminding us of the urgency to confront the climate health impacts affecting our practice. And that is why I am excited to announce a new partnership between Global Citizen and the Climate and Health Foundation. Together, we are joining forces to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius with a spotlight on the health impacts of the climate emergency. We will mobilize global citizens from every corner of the globe to demand urgent action. We aim to hold leaders accountable, push for ambitious policies, and empower communities to build resilience and protect lives.
Isn't that exciting? The time to act is now. The climate crisis is weighing heavy on the shoulder of us children and young people, burdening us with anxiety and fear for our future. How can we dream of a tomorrow if it's being destroyed today?
Please extend a warm welcome to fossil fuels and climate reporter for Guardian US, Darna Noor, Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis, Campaign Director of the Pacific Islands Students Fighting Climate Change and 2024 prize recipient Vishal Prasad, TV personality, chef, writer, and teacher Andrew Zimmern.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us today. I'm here because we find ourselves at a crucial juncture. You know, despite contributing less than 1% of greenhouse gas emissions to the Earth, small island states really bear a developing states really bear the brunt of the crisis. With temperatures and sea levels on the rise, along with dwindling fresh water, fiercer storms, floods, and droughts, it's really a race against time where every moment counts. So Prime Minister Davis, I'd love to begin with you today. You've made really strong calls for action and accountability on the climate crisis, especially for places like your Bahamas and other island nations. How has the impact of disasters, for instance, Hurricane Dorian, which we saw here, influenced the way that you see things on the global stage? How have these crises influenced the way that you see things on the global stage? And how has that affected your efforts to find the solutions to the climate crisis?
You call the Hurricane Dorian, that was one of the most devastating hurricanes in recent times. And when I think about Hurricane Dorian, I'm reminded of the fact that that was yesterday. Right? But my yesterday is your today, and it's soon fast becoming all of our tomorrow. And that is where the efforts have to be to ensure that it does not become our tomorrow. I mean, Dorian has influenced me tremendously because what it highlighted, as you indicated earlier, that countries like mine that has not contributed to the CO2 emissions. In fact, statistics shows that we contribute less than 0.01% to we are the most vulnerable and we're impacted most. We bear the brunt of it all. When we, following Dorian, what we saw, the aftermath of Dorian, we saw the most vulnerable in our society, the elderly, the women, the young people, those who are mentally challenged, the disabled, who are most affected by the impact and the consequences. But they're still recovering from the trauma of that event. When it rains, many of them still squirm in horror. So something has to be done. It also reminds me that small island developing states like ours, we're in a cycle of disaster and death. We are not talking about the fact that another hurricane may come, one that may be more devastating than Dorian. The only question is when it'll come. And if we don't do something soon, we all will become climate refugees somewhere, or we'll all be doomed to what I call a watery grave because of rising sea levels. That has influenced me to continue my advocacy, to call upon those nations who are the culprits to match their actions, match their action with the words and their commitments. They talk a good talk, commitments are made, and in fact I've told the world that I'm commitment and pledged fatigued. Because I tell you, in 2015, there was a $100 billion pledge. Where are we with that? Last COP, the loss and damage fund was created. They're just now meeting as we sit here in Dubai, attempting to find how to operationalize that. And while all those things are happening, we have, for example, I've asked the question to the United States, let your action match what you're saying. So what signal do you send to me, a small island developing state, when last year you're going to, I think it was last August, October, you're going to authorize the construction of a new oil refinery that's going to produce 369,000 barrels of oil a day? What message is that to me? What message I told the United Kingdom, the UK? What message are they telling me when they authorize the development of their largest oil find in the Midlands? Is that matching what they're saying, what they're committing to? And so those, what I call inherent contradictions, is what is troubling small island developing states like ours. And that is what's influencing my continued advocacy for not just climate justice. I'm trying to ensure we have to change the narrative somewhat to let them know that it is in their own interest, their own enlightened self-interest, to do something about it. Because next, instead of having millions of refugees coming to their shores, those millions are going to turn into tens of millions, then hundreds of millions.
Absolutely. Thank you for all of your work on the global stage. Vishal, I want to congratulate you on your Global Citizen Award. And I think as we heard from the Prime Minister, it's clear that island nations are once so affected by the climate crisis, but also that so many in island nations are really at the forefront of pushing for immediate action and pushing for solutions. So I'd love to ask you a little bit about how your homeland of Fiji is experiencing the climate emergency, and what factors have led to island nations becoming such sort of central voices in the fight for climate justice.
I think the situation back home in Fiji and around the Pacific is existential, and that's how we define the problem of climate change back home in the region. We're seeing whole nations under threat of being lost if climate change is not addressed, and we have people and communities that have been faced or thinking about how do we face the reality of losing our homes and our homelands. We have cyclones that used to be one in a decade scenarios or instances now becoming far more frequent. We had just in Fiji tropical cyclone Winston, which was a Category 5 storm, which in a matter of hours wiped away almost 60% of our GDP, and that's the reality in many countries. And the sad situation is that we have to keep facing with these realities. As the Prime Minister said, we're in a cyclone cycle. And you have had people now, and the toll that these natural disasters take on people is also severe. You have mothers who have been forced to live in tents for years because their homes have been blown away and they can't go back, and they've had to give birth in tents, and they've had to raise children who have been living in tents for years. We've had villages that have been forced to relocate. So right now in Fiji, we've got more than 40 villages that have been identified as needing relocation because they're too close to the coast, and the seawater is now coming in so close that it's basically uninhabitable for them to live there. And so the reality is that many of these villages have to leave, and the situation in the Pacific is that there is such a deep connection between the people and the land that when leaving the islands, when leaving the land that you were born in, it becomes such a painful journey, because you have to leave your ancestral burial grounds, you have to leave your connection to the concept of what we call the vanua, and we have to move to a completely new place. And I think all of these situations looked together as the severity of the impacts of climate change become more and more real, has pushed the Pacific to look for these new and innovative solutions into how we can address the climate crisis. But I think one other thing that has helped us and has pushed us to move into a space of climate leadership is the resilient spirit of the Pacific. My colleagues back home in the Pacific Climate Warriors have this line that they use, and it says, "We're not drowning, we are fighting." And that's the echo, that's the sentiment, the spirit that we're working with. And so I think all of this has led to why the Pacific has been at the forefront of climate leadership, along with many other small island developing states.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all your work. And Andrew, you are coming at this from a bit of a different perspective. You created and produced a new docuseries called Hope in the Water, wherein you travel to island nations and coastal towns to meet with farmers and fishermen and innovators who are directly impacted by the climate crisis. Could you tell me why it's important for you to tell those stories, and how those stories could help to shape broader discussions about climate policy?
Well, I think it's of vital importance to tell these stories because in many cases, our governments around the world, our investment strategies are failing us. We need to be treating this planet like the long-term asset that it should be, as opposed to a short-term way to make money. So by illuminating different places around the world that are creating their own mechanisms for survival, I'm hoping that we can both draw attention to the problem, but at the same time, inspire people to make the right kind of change. You know, both of my colleagues on the panel were talking about different aspects of climate refugee situation, and I would just like to remind people, you don't have to go to the Bahamas or to Fiji to find a climate refugee. I found them in Apalachicola, Florida, where the entire oyster industry is essentially wiped out because there's too much fresh water because of the movement of rain, there's less rainwater, it's moved north. And so the water is more saline there. Oyster drillers came in, wiped out the largest oyster bed in North America in a matter of years. So people have left that area for jobs. There's no more tourism there. It's a very, very sad story. On the positive side, you know, we went down to Puerto Rico, just, you know, a few miles from where the Prime Minister's island nation is, and we were able to show how fishermen themselves, because they only fish for conch, red snapper, and spiny lobsters, but if they had changed the equipment on their boats, were able to get out 15 miles further in the ocean and gather a whole diverse range of species that are as reliable, but by using that diversity and incorporating it into their cooking, are able to keep people on the island, also ravaged by a hurricane, and we know is going to get ravaged by more, to create a more resilient food system. So I think that inspiring storytelling is something that can lead to positive change and educate more people. Look, I mean, you can turn on the news, right? That's one way of listening to a story. But I think when you have a docu-series telling it from the standpoint, by the way, we only have fishermen and problem solvers all across the world telling their stories themselves, and you hear it in their own words, I think it's very, very impactful.
Absolutely. Thank you for telling these stories. Vishal, I just want to quickly ask you a bit about your work campaigning for an advisory opinion on climate change from the International Court of Justice. Could you tell us how that initiative sort of came about and what the advisory opinion could achieve?
The idea for an International Court of Justice advisory opinion began in a classroom at the University of the South Pacific in 2019 by a group of 27 law students who asked the question about how can international law be used as a vehicle to address the climate crisis. And one of the most ambitious ideas that came about was to seek the ICJ's opinion on this matter, and then we've worked on a campaign to get the UN General Assembly to adopt a resolution on this, and only then the ICJ can consider the matter. And so this resolution was adopted last March historically by consensus, and the ICJ has since accepted the request, and we're now in the proceedings phase of the advisory opinion where countries are making submissions. And so it's well on its way. But what it can do, I think it's going to be a great tool that will get us closer to realizing climate justice. The questions that the ICJ has been posed are twofold, and these help address the problem of climate crisis. The first is about understanding country obligations. What should countries do at minimum? So far, the guiding document of conduct of states and what they need to do has been under the Paris Agreement. But this request to the ICJ is broadening that base to look at state obligations, not just under the Paris Agreement, but under all of international law. So that brings in human rights law, that brings in principles of environmental law, etc. And so by looking at international law more holistically, we're able to look at putting state obligations, or look at state obligations from a broader base, so that we're pushing in more accountability, we're pushing in more transparency and equity in addressing the climate crisis, which we are missing for so long. And so that's the first part on how the ICJ can help. And the second question that's been put to the court addresses the legal consequences. What happens when countries do not meet these obligations, which is so important to realizing climate justice, and especially for small island developing countries, because when there is a conduct that breaches international law, there has to be remedies. You have to face the consequences. And so this is an attempt to ensure that countries are held accountable for what they do. And this will have repercussions in pushing ambition across the board in areas like the just transition, the fossil fuel phase out, and loss and damage, etc. And so it could be a game changer and a transformational step forward in our collective climate fight.
Absolutely. And Prime Minister Davis, I'll just wrap up with you. Speaking of fossil fuel phase out, it's something that you've been a sort of leading champion of. You've made it very clear that we can only take on the climate crisis by phasing out fossil fuels. Could you tell us a bit about how we can get there, how we can end our dependence on fossil fuels?
Well, I think the efforts, the advisory opinion that's about to be delivered shortly, I think I got notice that it may come down at the end of this month. We are part of that exercise. We've joined that and have put in a brief in respect to that. If emitting countries recognize that they have a responsibility and that they could be held liable and accountable in the sense of it touching their economic interests, I think they will start taking note. In addition to that, I just call on all of us as global citizens to do our part in protecting the environment and transitioning to EVs and smart use of electricity to curb our own emissions. We too could do our little part. I was just sharing a conversation today about during the pandemic, for example, when there's less flying, less use of vehicles, how the water seemed to be cleared, how the air seemed to be better. Perhaps we need to use less, we need to conduct ourselves in a way, personally, and make our own personal contribution to that fact by using things that do not emit CO2.
Thank you all so much for your work, and thank all of you. And to our global citizens who are eager to take action without your global citizen, or whip out your global citizen app and sign the petition calling on world leaders to sign a fossil fuel and non-proliferation treaty. Thank you all so much.
Coming up, Michelle Yeoh, Anita, and Ryan Oakes, the magician. Please welcome from NBC's Today Show, Nightly News with Lester Holt, and NBCNews.com, Chloe Melas, and head of TED and author of Infectious Generosity, Chris Anderson.
Hi, everyone. How are y'all doing? Good? Well, this is a pinch me moment because who doesn't love a TED Talk, okay? Chris, your book, Infectious Generosity, is out now, and the premise of it is beautiful. But I need you to break this down for us because it sounds simple, and I want to do it, but I don't know how. And so I need you to explain to all of us how being selfless and generous can elevate the consciousness of others and make your life better and that of others better. It's so simple, but it seems really difficult.
Indeed. It's an amazing thing about humans that we are wired to be generous. Like, in certain circumstances, any human will respond to someone else's need by just viscerally wanting to help them. So that's amazing fact number one. Amazing fact number two is that we are wired to respond to people's generosity. If someone's kind to you, you just feel like you want to respond and do it. We're social beings, and we respond to others' behavior of whatever kind. If you put those two things together, and the fact that we're in a connected world like never before, it is possible to imagine these ripple effects of generosity spreading, because it's actually easier to give away amazing things today than it's ever been. Some of the best things can actually be shared online and shared with millions of people, and people respond to that. So why the heck is it that the world is so mean? This should be a glorious moment in human history. So many things are getting better, and yet most of the time we're out there thinking, the world is scary and mean, and we are getting divided into tribes, and I think it's really dangerous, and it's stopping us getting, it really imperils our ability to respond to the biggest problems we face. This book is an attempt to say, could we do something about that? Can we change the way that the connected world works so that generosity and kindness and goodness has a chance to outspread the nastiness?
So how do we do that? I know you have some examples of things.
Right. So often the problem is that goodness, earnest goodness, is boring. Evil is compelling. This is a human bug. And so one of the ways to fight that, I think there's three key things really. And one of the most important is just creativity. When we tell stories of something good or do something good, do it in a creative way. So there are these, so let's say you want to clean up litter in the streets. You could just go out and do that and organize friends and shoot something for social media. Or you could do it like this group in Japan did, with creativity and panache. Be samurai, why not? How cool is this? So by picking up litter this way, they inspired thousands of other groups to do the same.
So there's
Creativity.
a virality to it.
There is a virality from doing it. And so that's one piece. And two other pieces are just to unlock emotion. Anything emotional will spark virality, and to act with courage. And when you put those three things together, really amazing things can happen. So there's this woman, Amy Wolf, who was worried about suicide statistics in her town, and she decided to do something crazy. She went and printed up these yard signs that had kind of inspiring messages on them, and said, I know, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get in my car and knock on doors and ask my neighbors to put these up. What will happen? It turned out what happened is they all said yes. They were delighted. They put this up. This thing went wild on social media, a brave act, a creative act, and it evoked emotion. And these things are now in all 50 states and in 26 countries. It just started with this single thing, and it's changed lives. So Amy will tell you stories of, the man who was on his way to a bridge to kill himself, and he saw this sign saying, "Don't give up." And it struck him to the core. He turned his car around, went home, cried with his family, and rebuilt his life.
Where does this come from in you? I've spent some time with him for 30 minutes, and I feel he's an enlightened being. He would never admit that. But are we inherently generous? Is this something that we teach our children? Is this something that you're born with? How do I teach this to my two little boys, 4 and 6?
It is something that we are all born with, except for a few psychopaths. But basically, 99% of humans are born with generosity in there. But it needs unlocking. We're very complicated people. We lead busy lives. We have loss aversion. It's hard to give things up. The piece that we forget is that the act of being generous creates happiness and meaning. And it actually is of as much benefit to us as to the people we are giving to. And if we could spread that meme a little more, all boats rise. It is, generosity is fun. This is actually the fundamental point, that if you go away with one thing, go away with this. Generosity is asymmetric. It is, the cost to the giver is always less than the benefit to the receiver. It's easy for a rich person to give $100 away. That's a meal. For the poor person, that could be absolutely transformative for their week. Kindness. You can give someone a contact. It takes you a 10-minute email. For them, it changes their life, potentially. So if we knew this and also knew that that act brings us happiness, there is no reason why in this connected world, we couldn't be teaching each other the beauty and the power of being generous, and all boats would rise. We would combat the nastiness that's out there. But we need to nurture each other. We need to use every life hack we can think of, because this is our reflective higher selves battling our lizard brains. That's what's going on.
So you're not just talking about the tangible. You're also just talking about being generous with your time, your heart. Tell me more things that we should be doing. I mean, what is something that everybody could do today? Is it reposting something positive on social media? I mean, we talked about how social media can be such a negative driving force in all of our lives.
100%. So we need to marshal generosity online. And one of the biggest acts, one of the most courageous acts you can do in today's culture is to be a bridge builder, to refuse to participate in the sort of shame game where we're turning each other into ogres and monsters, and instead say, no, look, listen to you. I'm curious about you. I don't agree with you. Explain to me why you are saying this. or look for the people who are doing that and support them and like them and amplify them and repost them. There's amazing conversations going on out there that if we can attract the attention of the algorithms to those conversations, we can slowly turn the tide.
So you've talked about that infectious generosity, you can look at it in a strategic way. So if I were to strategize my life to be more generous, what are some of those things? How do you kind of play the generosity game here, strategize it?
Well, one smart thing to do is to team up. So hospitality is a beautiful form of generosity. Invite a group of friends to dinner and have a nice time. Sure, that's good, build friendship, but have a single conversation at that dinner that just says, hey, what do we each care about in our community? Is there anyone out there who could use our help? And have a conversation and see if there's any way you could team up to do something, because it is much, much easier and also more enjoyable as a team sport.
So we've talked about the internet and social media a little bit, but let's talk about the news media, right? We were speaking about how it's so much easier to report on the negative or to consume negativity. What is your answer to there being more positive news out there that we're consuming? Because explain that if we're consuming negativity all day, we have a mindset, right? Can you talk about that?
So this is a terrible problem in the modern world. There are two reasons why the news we read is bad. One is the human cognitive bias to threats, which is there for a perfectly good evolutionary reason, but it means you can win the media game by telling stories of threats. People will be drawn to that. Two, good things happen slowly, bad things happen quickly. This is a feature of the universe. It's a complicated place. To build something good takes time. And, so you can take years to build a beautiful building and a second to blow it up. If your news is looking for the most dramatic thing that has happened in the last few hours, it is almost always going to be a dramatic bad thing. And so we tell ourselves these stories, and we are storytelling creatures, and we are deluding ourselves into thinking that we are monstrous people living in a dark and dangerous time. When you pull the camera back and look at the actual data, you look at the good that organizations like Global Citizen and others are achieving, lifespans are getting longer. Poverty is falling. We are winning the battle on so many of the biggest challenges. And the stories we are telling are aggregating to a false picture. So we just need to be smarter about our news diet. We need to say, wait a sec, tell me the data. You know, we need to bring our reason and our thought to bear and not just be influenced by the impressions we get online.
You know, as we close, we're at 000, and I wish I could keep going. Life is hard and life is beautiful. And we all have our own journeys that we're going through. But if every single one of us could take something away from you, who has built such beauty in this world and really connected us all and inspired us, what is one thing that you hope we all think about today?
Just try something. Everyone can give in a different way. Be generous any way you can, and don't be surprised if a little whisper comes to you. Wow, that felt really special. I like that version of who I am. I'm feeling happy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe.
Please welcome back magician and mentalist, Ryan Oakes.
Hello there, everybody. My name is Ryan Oakes. I'm a magician and mentalist. My sister, Lauren Oakes, is a climate scientist and a writer. Her second book on climate change comes out this fall, titled Tree Keepers. Shameless plug. It's available on Hachette. Pre-order is available now. But as you can imagine, my sister and I, our work rarely intersects. But that changes today, because I have written the word climate on this board here, and that will be relevant in a moment. I'm going to talk a bit to you about some numbers relating to climate and climate change. Now, you've heard a lot of facts and figures today. I'm going to give you a few more. I was digging around on the Global Citizen website. I urge you all to do that as well this evening. And I pulled up some numbers I want to share with you all. But I'm also going to ask some of you for some numbers. We're going to ask some people right here in the front row to help us out with this. Let's see. Hello there. Hi. Could you just stand up right in your seat? And could you stand as well? You thought she was the only one I was going to ask, right? You're like, you're it too. Let's ask you as well, if you would. And hi there. Could you stand up as well? And then you two as well. Please give these 6 people a big round of applause. Now, you had no idea you'd have to help me right now. I appreciate your help. I'm only going to ask you for one simple number. Now, I'm not going to make you regurgitate anything you've learned today. There will be no tests today. But I am going to ask you for a random number. I'd like you to think of a date in your life that's important. Maybe it's a birthday, a loved one's birthday, an anniversary, something important to you, anything at all. A month, a day, and a year. Now, I don't need that month, and I don't need that year. What I do need is that day, a number between 1 and 31. So please, think of a number now. You can change your mind a couple times if you'd like. Settle on one that's important to you. And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask all of you to be involved as well. I'd like you to take out your phones. Reach into your pocket, reach into your bag, take out your phone, hold it in the air, and wave it like you just don't care. No, this is not a concert. This is a conference. I'm going to ask you with me right now to open up to what hopefully we can all agree is the most exciting app on our cell phones, and that is the calculator app. I'm going to do it as well. Everyone open up that calculator, and first and foremost, make sure there's nothing in there. Just hit that clear button. Make sure there's no residual math hanging out in there. Because I'm going to ask you all right now to participate in this experiment. I'm going to go around here and ask each of you to give me the number that you're now thinking of. And again, you can change your mind. If someone should say a number that you're thinking of, you can change your mind again. Let's go with you. Hi, how you doing? Good. What is the number you're thinking?
What number?
Please.
5.
5. Great. Now, everyone with me, do this along with me. You've already hit clear. And now you're going to hit 5 times. Now, I told you I was going to also give you some numbers. So let me give you a number right now. That number is 2. Simple number. No, don't put it in yet. We're only going to be using their numbers. Their numbers are random. These numbers are facts and hard numbers. Like I said, from the Global Citizen website. 2 is the number. Doubled, actually. 2 means doubled. That is the level of sea rise change. It has doubled in the last decade. Pretty wild. Let's get another random number. Everyone right now, get ready to put another number. What is your number?
9.
9. Are you saying no in German or number 9? 9 it is. 9. Good. If you would, please, with me now, tap 9, and then times again. Let me give you another number, folks. 4, as in 4 degrees. That is, based on current projections, the amount the temperature could rise here on Earth 4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Eesh. Let's go to another number. If you would, please. What is the number you're thinking of?
31.
31. Good. All the way at the top there. So you've already hit times. Hit 3, 1. Hit times again. You should have 1,395. Hopefully you're all still with me. Here's another number for you. 2/3. That sounds like a very small, easy number. 2/3. Well, that's a very scary number. 2/3 of the changing precipitation patterns around the world could leave 2/3 of the global population with not enough water by 2030. Hello, sir. Let's get a number from you. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, behind you. Hi.
12.
12? Yeah. Good. You've all already hit 12. Hit 1, 2, hit times again. I have now 16,740. How about another number for you all? 15. Yes, as in 15 times. 15x. Due to climate changes, highly vulnerable regions now experience 15 times higher mortality rates from disasters. Sir, over to you.
11.
11. Good. Everyone with me now? You've already hit times. Hit 11 times. You should have 184,140. One last number for you all. 1 million. 1 million plant and animal species are at risk of extinction today, right now, because of climate change. If you would please, one final number.
15.
15. Everybody with me? You've already hit times. Hit 1, 5, and then hit equals. And what do I have? 2,762,100. If you have that same number right now, please raise your hand. Excellent. If you don't have that same number, I would just nod like you did. Yeah, I got it. Yep, checks out, got it. Because the numbers work out. Good. All of you, thank you for your help. Please have a seat. Give them a little round of applause. Now, you see, this number is a little bit bigger than I was hoping it would be, so let's add one more element of randomness to this, just in case you thought I've prearranged this with all these folks who I actually have never met before. Sir, I'm going to ask you to help me. Would you mind? Please join me right up here on stage. And your name? Arturo. A little round of applause for Arturo. Arturo, if you would, I'm going to ask you to lend a hand. Literally, all of you are lending a hand by being here today, but I'm going to ask you to literally lend a hand by holding up one finger, Arturo. Good. I'm going to ask you to put it right there. Everyone, you've got your calculator, get to your math. Put in right now, let's see, minus. Good. Minus. And we're going to bring this down a little bit. We're going to put in 6 random numbers. Are you ready? Just by doing boop, that. Did that hurt, Arturo? You're okay? Okay, good. I had you just randomly press a number. You hit it 2. Good job. Good. Let's do it again. I'm not going to look here. It's going to go boop. There we go. Get a 1. That was very good, Arturo. Good. A 1. Let's keep it going. We'll do 4 more. Boop. No, I didn't get it. Boop. That's another 1. That's a 5. Boop. Doesn't make any sense to do the boop, but I like doing it, okay? We'll do 2 more. 1. Boop. There we go. And then one final number. Boop. There we go. So everyone, Arturo and I just randomly made the number, and you've already got your minus. So now put this number in together. 215,817. Fantastic. And then all together, let's all hit that last final number, or button, equals. Fantastic. Arturo, thank you for your help. You may have a seat, sir. Folks, we all just made a big random number together. And that number, hopefully you all have the same number, 2,546,283. Yes, raise your hand. All good? Excellent work, folks. Did not realize you have to work so much today, did you? Well, now let's make some sense of this number. Let's bring some order to this chaos, all these random numbers all of you submitted. And again, thank you. What does this number have to do with climate? Well, folks, what if I told you this number has everything to do with climate? I'd like you right now to switch apps on your phone. I want you to go to your phone dialer as if you're about to make a phone call. Because under every number on your phone keypad are letters. And folks, if right now we were to spell the word climate, you'd have to find a C. And C, of course, would be under the 2. And L, of course, would be under the 5. And I is under the 4. And M is under the 6. And A, of course, is up top. It's a 2. The T is under the 8. And finally, that E is under the 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the only way to spell climate is with a number we all just made here together in this room, 2,546,283. Thank you all very much for your help. Thank you all. That's all for me. Thank you.
Please give a big hand to chef and owner of Crafted Hospitality, judge and executive producer on Bravo's Top Chef, Tom Colicchio.
Good afternoon. So feeding a growing world population and meeting everyone's basic needs has been a serious concern for decades. Exacerbated by floods, heat waves, and other extreme weather events that increasingly jeopardize agriculture. In response to these mounting challenges, several organizations have advocated for a second green revolution. But what exactly was the first green revolution, and where did it originate? Let's rewind to the 40s and 50s, a pivotal era where scientist and wheat breeder Norman Borlaug used science to feed the world. With a background in plant pathology and genetics, Borlaug embarked on a mission to revolutionize agriculture. Recognizing this urgent need for increased food production, he focused his attention on developing disease-resistant and high-yielding wheat varieties in Mexico. He invented wheat plants that could produce more grain and dramatically increase production in Mexico, leading to the Green Revolution. In 1956, Mexico was self-sufficient in wheat and also exported its surpluses. Borlaug's innovations were not limited to Mexico. The new wheat was later introduced to other parts of the world, including India and Pakistan, where they played a crucial role in boosting food production and preventing famine. Borlaug's contributions are estimated to have saved over 1 billion lives, earning him a Nobel Peace Prize in 1970 and the nickname the father of the Green Revolution. Norman Borlaug's legacy serves as a testament to the power of science and innovation in addressing food security challenges. The success of the Green Revolution inspired the creation and funding of CGIAR, where countries, organizations, and foundations work together to tackle agricultural problems through research, technology, and innovation. And we actually have Julie Borlaug here. She's in the audience. She is the granddaughter of the late Norman Borlaug and an advocate for innovation and technology to end hunger and poverty. Julie, if your grandfather was here today, what would his message be on how we're going to end hunger by 2030?
First of all, he'd tell us to get out of this room and get into the fields. But he would say that this isn't his legacy, it's everyone's legacy. Those who worked with him, who moved forward the work he was doing, and now what everyone's doing. And the Green Revolution we're talking about is not the one that happened in the 60s. It's an appropriate Green Revolution for every country, every region. If he was here, he'd say increase funding in research and development. He would talk about the need for infrastructure. He would talk about youth engagement. They must be at the front. This is going to be their world with the shortages of water. Increased funding and policies that help the farmers and those in the agriculture industries. He would keep going, and I'm going to keep it short, but those are some of the points he would focus on. And one last thing, he had a phenomenal mentor who actually kept him in a job because he quit many a times. But find a mentor. Or if you're of the age, find a mentee. That's what will change the lives of all of us in this room. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Well, that's exactly what we're here to talk about today. So please welcome the founder of Act for Food and the 2024 Global Citizen Prize recipient, Sophie Hildy-Thau, and Deputy Executive Managing Director of CGIAR, Guillaume Grosso. Okay. So, Guillaume, first of all, thanks for being here. It's obviously a really important subject. I mean, we have a growing population that is in need of a lot more, not only food, but nutritious food. And I think that's what we're really all focused on nowadays. It's one thing to grow more, but we need to actually create food that is more nutritious for the population with an eye also towards the climate. So, Guillaume, 9% of the world's population suffers from chronic hunger, and around 45% of deaths among children under the age of 5 are linked to malnutrition. What have we learned from the Green Revolution, and was science that reinvented the last food crisis, prevented the last food crisis? Can science save it again?
Thank you very much, Tom, and hi, everyone. Can science save us again? The answer is yes. The answer is yes, absolutely. You know, when humanity was faced with its greatest challenges, science and innovation already have saved us. You know, you mentioned the Green Revolution. Back in the days, at the end of the last century, new varieties of rice and wheat have averted famine in Asia. And CGIAR and the science of CGIAR is credited with saving over 1 billion lives. So I'm very proud of that legacy. But who in the room has heard of CGIAR? Just by a show of hand, Well, okay, we have some work to do then.
You have a PR problem.
Yeah. I mean, look, the challenges are changing, right? I mean, it was all about producing more food, period. Now it's about connecting food security and nutritious food, connecting that with biodiversity, restoring biodiversity, and climate, and addressing the climate challenge, right? So what we're trying to do is bring that science, and my belief is that with science we can.
Sophie, number one, congratulations on being the recipient of a Global Citizen Prize last night. It must feel great. Congratulations. So you co-founded Act for Food. It's a global youth-led campaign that mobilizes communities to transform food systems. How can young people bridge the gap between community action and research to tackle global nutrition food insecurity?
Yeah, great question. First of all, we need to use the research. I would love to say to young people that your story is enough and that your personal experiences are enough. But when decision makers are speaking to us, they ask for the facts, the figures, the research that backs your personal experience. I hope at some stage we get to a stage where the narrative of a young person's lives is enough to create change, but right now we're not there yet. So I would love to say to young people to use the research to back your personal experiences, but the research also isn't accessible yet to young people. When I look at any big piece of research that's come out of, for example, the SOFI report, not my report, SOFI, it's a big, thick report that's really difficult to understand for the people that need it the most. So we need to work better with researchers to translate these big pieces of a very important information into easily accessible language, and also using gamification to reach young people who may be in informal education settings so that they can also use the research.
Interesting. Cool. So advocating for access to safe and affordable, nutritious diet is crucial for your aspect of your activism. 1 in 3 people worldwide suffer from some type of malnutrition, and every country has a problem with at least one type of malnutrition. What are the urgent actions necessary to halt the worsening trend of malnutrition?
We need access to safe and nutritious food that's affordable for everyone, no matter where you are, no matter the culture, the country you come from. Food is the one thing that brings us all together, but it's also the one thing that really pushes us apart. Right now, we see food is used as a weapon of war. We see food used as a marketing influence by big companies. We see social media influencing a young person's diet to high calorific, high sugar foods, and this needs to change. So I like to think of 2 things. School meals, a hugely beneficial place to start a young person's journey in healthy and nutritious food. And also access to safe and nutritious food for young mothers. A lot of young women are young mothers. They often produce the food, they cook the food, they feed their family the food, but then they eat last.
Right. You know, it's funny, you mentioned 2 things that were very instrumental in halting hunger here in America back in the 70s, and that is the WIC program, Women, Infant, and Children program, where food is available for women who are pregnant and their children afterwards, and also the school lunch program. So we know it works because it worked here, and so obviously it can work on a world scale. And there's something else that you said that I always like to throw out there, is that in this country, well, in the world, calories are cheap, nutrition's expensive. You can get a lot of food that is dense in calories, but there's not a whole lot of nutrition. Guillaume, in the last 50 years, CGIAR has made major scientific breakthroughs like biofortified orange sweet potatoes that improved vitamin A status in children, and new rice in Africa. That brought food security to about 7.2 million people and lifted about 8 million people out of poverty in 16 African countries. What other breakthroughs are on the horizon?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So you may not know who CGIAR is, but I'm sure you know who Bill Gates is. Yeah, no raise of hands, no show of hands for that. So, you know, he said, Bill Gates, that apart from vaccines, there is probably no other innovation that has saved more lives than CGIAR science. So in 50 years, you know, it's incredible. There's 10,000 researchers working in the field, from the field, for the field, located in 13 centers, managed by and in the Global South. And that makes a tremendous amount of difference. So for instance, you know, you mentioned the orange flesh potato. There's today 50 million people in 41 countries that benefit from biofortified crops. That means crops that are nutritious. There's ultra-low glycemic index rice. What is this? It means that with rice, you can fight diabetes. Isn't that incredible? Right? Thank you, thank you. And there's a whole, you know, discussion about AI. Is it for good or bad? I can tell you in this field, AI is for good. With AI, you can tell, for instance, if a banana is healthy or not. And that's the difference for a farmer between a good year and essentially famine and hunger. And that has changed completely how we manage bananas. I want to give you maybe one last example because I think it's really important. As we move with food security, I mentioned earlier it's about addressing, of course, hunger, but it's also about addressing climate. What we can do today is bring agriculture that turns agriculture and farms and fields into net carbon sinks, which means that as you feed the planet, you solve the biggest issue that the planet has been confronted with.
Right, you're sequestering carbon in the soil.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Exactly. Sophie, how can research networks and private sector better collaborate with youth activists to achieve their shared goals?
I would like to see more young people from farming backgrounds, agripreneurs, nutritionists actually on board of directors of civil society in the private sector so that young people are there in the decision-making processes. I'd also like to see more young people in the policy creation processes so that we're not just the beneficiaries of policies and programs that are created by governments, but we are the co-creators of our future. And I also would like to see researchers invite young people outside of the research space into the research space so that we can ensure that, as I mentioned, those lovely pieces of research are accessible to all.
Okay, so Guillaume, for every $1 invested in agricultural research, it generates $6 billion in benefits. However, financing remains critically low with small farmers receiving less than 2% of climate financing. What do you need governments and private sectors to do to fill CGIAR's funding gap? And who are you calling upon to step up? This is the call of action right now.
Thank you very much, Tom. And indeed, I'd like to correct you actually, because every time you invest $1, you don't get $6 out of it, you get $10. Okay. So it's even a better investment. And nobody knows about it. I mean, it's so frustrating. 7% of international aid is going to research and development. 7% is ridiculously small. We need to step up. What we're trying to do at CGIAR now is double our investment in agricultural research and development to be able to end hunger and malnutrition. What it means is we need $2 billion. It's very concrete. And with $2 billion, you know that you're going to generate 20 billion because it's 1 in 10. And that will change the lives of billions of people. So I think this is the difference between the world we fear and the world we want. So I said earlier, with science we can, with science we will, but for that we need the help of everyone in this room. So I'm really counting on all of you.
We have, if you care to make any sort of last comments, we have about a minute and a half left. So if you want to just make another appeal or add another comment to the conversation, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just personally, I just can't believe that we live in a world where a healthy diet is a luxury. Mm-hmm. I think it's astounding to me that healthy, nutritious food is double the price of high calorific, high sugar content food.
Yeah, you're right. Everybody likes to say that the food system's broken. It's not. It's intentionally does exactly what it does. If you have money, you can connect with it. If you don't, you struggle. So it is not broken. It's just a bad system.
No, and because of the bad system, we have young people creating food banks on campuses for young people.
Yes.
And we're sold this narrative of as young people that we shouldn't be able to afford healthy, nutritious food. That's for when you make money in your big job,
right.
You know?
Exactly. Guillaume, last comment?
Look, I mean, every time I come to a Global Citizen event, I get rejuvenated. I mean, there's the youth, which is our future, and there's the ex-youth, which, we're still trying. We're still trying.
We're young at heart.
Thank you, Tom. I mean, I'm never disappointed. But once again, last year I saw and I felt, suddenly we're bringing all those conversations together. There is the willingness to change. This year, once again, I feel that with all of us in this room, we can make that change happen. So let's do it.
All right. Thank you. Guillaume, Sophie, thank you so much. Julie, thank you as well. Thanks. Thank you.
there to down here, everything is crazy. If we don't listen to scientists, things are going to be even crazier when I grow up. Let's look at the forecast for 2050. Heat waves will affect 94% of children, making outdoor kids a thing of the past. And disasters cost taxpayers almost $6 trillion. My parents hate taxes. But don't worry, there's still a chance of clear skies. Right now, clean energy systems are moving in from the east to the west, creating tons of cool jobs. Going to the satellite, it looks like a high-pressure system of grown-ups could still move in and protect kids from this avalanche of really bad stuff. We'll keep you posted as we check if adults stop wasting time and fix this totally solvable problem. Because it's not just a weather report to us. It's our future. It's our future. It's our future.
Please give a global citizen now welcome to actress and UNDP Goodwill Ambassador, Michelle Yeoh.
You just saw a special weather report about the future. The biggest impact of the climate crisis will be felt by the youngest, our children. So I want to ask you to join me in taking the climate pledge on UNDP's weatherkids.org on behalf of any children in our lives. Because if there is one thing that we can all agree on, it's that we want to leave a better world for the next generation. There is no denying that we are living in a climate emergency. You've undoubtedly heard one news report after another of record high temperatures, droughts, flooding, and storms that are causing death and devastation around the world. But did you know that climate change is endangering people's lives on their daily commutes? Extreme weather events are directly linked to an increase in road traffic crashes and fatalities. Most of us don't think about the impact of climate crisis on road safety, but doing so could save countless lives. Changing weather patterns, such as record high rainfall, can lead to mudslides and flooding, which can damage roads and bridges. In some regions, climate changes contributed to more slippery roads, reduced visibility, and increased humidity that reduces road surface friction. All of this endangers the safety of those on the road and increases the risk of car crashes. These dangers are magnified in countries where resources are already limited. Their exposure to threats of fatal road crashes is increased by the strain this burden places on their economy. They are left vulnerable and prone to tragedy for their citizens, including children who sometimes become victims while simply walking to school. In addition to the human tragedy, road crashes trap countries into a vicious cycle of poverty. More than 90% of road crashes occur in low and middle income countries, making road traffic injuries an important development challenge. On top of the effects of extreme weather events, vehicle emissions are one of the leading drivers of climate change, with 27% of the world's CO2 emissions attributed to transportation. And so this cycle continues. However, by promoting sustainable public transport, we can relieve congestion in cities, reduce CO2 emissions, and avoid road crashes. While we can't be everything, everywhere, all at once, we can create change, especially in countries where it's needed most. Join us in advancing the UN's new decade of action for road safety, aiming to cut the number of global deaths by half by 2030. Donate to the UN Road Safety Fund to invest in and strengthen road safety programs around the world. And finally, we can all be the change by putting down our phones, turning down the music, and paying attention to the road while driving. I have teamed up with 13 other global celebrity voices as part of the new UN JCDecaux campaign to make a safety statement for road safety, because we all deserve to arrive alive. Join us. Thank you.
Warm greetings from Geneva. I'm Volker Türk, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. I regret that I can't be with you in person, but I want to take this opportunity to call on all of you to join my office, the United Nations Human Rights Office, in supporting human rights defenders all over the world, including those who stand up for our land and environment rights. The climate crisis is the defining and most urgent human rights threat of this generation. Yet, those who speak up and speak out are often subject to threats and intimidation, or even worse. In the last 8 years, 2,691 human rights defenders have been killed. Over half of them were land and environment rights defenders. This is unacceptable. Throughout history, progress, positive social change, and freedoms have been achieved largely because of people mobilizing and having their voices heard. We need your voices more than ever to urge governments and companies to stop repression and intimidation of human rights defenders, to ensure that defenders have access to justice, to guarantee that they can carry out their essential work safely, and that they have a seat at the table when it comes to decisions that affect them. Limiting the catastrophic damage of the climate crisis depends on the steps we take today. My office is here to partner with you to turn word into tangible action.
Please give a warm round of applause for environmental rights defender and 2024 Global Citizen Prize recipient, Olivier Ndoole.
I cannot stress the importance of Mr. Stark's message enough. As someone who has dedicated his life for working for environment rights, I am along with my colleagues, environment rights defender, have facing growing assault and increasing intimidation, harassment, criminalization, and even murder. This must be end. This is a major problem, not for me, but for all humanity. At least 3 people by week are killing to protecting environment rights. This should demotivate everyone to take action, to demand and to meet this violence out. That is why a room like this is very important. We should all work to end deforestation, to protect land against oil exploitation, and to put out and amplify voice of indigenous and local defenders. We have to demand and technical participation, recognize our participation, and think about the past. And more to our future, where our voice are the matter. I'm calling on Brazil as COP30 president to support meaningful our participation of environment defenders. And my colleague, we are calling on all of you to defend our right to life. Thank you for all.
Olá! Hoje enfrentamos a fome e a pobreza como um dos principais desafios do nosso tempo. Não é aceitável que mais de 780 milhões de pessoas ainda passem fome, mesmo o mundo dispondo de recursos mais que suficiente para alimentá-las. Existem muitas iniciativas para o combate à fome, mas elas estão fragmentadas. Precisamos de uma ação coordenada, ambiciosa, consistente e sustentável de todas e todos nós. A fome e a pobreza são problemas que só podem ser superados com vontade política. Sob a liderança do presidente Lula no G20, o Brasil está propondo uma aliança global contra a fome e a pobreza, unindo países, instituições, especialistas e financiadores em torno do propósito de somar esforços para ampliar e replicar experiências de políticas públicas de sucesso, com ações práticas nas áreas de redução da pobreza, proteção social e construção de resiliência. Sua voz importa. Por isso, convido vocês, líderes, ativistas e personalidades, a se unirem à Aliança Global, mobilizando seus países e organizações para trabalhar e investir ativamente pelo fim da fome e da pobreza. Vamos juntos no esforço global para a construção de um mundo menos desigual, mais solidário e humano. Abraços aqui do Brasil.
Please welcome to the stage news correspondent Carolina Chimenti and Para State Secretary of Indigenous Peoples Pui Tembe and translator Ana Luisa Anjus.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, let me breathe a little. As we just heard from the First Lady of Brazil, Janja Lula da Silva, poverty and hunger are interlaced. 780 million people are directly affected by extreme poverty, many as direct result of climate change. The Amazon rainforest, often referred to as the lungs of the earth, is one of the most biodiverse regions on the planet, home to countless species of plants, animals, and indigenous people. Its vast expanse plays a crucial role in regulating the Earth's climate and weather patterns. However, the Amazon continues to face unprecedented threats, such as deforestation driven by various factors, including logging, agriculture, mining, exacerbate even more the destruction of this vital ecosystem. Today, we shed light on the critical challenges facing the Amazon rainforests and vulnerable communities in need for urgent actions to save Earth's lungs, better saying. So, I have here with me the Pui Tembe. She is the Secretary for Indigenous People at Pará, and she is one of the most important voices we are going to hear here today because she comes from the Amazon. She can tell us what is happening as we hear scientists and read papers about what is happening there. She can tell us what is changing in her life, on her day-to-day life, in the climate of the forest and what she sees and feels. So thank you so much for being here, Pui. It's a pleasure to have you here at this stage in New York. And considering your extensive background in advocating for indigenous rights, how do you think can COP30 better integrate the indigenous knowledge and your people's voice, especially when you talk about biodiversity conservation at this huge event that is COP30, that is going to take place in your house, in your home? We are going to have the translation for the questions and for the answers, as well as Pui doesn't feel comfortable speaking in English.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas.
Good afternoon, all of you.
Zanekaruk, boa tarde na língua Tembe.
Sarikaruk, it's good afternoon in Tembe language.
Bom, para mim, primeiro agradecer o convite e falar do Brasil, falar da Amazônia, mas não somente da Amazônia, é sempre importante falar de todos os biomas, mas aí olhar, claro, um país que está aí se preparando, se organizando para a COP30. Estamos muito confiantes.
So I'd like to thank all of you, to thank the invitation for being here tonight. We'd like to announce that we are ready for COP30 in our state. Of course, we are in the Amazon. I'm from the Amazon state, but we need to pay attention to all the biomes of Brazil, not just the Amazon. But we are ready for you.
E os povos indígenas estão se organizando, se preparando, porque agora é a nossa vez, é a hora de mostrar a nossa realidade, mostrar os desafios, mas também mostrar a nossa força, a nossa potência e a nossa diversidade. Então, a COP também estamos se preparando e estamos aí, aguardando chegar o momento para que a gente possa receber todos e todas.
To answer your question, we indigenous peoples are getting ready. We are getting prepared. We are really, really studying it and preparing ourselves to receive the rest of the world. Because we believe that this COP should be one of the best COP ever. And is it in Brazil, in the Amazon?
So my second question, I just heard this number that is absolutely amazing. And I just learned it, that if we take all indigenous peoples in the world, they are around 5% of all the population. They occupy some 6% of all the territory in the world. So just a little bit, but still, they are responsible for well more than 80% of the protection of our world's biodiversity. So it's a huge job that they have. And we just had the Indigenous Day on April 19th, when thousands of indigenous people gathered in Brasília, the capital of Brazil, basically to protest and to ask for more land demarcation or land entitlement. And it's still something very contentious in the Brazilian politics. So I would like to ask Puir to explain to those people who still don't believe it's a good idea to have more land entitlement for indigenous people, why is it important?
Bom, dia 19 não somente é o dia que tem no calendário no Brasil, mas é o dia dos povos indígenas e não mais o dia do índio, e sim dos povos indígenas.
So we have a holiday in Brazil that is, they used to celebrate the Indian Day. So now it's called the Indigenous Day, and it's 19th of April. It just happened 2 weeks ago.
E agora, exatamente no dia 22 a 26 de abril, o Brasil faz a grande Assembleia dos Povos Indígenas pelo Brasil, e a gente aí comemorando também os 20 anos dessa grande Assembleia que se deu, e é claro, a pauta principal sempre será a demarcação dos territórios indígenas.
Yes, and to celebrate this holiday this year, we prepared a whole week of like an assembly that it turns out to be the largest indigenous event ever. We had indigenous from all over the world and also from all regions of Brazil. And of course, we talk about land entitlement and demarcation because this is our main subject. We need the government of Brazil to give the indigenous peoples land entitlement.
E é por isso que é importante olhar a demarcação, que exatamente preserva o que vocês acabam de ver aí na tela, a preservação da biodiversidade, a preservação da vida, e não somente para nós, povos indígenas, mas também para garantir o oxigênio que o planeta todo recebe.
We are over there almost working as guardians to guarantee the oxygen that you also need here in the big cities. So we are doing this work because it's so important to preserve our territories. We are territorial communities.
E proteger, preservar e garantir os territórios indígenas não é somente para os povos indígenas, é também para todo mundo. Então, está na hora, eu acho que a iniciativa do Global Cities, essa campanha que vai ser lançada, esse chamado é importante, que a sociedade civil, que as empresas, que todos nós possamos adentrar essa campanha. E a gente está aqui para se somar, para se juntar com esse grande ato que vai ocorrer, e é claro, o estado do Pará, o Brasil, Belém do Pará, a Amazônia receberá. Então, quero aqui, desde já, aproveitar a oportunidade e convidar também para que a gente possa pensar uma campanha para combater essa mitigação climática que o Brasil, que o mundo todo está vivendo.
So I would like to tell you that to preserve indigenous territories is not only the job of the indigenous peoples, it's also your job, each one of you. And that's why I would like to, I'm so happy to be here with Global Citizen, to see so many great individuals, to see companies, to see people really coming together with hearts and minds to do this work, to support the indigenous peoples, to preserve their territories, which is for all of us at the end.
Ainda dá tempo. Ainda dá tempo de mudar essa história. Ainda há esperança. Nós somos povos de resistência, de luta, mas também de muita esperança.
So there's still time. There's still time for all of us to change this reality, for all of us to turn around. And just to add to what she was saying before, the COP30 is going to be in Belém do Pará in the Amazon, and we are ready to receive you.
E aproveito mais uma vez para falar da COP30 no Brasil. Na Amazônia, ela não é uma COP apenas da Amazônia, ela é uma COP de todos os biomas, é uma COP não somente do Brasil e do mundo. Só vai dar certo se cada um e cada uma ajudar a construir a COP que queremos. Não será a COP de Dubai, será a COP da Amazônia. Da Amazônia, a Amazônia é feminina. A Amazônia é ancestral. Então, esperem ver os problemas, os desafios, mas esperem para ser recebidos com muita força, com muita ancestralidade que os povos indígenas, populações tradicionais, a sociedade, o Brasil tem para mostrar. E vem aí, eu digo o quê? Chama! Chama que a COP vem! E a Anitta também!
Pui também, she's the Secretary of Indigenous People from the Pará state where COP30 is going to be held, and it's amazing to have you here. Foi incrível ter você aqui nesse palco. Muito obrigada por ter vindo até aqui. Sorry, I have
Just
to
her last talk, guys. She's telling you all that she's ready, and we need each one of you to join this movement, to come together. The COP is in Amazonia. Amazonia is a female word for Portuguese, so it's the COP of us women, of all of the entire world. So come with us, let's support the indigenous peoples because they are the best guardians of our planet.
Thank you so much. Muito obrigada. So Pui leaves, but I'm staying here with you. And as you know, the Amazon is way too big for us to have only one panel about it. So this conversation continues now, and we are going to have here join me at the stage the singer and activist Anita. From somewhere. We are also going to have the president of the 15th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, Alain Richard Donvahy. I hope I said it right. And also the State Secretary for Environment and Sustainability of the state of Pará, Mauro de Almeida. Welcome. I think I'll start with the secretary. Let's do it in this order, although I know everybody's here, hoping to hear from Anita as well. So, Secretary, I'll start with you. Firstly, and most important, congratulations for getting COP30 to your state, to host it in your home. it's obviously a huge challenge with the deforestation that your state faces, and the important role in announcing new protected areas. My question to you is, how can we, or how can you ensure that global leaders arrive at COP30 with the same level of ambition that your state and you are showing?
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you for the global citizens for the invitation. First of all, I'm sure that COP30 in Belém, or as we have been calling the Forest COP, will be a great opportunity for world leaders to better understand the reality of the Amazon in its human, often times forgetting, and urban contexts, since it is within the scope. One of our biggest challenges is deforestation. But for those of us living in Amazon, and to our leaders, the biggest challenge is the socio-economic. Like most countries in the world, the Amazon is urban. Almost 70% of the region's populations lives in the cities and 30% in the rural areas. Furthermore, our territory is massive. If the legal Amazon, which is made up of 9 Brazilian states, were a country, it would be the 60th in territory extension in the world. However, Brazil has not been able to offer socio-economic opportunities to this population, and so they are attracted to illegality. As a first conclusion, it's essential that global leaders deeply understand the real Amazon, its cultural and natural heritages, as well as its challenges, in order to establish goals and objectives, in partnership, of course, with Brazil, and to achieve the desired change.
Now, Mr. Donvai, you are president of the so-called Desert COP, and I would like to know what's your opinion for what are the main goals and targets for COP30, and what they are and what they should be. Sometimes they differ among.
Thank you for spelling my name right. Donvai. Yes, I'm president of the COP, Desert COP, what they call Desert COP. It's the COP about desertification, fighting desertification and land degradation and drought. I'm glad that COP30 is going to be held in Brazil, in Amazonia, because it's a place that can concentrate the 3 COPs, the 3 problems of COPs. Climate COP, loss of biodiversity COP, and land degradation and desertification COP. You see, so it's time that the 3 COPs that have been divided for 30 years come together. Even if problems are, I don't want to see the other COPs disappear, you know. We can still have the three COPs, but we need to work together. Last year, the 3 presidents of the COPs, biodiversity, climate, and myself, desertification, we signed a joint statement saying that we cannot continue to work separately. We have to work together. Because when you talk about climate change, you need to know what are the causes of climate change. It starts with land degradation. Because when you have land degradation and deforestation, you lose biodiversity in the soil, in the forest, in the air. And afterwards, because you don't have forests, you don't have rain anymore. So you change the course of the cycle of water. You have water scarcity, and then you have climate change. But climate change increases drought and water scarcity. So it's intertwined. We all have to work together. The planet is one world, not 2. If you solve the problem in Amazonia, you solve the problem of Europe. If you solve problems of the desert in Africa, you solve the problem of climate change in Europe. So we have to understand that we all have to work together, but not only the states, the presidents, the ministers, the politicians, or the politics. It's the communities, it's the private sector, it's the youth, it's the people themselves. We need to change our attitude towards all those three problems: climate, desertification, and land degradation and biodiversity. We need to change our ways to live. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Now, Anita, so important to have you here because obviously we need more young voices, young people speaking and getting more informed about everything that is happening. And in 2019, you took to your platforms to call out government and the public in general with words that became viral at the time, saying, without oxygen, and that was even before the pandemic, without oxygen, the dollar will be lonesome, just floating around. Everyone will die without oxygen. So what I want to hear from you is, what would you like the world leaders and your fans and young people and everybody to understand that is happening at this moment?
I think everyone understood. They just don't want to look at it, because looking at it means giving up of so many things that feed our ego, that people are not ready spiritually to open up and to give up, you know? Like, we do understand that if we don't have nature, we're all gonna die, and it doesn't matter how rich we are, there's nowhere to go. But do we wanna be the ones not making as much money as our neighbor? Do we wanna be the ones that are not as well dressed as the people that we're looking on social media? Are we willing to, as a government, to actually do something that matters and makes a difference, even if that means not being re-elected? Do we want to do that? Or are we just too scared of not being re-elected? So, yeah, I'm not going to do this because I know I'm going to protect the indigenous, but the indigenous are like 5,000 people, 5,000 votes against 2 million votes that I can just spend a lot of money building a new playground, whatever. I don't think I'm going to support the indigenous. I'm going to support the 2 million votes. So I don't think people need to understand. They just need to actually be willing to give up the grandiosity, the level, the status of their lives to live a life thinking about the future, a long-term life. Teenagers, fans, governors, it's not about going to the events, the global citizen, the corps on the countries, and show your voters, I care about the environment. I am here in this reunion. But where are the actions that you take after you go to the reunion and you see what's gonna happen to the world? Do you actually do something to change it, knowing that your people, your community, your country, they're not gonna be so happy right now because they're not gonna have as much structure as the other countries that are spending so much money and burning their forests, not thinking about the future. Okay, right now they're not gonna be the happiest ones, but in the future, they're gonna be the only ones that have real nature and real structure to live a life, to have water, to have oxygen, to have things to maintain a healthy life. So I think everybody understands. People are just not willing to pay the price of not being as rich, as big anymore.
I have a follow-up question for you, because I know that your religion, Candomblé, is important to keep you connected with nature, and that's one of the reasons why you became an activist for climate, for the forest. So my question is, how can culture and practices that are not related to science, that are not related to politics, inspire more efforts in local communities for the forest and for climate and for nature?
For those who are not familiar with the religion, here in America they would call Yoruba. My dad's family have brought this religion from, it's an ancestral type of religion, right? So our beliefs are in entities that each entity, I would say like that in English, but I don't know the best words to define it, but they represent a different side of nature. It could be the forest, it could be the waterfalls, it can be all the elements that we know, the rain, the weather, the wind. So that's why we have this, we are so aware of the importance of nature in our life. And one thing that Puya was saying here before when she stood up was that you guys probably are not going to see the best structure when you go to the next reunion, which you're going to see the reality of the Amazon, a very poor place that had everything to be the richest place in the world, but it's not. It's one of the poorest places because people just go there, steal everything, kill the indigenous. There's no guilty. No one is guilty. No one ever finds out. There are people in Brazil that actually get paid to kill somebody that goes there to protect, to try to help. No one figures out. If you ask the neighbors, they know, but they will not tell you because they're going to get killed too. So when you get there, you're going to see all of this. Nothing's going to happen to you guys because when you get there, the government will be doing their actual job, which is to protect people. And when they want, they can do it. So when you get there, you're all going to be super fine, but you will see that it's hard. They struggle, and they shouldn't be struggling. But you're also going to see, and that's also what you were saying, a lot of like strength. They are strong people. You're going to feel this spirituality. The indigenous people are ancestrals. They follow the ancestrals' religion, the ancestrals' rituals. So when you're there, you're going to feel something that I felt the first time I went when I wanted to shoot a music video to try to make my fans and my audience look at the Amazon at the time, because there were some political situations going on. And I felt the energy was just crazy. It felt like inside of the Amazon, for example, it felt like each tree was a very, very, very old soul. A very old person just looking at me. It was so strong. So you guys are gonna feel this from the people. They are loving people. They wanna greet everybody very well. They are gonna make each one of the people that are there feel very welcome, for sure. But you will see the structure and will be like, wow, this is so sad. This is really sad because we had everything to be the best, and it's not. So I just think the spirituality, the religion, the respect to the people that are here centuries before us, that makes us understand the importance, how small we are, how idiotic are the things that we fight for, that we wake up every day to work for, the money, the clothes, the bigger houses, the bigger cars, and we will be like, we don't need any of this. This is the real thing. So I think when you have your spirituality on point, you understand what's our matter in this planet, which the indigenous people follow. When we die, life keeps going. It's not that you die, it's over. The money you made, that was it. The success you made, that was it, great. No, indigenous people believe that when you die, there's more to come. That's when the real life starts. And the things that you did with your character, with your planet that was given to you to share with all your brothers, and that's what indigenous do. They behave like all the animals in the nature. The nature is there, they get what they need, they go. They come back, get what they need, they go. We don't behave like that. We got what we need, we want to get more, so we can show the others we have more than you, and then them, and then this. So I think spirituality helps us to realize that.
I had another question for Secretary Mauro, but now I want to use whatever you got from the message that Anita just gave us to ask you, how do you think, or what do you expect people from Brazil and from the world to, how can people put pressure on you and on other leadership that will be at COP30 in your hometown to get things done?
So, vote better in your candidates. The voting candidates that is linked with the agenda of environmental agenda. Next, to participate in your society, your community, and schools, be informed and education about what the agenda, economic and environment is represent to us in the present and the future. And then improve initiatives and campaigns like Global Cities are doing now. We have to have many initiatives like Global Cities. We have much Global Cities initiatives in the world, but working together with all the governments and the society and the indigenous peoples and the extractivists and quilombolas and the riverside people in Brazil, like we have. That's why expressions like climate change, justice and climate racism is emerge in the society. Because these vulnerable people needs more attention than the people are in the cities like this. So we have to take the good examples too and bring to the center of the discussion. The Pará state can be an example now. We are the first and the unique state in Brazil that has a state plan of bioeconomy. And one of them that has a plan of restoration, forest restoration. So with the leadership of the elder Barbalho, my government, is a young leadership, and that is be a protagonism in the struggle with against the deforestation and the other issues in Brazil. It have to be in the center of the discussion. That is what we want when we ask to the COP30 in Belém. We want to show the reality. We want to demand to the world what the forest is, what the forest want, what the indigenous people, what the people for the forest wants to make a better world in the planet, like Mr. Don Vains said, a unique word that has to working together, has a body, is a system, like a system that you make the mind the same things in you making the food, okay?
We hear from some scientists that we might be getting very close. Some say we are already at a turning point where the forest is not going to be able to reconstruct itself anymore. And when that happens, in theory, the forest will take only 5 years to become a savanna. So my question for you, Mr. Donvai, is what can the international cooperation and collaboration, can private sector, governments, the UN, what can be done in practice to keep the forest standing?
First, we have to, each of us, to stop destroying the forest. We need to understand the cause, the consequences, and the solutions. We don't want to count only on governments. I was minister. I know the limits of governments. I was an elected president of region. You think about the next election. at the end of your mandate. You don't think of in 20 years or in 30 years. If you have a mandate of 5 years, you think about being re-elected. So the people have to take their own responsibilities. You know, we politicians, we are supposed to do what the community wants, what the people want. So the people need to be involved. The youth need to be involved. My fight, being president of COP, is to make sure that the next COPs, and the COP30 also, gives a negotiation seats to the youth. We don't want them to come as, comment on appelle, observateurs. Yeah, but they need to be negotiators. Because of what I've seen, the youth, the young people, they have the solutions. They know the problem, they are involved, and they have the solutions. They have we talk to startups, they have the technological solutions. We can reconstruct the forest in a short period of time if we regenerate the soil. In tropical areas, if you protect the forest, in a matter of 6 months to 8 months, it reconstructs itself. You don't need to do anything, you see? So we have to be able to understand that we have to protect our planet. That's the most important thing. And if we think about that, we'll work all together. There's no boundaries with climate. There's no boundaries for drought. If we are able, for wars, to have budgets, to have the finance to buy weapons when we have a crisis. When there was a crisis in Ukraine, in a matter of 1 week, the European Union was able to put out 100 billion euros in 1 week. 100 billion euros. And when you talk about climate or reforestation, you go through the World Bank, the IMF, all those banks, you have a study for 1 year, you have to finance the study, you study, and then, okay, it's okay for the project. After 2 years, they say, okay, we give you the fund for the project. After 2 years, the project is not good anymore. You have to go back and do it again. So the private sector needs to be involved. It's quicker. We need to change our ways to finance the projects and to understand that it's an investment for humanity. It's an investment.
Well, I want to thank you all. Unfortunately, our time is over. But I think what is more important is to stress that there is still time to action, and especially what we heard here, if we choose the right leadership for it. Thank you so much. And
can I say something?
Of course.
Do we have I know we're running out of time, but who wants to go?
I'm sure we do.
Go. I just think it's like we gotta think about if every year we just get together and then we talk about it, we see the issues, wow, we're all fucked. What are we gonna do? Bye, and we come back to our lives. I don't think that's what I'm saying. It just looks like we all got together just to show that we care and not actually doing something to show that we care. I think it's easier to get funds for things that people care right now because it's a trending topic. So everyone wants to be around the trending topic, right? So people are talking a lot about something. Everyone wants to be on this conversation. So how to make the Amazon goals trending, how to make the environment goals trending, even knowing that a lot of powerful and rich people are gonna stop making their very rich money. So I think it's a conversation to come back to our houses and think, do we really want to see the environment doing well, to see the planet doing well, even if that means the rich people are not gonna be as rich, the billionaires are gonna be as much billionaires. Do I want to not be a billionaire anymore and support the Amazon? Then I need to stop killing so many hectares of wood and forest and everything. Do I really want this? Okay, so if I'm part of the government and I really want this, I'm just gonna do a lot right now. There's no killing animals, no leather, no fabric of, nothing that would kill the animals or the nature and everything. Nothing is allowed. Let's everyone agree with that. And then just make it trending. Okay, you want to use TikTok, you want to use Instagram, you want to use all those social medias. So every time, instead of seeing an advertisement about a new outfit, about a new brand deal on the clothing, wearing whatever, which is also nice. I love wearing amazing outfits. It's super cool. But we're not going to only see that. We're going to see deforestation, we're gonna see people dying if we don't have oxygen, we're gonna see animals dying, we're gonna see what happens when we behave like that. So we make this go trending, and that's what the audience and the public and the world is gonna care about. We care about what we see in our screen phones, but the sponsors are only gonna pay for things if they have the money back. Are we actually willing to put things for our teenagers, influencers? They don't get out of this TikTok thing nowadays. Okay, do we really want everybody to be on this subject? So let's make sure all the platforms are obligated to show this type of content to everybody, to young, to old, rich, poor, so everybody is also concerned. That's how you get all of a public, a country, a state, to worry about a subject. When they open their screens, this thing that looks like it's part of our organs, that we don't leave this anymore, we open and we're like, oh, we're gonna die in 10 years. Oh, we're gonna die in 5 years. There's no way if you see this every day in your phone, you're not gonna get worried about. So I just think it's a matter of using the platforms.
To tell us how long we're
nobody's
gonna live
nobody's gonna download the app, to be honest. The information needs to be obligated to the things that we already use to see the bullshit we see every day. In the middle of the bullshit, we need to see something important. I also love the bullshit. I love the bullshit, guys. I sing about shaking my ass. I sing about sex. I sing about alcohol. I love all of that. But in the middle of this, we need to also see what matters. So we hear, oh, ass. Bikinis, ladies in bikinis. Oh, people are gonna die. Ladies in bikinis, ass. Oh, the Amazon. And then we're gonna get, it's true. Because it's not part of our day-to-day conversation to see that this is actually happening. So if I don't have this in my mind, oh, I'm worried about the environment. People are not. So how do I get people that are not worried to worry? So you obligate these platforms and the rich people to actually tell them, even if that means they're not gonna be as rich anymore. And that's what it is, you know? That's all I wanted to say.
Unfortunately, we don't have any more time, but thank you so much for being here, Anita, and Secretary Mauro, and Mr. Donvai. And I got it right again, thank you. And it was very exciting to be here. That's the spirit, I think, to bring new ideas and to bring conflicting ideas. And I hope we're gonna see that happening at COP30. I hope you all have the chance to be there or to participate in some way. It's gonna be in Brazil. It's a lovely country. You're gonna love it. And thank you all.
Please put your hands together for EVP, General Manager, Consumer Group, and Global Marketing and Communications at PayPal, Diego Scotti.
Okay. How do I follow Anita? I don't know. But anyway, that's another story. We're almost at the end. Thank you for sticking around. As we close today enriching panels, I come to you not as only a global citizen, but also as a proud South American, an Argentinian, within Brazilians, deeply moved by the historical significance of the G20 and COP30 summit on our beloved planet. We are at an essential moment, a historic one that requires our collective resolve and immediate action, and that's what we're here for. So as we heard from our speakers, the global agendas of nature, hunger, and climate are all intertwined, and they all run through Brazil. The Amazon, our planet's lung, is a bastion of biodiversity, a home to millions, and also a critical piece in our global climate solution. Saving the Amazon is more than a local issue, it's a global mandate. It's the first and most crucial step we must take to address the challenges of the road to a greener and a safer world. Now, I am filled with pride knowing that Global Citizen is playing a critical role in this effort, supporting our partners on the ground in Brazil and also throughout the Amazon. And it is my commitment to you that we will campaign relentlessly to ensure that we not only advocate for change, but we also deliver tangible results. And most importantly, this is not a task for the faint-hearted, and it cannot be accomplished alone. It requires everybody, artists, activists, policymakers, and each one of you, all of you global citizens, to actively participate and demand change. And now, as we come to an end, let's celebrate Brazil, yes. So this premier, all-women, Black-led percussion ensemble is a force for change, empowerment, community building, and cultural celebration. So everybody, please stand up and welcome Batala, New York.
Excellencies and esteemed guests, thank you for your participation at Global Citizen Now. And thank you to all who joined us in person here at Spring Studios, and those who joined us virtually on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and via Reuters and the Global Citizen app. And thank you to Batala. This concludes our program. Have a great evening.